Hi guys, today we are starting with the nature, objectives and scope of audit. Okay? So the weightage of the chapter would be around 4 to 8 marks. And it can also come in MCQ, it's important. Let's start. Note that this is a revision class. This is the exam oriented part, meaning that this is what you need to remember and study for the exam. Is this clear? If any of your relatives or friends wants a regular class, tell them to visit www.letslearnindia.in or call on 844-844-8919. I teach law and audit for Inter CA and audit for final. Okay? I wanted to make this clear for CA final. Okay? What does nature, objectives and scope of an audit state? An audit is an independent examination of what? Of the financial information of an entity of companies. So, what do we do on financial information? We conduct an independent examination. Whether it's profit oriented or not, meaning whether it's of section 8 or not, or makes a profit or not. Irrespective of size, legal form. With a view to express opinion thereon, it's the definition. Its meaning is it is an independent examination on financial information of an entity, whether it's profit oriented or not, irrespective of its size, legal form, with a view to express an opinion thereon. So, the audit is mandatory. Sorry, the question is the audit mandatory or voluntary? So, an audit of a company is mandatory. So, an audit of a company is always mandatory. It's mandatory as per the Companies Act. Certain non-corporate entities may require an audit if their turnover crosses certain limits under Income Tax Act. You might have learned about a section 44AB. It says that if under section 44AB your turnover exceeds 1 crore rupees, on 95% turnover is 10 crore, 95% means 10 crore from banking channel. For professional it's 50 lakhs, so we'll have to get tax work done under Income Tax Act. But in India, according to Companies Act, audit is mandatory for company. Certain other individuals may also get their accounts audited voluntary because of various advantages flowing from the audit. Now, if you want to take a loan, your accounts must be audited. If you need subsidy or if you need funding, your accounts must be audited. It has benefits. So you will be able to audit. So eventually the companies say that for us the audit is mandatory for the company. Then the question is, who appoints the auditor and to whom is the report submitted? In a company, the members appoint. In a government company, the CAG appoints. In a firm, the partners appoint. And in the tax laws, the government authorities appoints. In company, members appoint. In government company, CAG, that's Comptroller and Auditor General of India. In firm, partners appoint. Under tax laws, government authorities appoint. To whom will we submit the report? Report is submitted to the person who's making the appointment. If it's a company, we'll submit to members. If it's a firm, we'll submit to partners. Okay, this was easy. This is a logical question that appeared in the exam. It's asking what are the advantages. It can also ask about the needs or benefits. So it's very easy and simple. It safeguards financial interests of stakeholders like bankers, creditors, prospective investors, etc. of the entity. So you see, what happens is that when you get an audit done, then the bank won't worry and it will think that he's a good person who has done the audit. Shareholders will feel that our accounts are good and accurate. The future investors, prospective investors will think it's good that accounts have been audited. We can invest in this without any issue. Plus it keeps a moral check on employees from committing defalcation or embezzlement. Meaning that an auditor will come and check everything. So employees won't commit fraud, so this keeps a moral check on employees from committing defalcation or embezzlement. The third is that it helps in settling the trade disputes. If there's a dispute and accounts are audited, it will resolve quickly. It helps in reduction of wastages and losses. If accounts are audited, then if there's any problem, we'll know immediately. It helps in settling liabilities for taxes when accounts are audited. The CA will tell you the profit and the taxes which you have to pay based on profit. And it is useful for obtaining bank loan. I told you the reason. Okay? So up to this point of what we've covered, this is the logical answer and it could come in exam. It's what are the advantages, need, benefits and importance. Whatever is asked, it will be the answer. Is this clear? So now what are the objectives of an audit? What are objectives of audit? It's an important repetitive question. Guys, what is our essay number? As per essay 200. As per essay 200, what will you say? Overall objectives of auditor and the conduct of an audit. It's and the conduct of an audit as per standards on auditing. Read again as per essay 200, overall objectives of the independent auditor and conduct of audit as per essay. And conduct of audit as per essay, let's see what it says. Two objectives to obtain the reasonable assurance. Whether FS are free from material misstatement due to fraud and error. Memorize this line, it's repeated. To obtain reasonable assurance. Whether FS are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. And express opinion. whether the FS are prepared as per the FRF, and express opinion whether FS are prepared as per applicable FRF. What does FRF mean? Financial reporting framework. Number 2, to report on the FS and communicate as per the essay. To report on the FS and communicate as per the essay. To report on the FS and communicate as per the essay. This is my objective. It's important. I'm giving you 2 minutes time. Just read these questions immediately. Read question number 4 and 5. I'm turning off the video so that you can concentrate and read. Start. Done? So, we've come to audit has relationship with which discipline? Audit has relationship with everyone. With accounts, with law and economics, with behavioral science and mathematics. With data processing and financial management and production if MCQ comes. Then relationship is with everyone. Okay? Explain the scope of an audit. What is this, students? Explain the scope of audit. What is included in the scope? So it will cover all the aspects of the entity. The audit of the FS should include all the aspects of the entity which are relevant to the FS being audited. Number 2, reliability and sufficiency of financial information. Auditor should be satisfied that information contained in accounting records are sufficient and reliable to assist him in expressing the opinion. Okay, so students, when you're giving an opinion, what data do you have to support that opinion? So you should have enough data to base your opinion on. Then proper disclosure of financial information. The auditor should decide whether relevant information is properly disclosed in the FS. Keep in mind statutory requirement, like you need to disclose contingent liability in notes below. Whatever provisions you have to disclose them. You should know them. Then the auditor should always audit. Which one? The historical financial information. What does historical financial information mean? The work that company did from April to March. We do its audit later, which we have to submit by 30 September AGM. Historical financial information means the events which has occurred in the past time, means it already happened. For example, purchase and sales which are reflected in FS, purchase and sales have been done. That's what we need to check. We call it historical financial information. Then it's an exam question. What are the exclusions from scope of audit? What aspects won't we check? Following are excluded from scope of audit. Responsibility of preparation and presentation of the FS. The duty of making FS is of management. That is not within my scope. That is not my job. Duties are outside the scope of auditor's competence. He's asking me, could you do me a favor? Can you tell me about the valuation? It's not my job to provide valuations. That's the job of a valuer. How can I tell you? Duties out of scope and competence of auditor. Third, expertise in authentication of documents. They ask, look at this paper, is it all correct? I won't check, that is not within my scope. Investigation is not an audit. Audit and investigation are different. These four are excluded from your scope. A question can appear on this. Responsibility for preparation and presentation of FS. Second, duty is outside the scope of competence of the auditor. Third is the expertise in the authentication of the documents. And the fourth is the investigation. Then question number 9 asks, what is engagement? The question is, what is engagement? Engagement, relationship. What is engagement? So the engagement means an arrangement to do something. It means to do something. It is people's job to do something. Okay? Engagement means an arrangement to do something. It means a formal agreement between the auditor and the client, which the auditor agrees to provide assurance services, meaning client is asking to make a relationship. Make engagement. What will you do? You will provide us the assurance services. This relationship is required on a paper. We call this paper a letter of engagement. This relationship is required on letter of engagement. In India, statutory audit of companies is mandatory, which will be conducted by statutory auditor. In India, statutory audit of company is mandatory, which will be conducted by statutory auditor. This is the definition of what is engagement. Then, distinguish between audit and investigation. Audit versus investigation, it could be of 4 mark, 5 mark or 6 mark. Audit versus investigation. What is this? What's the meaning of audit? Inspecting the BOA and reporting it is called auditing. Investigation means that here we establish a fact. Students, what do we establish? We establish a fact. Inquiry conducted for establishing a specific fact or truth is called investigation. Then, it is conducted by CA and COP. It is conducted by any expert. Then it is conducted annually, and it is as per the requirement. Evidence are persuasive in nature, and here evidence is conclusive in nature. Persuasive means assume this is it. Conclusive means that this is it. In investigation, it's conclusive. Who appoints the auditor? The members. Investigator is appointed by management, shareholders, or any company authority. It is basically a basic examination of the accounts. It's a critical and in-depth examination. We will go in deep to check this. We will go in deep and check, okay? Then, now the next question comes that what are the inherent limitations of audit? This is what are the inherent limitations of audit. Inbuilt limitations. So these inbuilt limitations are the inherent limitations, which means that no matter how much you try, something will still be left out. In audit, there are always inbuilt limitations due to which auditor cannot obtain the absolute assurance that FS are free from material misstatement due to fraud or error. This is the line I told you to memorize. So students, in an audit, there are always some inbuilt limitations due to which the auditor cannot obtain absolute assurance that FS are free from material misstatement due to fraud or error. This limitation arises due to the following factors. It's very important. It's FITE. The code is FITE. Recently in exam, a question on F from FITE appeared. Nature of financial reporting. Students, what is this? Nature of financial reporting. F. So students, now look at this. If I do a company's audits or insurance companies audits or audits for regular companies or proprietary, each one has a different format and different requirements. Now I cannot follow the same format everywhere. I am only a human and a person, so mistakes can happen. It's nature of financial reporting. Preparation of FS may involve many judgments made by management. These judgments involve a subjective decision or the degree of uncertainty. Some say that my provision of bad debts will be 10%, some say it will be 20%, and some say 40%. So it's subjective. So, therefore, auditor may not be able to obtain absolute assurance. FS are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. Okay? Okay? Okay, whether due to fraud or error. Audit is always conducted on premise that it is primary responsibility of management to prepare the FS as per the applicable FRF. We won't be able to check everything. It's the nature of financial reporting. A. Audit procedure. Now what will happen? If you have read a little further about auditing, then you know what we do. We gather evidence. We do inquiries, we make observations, and we do computations. Okay? We won't be able to do factory visit. If there's a flood, so we won't be able to see, so we just have to assume all of this. If there are riots, we won't be able to go. It's not practically possible. If there's a software issue, we won't be able to check. So the auditor carries out his work by obtaining evidence through performance of audit procedures. However, there are limitations on the auditor's ability to obtain audit evidence. Example, he may only check on a sample basis. Sometimes management may not provide complete information. That's requested by auditor, but in no way he can force management to provide complete information. You can't force. You can request them. If they provide it, then good, otherwise we'll assume. Audit procedures. Then, management may consist of dishonest and unscrupulous employees. Unscrupulous means unfair people, and may be involved in fraud. Those people may be involved in fraud. It may not be detected by auditor. However, management may also enter in some transactions which may be only on the paper and we won't be able to detect it, like book transactions. Payment bill came and payment was done. What did the company do? It took cash. What does the book show? That an actual transaction took place, because we'll check the papers and bank statement, but the company got the cash back. So this is a problem. You won't detect this. This is our audit procedure. Investigation. It is not in the nature of investigation. Audit is not an official investigation. Therefore, the auditor cannot obtain absolute assurance. Audit is not an official investigation. Therefore, the auditor cannot obtain absolute assurance that the FS are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. This line is repeating. FS are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. You have to write this. Okay. T. Timeliness of financial reporting. You are paid 25,000 to audit. Why would you check? If someone's offering 25 lakh, then we'll invest more time. Okay. We cannot obtain or gather evidence for everything and everywhere because it is not practically possible for us. Obtaining evidence becomes expensive in terms of time and money. It is practically not possible for an auditor to obtain evidence for each and every transaction. Not possible. E. Future events. Future events or conditions may affect an entity adversely. Adverse events may seriously affect an entity to continue its business, like going concern or riots happened or COVID happened. The government stopped imports and exports. Therefore, as per SA 200, you will write its name. The auditor cannot reduce audit risk to zero because there are always inherent limitations. But he can reduce it. He can reduce it to an acceptable low level. Your audit risk can never be zero, but you can reduce it to an acceptable low level. Okay? Read this answer. This is very important. It can appear in exam. Any of these F, A, IT or E can come. So start reading this. Done. Now, explain assurance engagement. Okay, all these definitions are very useful. They can come in the exam. It means an engagement where the practitioner expresses a conclusion to enhance the degree of the confidence of the intended users other than responsible party about the outcome of evaluation of the subject matter against the criteria. About the outcome of evaluation of subject matter against the criteria. It means that there is a practitioner who is a very good person and he gives the conclusion, because of which the confidence of people will rise. Other than responsible party, the responsible party means management, directors, other than those people. About outcome of evaluation of subject matter against criteria. If accounts are made, so are they made under law or not? So accounts means subject matter. Criteria means AS, Ind AS law. This definition is of assurance engagement. It is important. What are the elements? There should be three parties: practitioner, responsible party, and users. Practitioner, responsible party, intended users. Okay, who is practitioner? He is a person who provides the assurance, basically a CA plus COP. The term practitioner is broader than auditor. Audit is related to historical information, whereas practitioner provides assurance. Not necessarily related to historical. It can be given in prospective. We will read these things later. It doesn't give on historical because only auditor gives on it. See, practitioner is broader term. There is auditor. So auditor only gives on audit and practitioner can give on all of it. Responsible party is party responsible for preparation of subject matter, basically management. Who prepares their FS? Okay. Who are the intended users? These are persons for whom the assurance report is prepared. Like stakeholders. Subject matter. It refers to the information to be examined by the practitioner. For example, financial information contained in FS, what do we call it? Subject matter. It refers to the information to be examined by the practitioner, so check it. Criteria, in front of whom? These are the benchmarks which are used to evaluate. The subject matter laws, standards, rules and regulations. Okay? Then another definition comes. Sufficient appropriate evidence. What does the practitioner do? The practitioner will do the assurance engagement. From this he will bring SI to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence. Now, based on that, what does he give? His opinion or his conclusion, whatever is formed, he gives that. It is on the basis of evidence. Conclusion is arrived and opinion is formed by the practitioner. I am not using the word auditor but practitioner because we are talking about assurance engagement. If I talk about audit, so what do I write there? Auditor. Okay. There are two things, sufficiency and appropriateness. Sufficiency will always talk about what? Quantity. What will it talk about? Quantity. As we say, is it sufficient or not? Food will be sufficient or not? So quantity. Appropriateness will talk about what? Quality. Then comes your next answer. What is the return assurance report? Return assurance report is outcome of assurance engagement. We will create report of what we checked. What do we call it? Return assurance report. So these small definitions can come as 1-2 marks questions or can also come as MCQ. Definition of it is very important. It's given in the module that which are the three parties. Its definition is also important. Read this, okay? Read this now. Done? Now, distinguish between reasonable assurance and limited assurance engagements, and also between audit versus review. Either it will ask reasonable assurance versus limited assurance, or audit versus review. Both mean same. What did we say? What is reasonable assurance? Reasonable assurance is an engagement which provides high level of assurance. It performs elaborate and extensive procedures to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence. It draws reasonable conclusions on basis of sufficient appropriate evidence. What do? We give conclusion, not opinion, but conclusion. What are examples of reasonable assurance engagements? The audit engagement is its example. Okay. So this is what high level of assurance, basically this is talking about audit. What is limited? Limited assurance engagement provides lower level of assurance as compared to reasonable. So reasonable assurance will come above and limited assurance engagement will come below. Here we will perform fewer procedures as compared to reasonable assurance engagement. It involves sufficient appropriate evidence to draw limited conclusions. What is the example of this? Its example is review engagement. Audit versus review will come, or reasonable versus limited, answer is same. This is how to write it up and down, not in T form but up and down. What is it asking in this question? That explain engagement standards. Following are collectively known as engagement standards. What are they? Applied towards what? Audit of historical financial information. SA, audit of historical financial information. SRE, review of historical financial information. Okay, then SAE, standards on assurance engagement. It will talk about what? Assurance engagements other than audit and review of historical financial information. It is an assurance engagement other than an audit and review of historical financial information. SRS. That is agreed upon procedure compilation engagement and other related services engagement. What is SRS? It's a UP, agreed upon procedures compilation engagement, other related services engagement. Then SQC, standards on quality control which are applied for all services. Covered by engagement standards for everyone. SQC is above everything. Above everything, okay? SA, SRE, SAE, SRS, okay? Now learn this. Audit of historical, review of historical, other than audit and review of historical, and related service engagement, a UP compilation engagement. Learn this. Okay. Now, why are standards needed? It helps in carrying out the audit, which is established against the established benchmark at par with the global practices, what is happening in foreign countries. With that, we will do the audit properly. It improves and ensures the audit quality. It improves the quality of financial reporting. They promote uniformity as audit of FS is carried out by following these standards. Everyone is doing this. Some are Reliance auditors, some are Tata auditors, some are Birla auditors. All of them are following the same standard and auditing. It promotes uniformity as audits of FS is carried out by following these standards. Standards equip the professional accountant. With professional knowledge and skills, they get knowledge. It is mandatory duty of professional accountant to follow the standards in the engagement undertaken by them if the specific procedure in the standard is ineffective for particular engagement. So what? Then he is required to document how alternative procedure performed achieved the purpose of the required procedure. If there is any standard which is saying something, and if you are not able to follow that, then you will have to document that you are following something else. How you got satisfaction from that? If specific procedure in standard is ineffective for particular engagement, it's not working, then it is required to document that how the alternative procedures were performed achieve the purpose of the required procedure. So how is it achieved? By following something else, you have to document that. He is also required to document the reason for departure from standards. Such disclosures shall not be absorbed, meaning they won't be exempted, won't get exemption as professional accountant to comply with applicable standards. If I have disclosed this, does it mean my duty is over? No, you still have to comply. Then, now what we just read, SA, SRE, SAE, SRS, now their answer. C. Explain standards on auditing. What will you say? The definition of question 14A. This one. It's question 14. What does it say? Where is standards on auditing applied? Audit of historical financial information. So first we wrote that it covers all aspects of audit of FS. It is used by an independent auditor. And give me 2-3 names. We have read so many examples. Give me 2-3 examples. 3 marks, 2 marks, short answer. Explain SRE. What will you say? Explain SRE. The same way it is applied at review of historical financial information. It provides lower assurance than that provided by audit. It involves obtaining sufficient appropriate evidence. Example is given of 2400, 2410. Engagement to review historical financial information and review of interim financial information. Performed by independent auditor. Remember, name and number as both needs to be written. SA is done, SRE is done. Then SAE. So it is applied other than audit and review of historical financial information. It is not. Of historical financial information. It is related to future events that contain prospective financial information. This is about future. It provides which assurance? Moderate level of assurance. In this, the practitioner obtains sufficient evidence that management assumptions on which prospective financial information is based that are not unreasonable and properly presented, and all material assumptions are adequately disclosed. Are not unreasonable and are properly presented based on the, wait a minute, sorry. And all material assumptions are adequately disclosed. Everything is disclosed. So this is the answer of what? Of SAE. Then for example, SAE 3400 and 3420. Engagement on prospective financial information. Then second is an assurance engagement to report on the compilation of pro forma financial information including prospectus. Remember these names, you will find these standards CA final in deep. Then engagement on SRS, standards on related services. Okay, agreed upon procedures compilation engagement. 2 examples, SRS 4400 and 4410. Engagement to perform AUP regarding financial information, and last one is compilation engagement. So anyone can come from these 4, either of 2 marks or 3 marks. What does last question say? Refer question 1-2. Page 1.39 module of ICI. You have to see these questions. So nature of engagement is very small chapter. It carries weightage of 4 to 8 marks. Okay, I hope your recall is completed. Okay, keep doing revision like this from your notes. Those you don't have these notes, so use the notes which your teachers have made, or you can open any book or open the module for it and do the revision from these. Okay. If anyone needs lecture either of inter or of final, then visit letslearnindia.in. Okay. Bye guys, take care and enjoy. Aim for a rank or 70 plus, whichever is earlier. Bye guys, take care. Hi guys. So today we are starting with the chapter called audit documentation. Okay. This chapter would weigh around 4 to 8 marks. Okay. So now whoever has the notes, please open them. We'll be doing audit documentation. Here it says define audit documentation. It's basically your essay 230. It says, as per the essay 230, what is it? It is audit documentation. It means you must remember this definition. Records of audit procedure performed. Relevant audit evidence obtained, conclusions reached. Okay. Because of audit procedures performed. Relevant audit evidence obtained and conclusions reached. Sometimes it is also called as working papers or work papers. It is called as working papers or work papers. As per essay 230 audit documentation, it means records of audit procedures performed. Relevant audit evidence obtained, conclusions reached. Sometimes it is called working papers or work papers. That's first question. Number 2. Can you explain the objective of the auditor when preparing audit documentation? What is the objective? Exam question. A sufficient and appropriate record of basis for auditor's report. So if I give report, I need to express opinion. For that, I need the basis. For that basis, I need the documentation, sufficient and appropriate record of the basis for the auditor's report, and evidence that the audit was planned and performed in accordance with the essay. The audit was planned and performed. Evidence that the audit was planned and performed in accordance with essay. So question number 1 was very simple. Define objective audit document and its objective, a straightforward question. Next question. Question number 3. Explain the purpose and advantage of audit documentation. Let's see. 1. It helps the auditor and it assists the engagement team to plan and perform the audit. See, you will be able to perform the audit properly. It assists the engagement team to direct and supervise the audit work. You can supervise them properly and also check who is doing what work and how. It enables the engagement team to be accountable for its work. That who did what work? He didn't do the work properly, so I'll come and watch, okay? And it helps in retaining the records of importance for future audits. It helps in retaining the records. Documentation will be done. It enables the conduct of quality control reviews as per SQC1. You know, the quality control requirements will be met. It enables conduct of external inspections as legal, regulatory or other. If there is an income tax inquiry or a SEBI inquiry coming to our provider tomorrow, our documentation will be maintained. So we need to maintain documentation from the beginning. First question was audit documentation. Second question was objectives. Both are important exam questions. Third was advantage. Number 4. So what are some examples of audit documentation? What was the code for it? We wrote classy. The code is classy. What is classy? Correspondences, including emails concerning significant matters. Correspondence including email concerning significant matters. Other C means checklist. L for letter of confirmation and representation. Letter of confirmation and representation. And this A means audit program. Okay. Then another A will come analysis. Summaries of significant matters, issues and memoranda. You will have to remember the examples of audit documentation. Classy. C for correspondence including email concerning significant matters. Another C for checklist. Okay. So L for letter of confirmation and representation and A for analysis. Okay. Another A for audit program and S for summary of significant matters, I for issues, memoranda. Examples of classy. And here's definition. So this 1 and 4 are both exam questions. Then, so guys, tell me what are the factors on which the form and the content of audit documentation depends. It's actually very simple. What and how much documents need to be prepared depends on CARSME. CARSME, and C stands for complexity and the size of the entity. Complexity and the size of the entity. And A stands for nature of the audit procedure to be performed. Okay? And R for identified risks, the identified risks of material misstatement. S for significance of the audit evidence obtained. Then M for audit methodology and tools used, and E for nature and extent of exceptions identified. The code was CARSME, complexity and size of entity. Nature of audit procedures to be performed, R risk of material misstatement. S significance of audit evidence obtained, M methodology and tools used. And E for the nature and extent of exceptions identified. So CARSME. Question 6 is, audit files are of two types, permanent and current files. So audit file can be defined as one in more folders or other storage media, physical or electronic. Physical electronic form containing records that comprising audit documentation for specific engagement. This is audit file. 7. Explain the relationship between audit file and documentation. So you have to explain the relationship between these two. Write explanation. Write the definition of audit file. Then copy here the audit documentation that you read in question number 1. Then the auditor shall assemble the audit documentation in an audit file. This is a very important point for the MCQs. And complete the administrative process. Complete the administrative process of assembling the final audit file on a timely basis after date of auditor's report. Sorry, the time is not given here. You need to gather all the documentation. The auditor shall assemble the audit documentation in an audit file and complete the administrative process of assembling the final file on timely basis. Time is not given but written timely basis. After the date of the auditor's report, okay? This module has MCQs on timely basis. Time is not given. Pay attention. Time isn't given. You are asked to assemble on timely basis, so you need to assemble the audit documentation on time simultaneously. On timely basis after date of auditor's report. Then assembly of final audit files. The auditor shall assemble the audit documentation in an audit file and complete of assembling final audit file on timely basis after the date of the auditor's report, but maximum within 60 days. Within 60 days time. Within 60 days. So after date of audit report, but you have to collect everything within 60 days. Changes can be made to audit documentation during final assembly process if they're administrative in nature. You can make the changes if you want, but then you have to collect everything after the date of audit report. Within 60 days, okay? After the date of the audit report, but within 60 days. When we can change is also mentioned in the module. So when can we change the audit documentation? Here the following are the examples of it. Deleting or discarding superseded documentation. 2 or 3 documents together. There are 3 copies of purchase file, so throw 2 and keep 1. Sorting, collating or cross-referencing working papers. Keep purchases and sales together. Marketing should be kept together. We must club them together. Signing off on completion checklist relating to file assembly process. Checklist everything done, so sign and gather it together. Documenting audit evidence which auditor has obtained and discussing with engagement team before audit report date. So students, these are the 4 examples where we can make any changes to the elimination process if we want. 4 examples. You have to retain it for. The documentation should be retained for 7 years from the date of signing of audit report or group auditor's report, whichever is later. The audit documentation should be retained for 7 years or date of signing of audit report or group auditor's report, whichever is later. Ownership belongs to. As per the SQC1, audit documentation is always the property of the auditor. Audit documentation is always the auditor's property. He can show some or all of the working papers at his own discretion. He can show some or all working paper at his discretion. Statutory auditor, principal auditor or the main auditor cannot ask working papers from internal branch or subsidiary auditor. Senior auditor cannot ask from junior auditor. It's not possible. Although he can show it at his own discretion. Okay, yes, but who is the exception here? The regulator. If the IT department SEBI MCA ask, then we must show it. Then, repeated question. What is the summary of completion memorandum or audit documentation? Yes, summarize it for me. Auditor may retain a part of the audit documentation as a summary, also known as completion memorandum. Auditor may retain a part of audit documentation as a summary, also known as completion memorandum. Then, significant matter identified during the audit and how they were addressed. Significant matters arising during audit and addressed. What did such summary facilitated? Effective and efficient review and inspection of audit documentation. So, what will happen if we maintain the summary of audit? Our audit will be perfect and very good, right? It would be good. Specifically for large and complex audit like Reliance is a company. If we had checked this much and yet we didn't create a summary, then how will we know what we checked? The Reliance has such a huge turnover and there is so much, right? So summary is very important. In preparation of such summary also assist the auditor. Consideration of significant matters, which we will also find out. Okay, now please repeat this answer. Read. Done? Question number 11, what does it say? Examples of documentation of significant matters and significant professional judgment. You have to memorize the examples of documentation for significant matters and significant professional judgment. Okay? Examples of significant matters. The code is RCF. The results of audit procedures indicate that there is a material misstatement or a need to revise auditor's previous assessment of ROM and auditor's response to those risks. What do the auditor's results indicate? We processed the audit and we see that it's stated in FS. Or there is a need to revise the auditor's assessment and how much ROM will be, and his response to those risks. C. Circumstances that cause auditors significant difficulty in applying the audit procedures. Circumstances that cause auditors significant difficulty in applying audit procedures, like I was hindered from checking books or visiting factory, circumstances that cause auditor significant difficulty in applying audit procedures. F, finding that could result in modification to audit opinion. Anything that could change my opinion, what is it called? It's RCF. So this is significant matter. We have to document this anyhow. Next one is example of significant judgment. What is significant judgment? So rationale for auditor's conclusion. When requirement provides that auditor shall consider certain information or factors. On what basis are you saying that you want to check the inventory or you want to check the provision? If there is any logic or reason, we call it rational. And basis for auditor's conclusion on the reasonableness of areas of subjective judgment. For example, accounting estimates. So what basis is there? Third, basis for auditor's conclusions about authenticity of documentation. Basis for auditor's conclusions about authenticity of documentation. So we have to document these three things. So our code for matters is RCFF. For judgment, there are 3 points. Okay. Now, question number 12 says, if the auditor has no connection with the audit, why is documentation so important to him? Like for first time. We don't know our client, nor do they know us. So what documentation do we need? If auditor has no prior connection with audit, so he should prepare audit documentation to understand the nature, time and extent. So we will call this NTE. Nature, time and extent of audit procedures performed. B, results of audit procedures performed and audit evidence obtained. Significant matters arising during audit and conclusions reached thereon. So we are using what we read earlier. Second, in documenting the NTE of audit procedure. The auditor should record identifying characteristics of specific items. B, who performed audit work and date of such work performed. Who reviewed that audit work performed and the date of such review. Who did the work and what work. When was it completed. Who reviewed that work and the extent of such review. Third, the auditor shall document the discussion of significant matters with the management and TCWG, including the matters when and with whom the discussion took place. If auditor has identified information which is inconsistent with auditor's final conclusion, so he shall document how he addressed those inconsistencies. It's a 4-point answer. Okay? Read the long answer once again. Read this module question also. I am here only. Done? Okay. Refer is test your understanding 1-2. 1 and 2 and case study page 6.12 ISM, which means ICA study model. So you need to refer TYU. Clear? Chapter is over. Okay, this is a very short chapter, so you need to revise and solve it simultaneously. You have to solve the TYUs and also please solve the case study that is given on page 6.12. Okay, chapter is over. Bye, take care, enjoy and aim for a rank. Or 70 plus, whichever is earlier. Bye, take care. Please like the video, comment and also share it. If anyone needs class, please ask them to visit. Let's learn India.in or call us at 844-844-8919. Bye guys. So, hi guys, what's up? Welcome back to the class. And today, what we are going to revise is the audit strategy. So quickly take out your books. We are doing chapter on audit strategy, audit planning and audit program. Again, this chapter carries weightage of 8 to 10 marks. Definitions and MCQs are important for both. Okay. What does it say? Audit strategy, audit planning and audit program. First question. Take out your books, whether you studied from any teacher or you studied from any module or from me. Take out your notes. What does this say? Look. First, define audit program as per Essay 200. Overall objectives of an auditor. Documentation is one of the principles of auditor. It is a principle, a rule, an ideal. As per Essay 30, what does audit documentation say? In the name of essay, it will define the audit. Audit program is a list of examination and verification steps to be applied in audit. List of examination and verification steps to be applied in the audit. What to do and how to check. What to look and how to look to be applied in audit. It is a detailed plan of applying audit procedures for accomplishing audit objectives. It is detailed plan of applying audit procedure for accomplishing audit objectives. It contains list of tasks to be performed by assistants. Who will do each task and how? All is listed here. Okay. This is first question. Number 2. What is this question saying? For preparing the audit program, what points should be kept in mind by the principal auditor? This is very important and repetitive. It is marked as important. What is it? Stay within the scope and limitations of the assignment. We won't think too far. We will only think as per the task given. Next, determine the evidence which are available. Apply only those steps and procedures which are useful in accomplishing the specific purpose. Apply only those steps and procedure which are useful in accomplishing the specific purpose. Consider all possibilities of error and coordinate the procedure to be applied. Memorize this answer as it is. It may come of 2 marks, 3 marks, 4 marks. Mr. A is an auditor, so they need to create audit program. So while creating audit program, what points should they keep in mind? First, they should stay within scope and limitations of the assignment. Then determine the evidences available. Apply steps and procedures which are useful in accomplishing the purpose. Then consider all the possibilities of error, and lastly, coordinate the procedure to be applied. Okay, look my article. Will do this task. Another article will handle this and senior article will take care of this. Keeping these points in mind, I need to create audit program. Important answer. Third, what are the advantages of audit program? Yes, what are the advantages of audit program? It specifies the procedures to be checked. Repeat again, it specifies the procedures to be checked during the audit. Next, it is essential to provide total perspective of work to be performed. Then the assistant will do what? He will sign it. Their responsibility is that if I say that there was signature of Mr. A who was my article, so what message will it give? That if later on there will be any issue with the purchase, so as boss I can hold them. Then principal can control the work of assistant. Principal can control the work of assistant. Then selection of assistants under a proper program can help the audit proceeds. Systematically, it serves as a guide for audits to carry out the audit in the succeeding year. If this has any issue later on, then we can understand it. Then audit program serves an evidence in event of any charge of negligence being brought against auditor. If tomorrow the court, SEBI or ROC raises any issue against us, so I can tell them that this was my program and I checked this on this date and received this assurance there. Okay, then what are the disadvantages of an audit program? What are the disadvantages of an audit program? See, the work may become more mechanical. Assistants may take shelter behind the program. Assistants may take shelter behind the program. Because if tomorrow, for example, like I told Ram that from the 1st to 10th date, go and check the purchases. He doesn't know how to do purchases. So when did I get to know that he doesn't know? On the 10th. So my 10 days were wasted there. The program often tends to become rigid and inflexible. Let's suppose currently some article went on leave and second article is not available, then the same one have to finish the work. So I cannot change. And hard and fast audit program may kill the initiative of efficient and enterprising assistants. If I put pressure on you, then get bank record in 4 days and finish stock in 3 days. You have to give stock reco. If you will say that this will take time and I will say no, finish it, then you won't work properly. Okay. All these disadvantages can be eliminated by supervising the work carried out by the assistant. The auditor must have a receptive attitude, means I should listen to what the article is saying. We call that receptive attitude. Regarding the assistant, and assistants should be encouraged to observe matters objectively and bring significant matters to the notice of the principal, means boss. If you see any discrepancies, then don't be afraid and tell me. How these disadvantages will be eliminated? This is also important answer. This is also important, that how can we eliminate the disadvantages? All these disadvantages may be eliminated by supervising the work carried out by assistants. Auditor must have a receptive attitude. As regards the assistants, number 2, assistants should be encouraged to observe matters objectively and bring significant matters to notice of principal. Then sample audit program is given in module, but it's not asked till now. But if it comes up, you should know. Name of the entity, write any name, year, then write prepared by, reviewed by, and approved by. Prepared, reviewed, approved, para. Prepared, reviewed, approved. Then there is serial number. I have written 4. We don't have to fill it, keep it blank in exam. Extent of checking, basis of sample, and done by. We do check the sales invoice form, sales register. You will trace the invoice in books of accounts. Verify few invoices, and you can also check their e-way bills, okay? And check sales invoices with stock register. This is about sales. If it is about purchase, then purchase register. Next point is also same. Ask for the copy of e-way bill from their end. Check the purchase, I mean in the stock register. It was sales answer, reverse it so it will be of purchase. Answer is done. It never came, but if it does, then do like this. First, the name of the entity, financial year, para. Prepared by, reviewed by, approved by, para. Prepared, reviewed, approved. Then write serial number, nature of process, what work will we do, extent of checking, basis of sample, and done by who will do this work. Okay? And what will end here? All important answers for audit program ends here. Of audit program, okay? In this, how can we overcome the disadvantages? That answer. And answer about what points to keep in mind while making program. Okay. I'm giving you 5-6 minutes. Please read the answer. Read. Okay, now how audit program is designed to provide audit evidence. How audit program is designed to provide audit evidence. So what does this say? Audit evidence is defined as the information used by the auditor in arriving conclusions on which he bases his opinion, meaning it is used to form opinion. Now, evidence is the basis for the formulation of the opinion, and audit program is designed to provide for that by presenting the procedures and techniques. So what happens is, see, when we are giving an opinion, then we need a base that this is qualified, advised, or disclaimer. For that, I gather evidence. Systematic plan is needed to gather evidence. That systematic plan is audit program. The auditor picks up varieties of evidence from various fields and in the following types. It could be documentary or physical, or statements and explanations, or minutes, books, or arithmetical calculations, or some subsequent records. For example, what would be the best evidence for cash in hand? Counting it. Counting is the best evidence. And what would be the best document for us for the investment? Banker's certificate. What will it be? The banker's certificate. Then, therefore, the auditor should place appropriate weights on each piece of the evidence and accordingly prescribe the procedure. No. Priority of verification. First, I should check the sales, or check the marketing, or check the current assets, or check the stock. It depends on what? On the evidence. Then I will give weight to each evidence. Then, next comes our audit planning and the advantages of planning. So, there are discussion on program ended. And how audit program is designed to provide audit evidence. This is theory question, direct answer. Now, here begins the planning. Explain audit planning and its advantages of audit planning. Okay, so it is written about planning in SA 300. What would you say? As per SA 300, planning of audit of FS. It deals with the auditor's responsibility to plan for audit. Following are the advantages. Benefits: to devote appropriate attention to important areas of the audit. Suppose that we study. I said that I have to finish course in 1 month, and I already know that my law is weak or my audit is weak, so I will give more time to it. So with planning, you can give more attention to important areas of audit, to identify and resolve potential problems on timely basis. Right now, I know that I am weak. I need to work harder. My calculator is broken. I can't find my book or pen. We plan our studies accordingly. Similarly, it happens in audits. It seems that there might be some discrepancies in companies' bank records or in assets. So we will check this more thoroughly. Planning helps in selecting engagement team members with appropriate level of capabilities and competence. I have an article whose bank records is very good. Another article whose vouching of sale purchase is good. So I can plan that I will send one here for 3 days and another there for 4 days. It facilitates the direction and supervision of engagement team members and coordinating the work done by experts. So with planning, we will see that if we need any expert, like if there is any GST compliance, there is some legal opinion, bring in an expert. Therefore, planning ensures that audit risk is reduced to an acceptable low level. You can never make it zero. However, you can reduce it to low level. Now, important answer, very repetitive. Explain planning is not a discrete phase. It's not hidden or not isolated. It's a continuous process. It's an ongoing process. It's not one single process. So planning is not discrete phase of an audit, but rather continuous and iterative process. Iterative means ongoing process. Planning begins shortly. It came in MCQ repetitively. Just as we completed the previous audit. So after completion of the previous audit, how long will planning last? It continues until the completion of current audit engagement. I came after giving accounts paper. I gave the accounts paper. When will I sit to study law after accounts paper? I will study law the whole day and will think about law until I finish the law exam, right? Similarly, if I take example of audit, my costing paper finished. I will reach home after 5. What did I do? I started studying audit. I studied whole day, whole evening, whole night. I will think about audit. I will start writing at 2 and will think about it till 5. So how is planning done? After completion of the previous audit, and will continue till when? Till the completion of current audit. Planning also includes consideration of timing of certain activities and procedures that need to be completed prior to performance of further audit procedure, such as studying about client, obtaining knowledge about client, what law is applicable. All these are preliminary engagement activities. We take preliminary before planning. Like if I say that I need to plan for my studies, how many subjects and chapters are there, which notes are available, are they handwritten or charts or whatever. What we do is called preliminary activities. Then question number 9, what does it say? It says why planning is needed. Prior to the identification and assessment of Rome. Why is planning necessary before identifying Rome? It is needed for the following. Leram. This question came in exam. L for understanding the legal and regulatory framework applicable to the entity. E. Involvement of experts. Okay. Next R. Performance of risk assessment procedure. A. Analytical procedures to be applied as risk assessment procedures. M. Determination of materiality. So students, what will be the code, Leram? For understanding law, which law will be applicable? Expert is needed or not? What risk assessment and analytical procedures are needed? What materiality is required? Okay, this came in the exam. Why planning is needed prior to identification and assessment of Rome? It's exam question. Then, the engagement partners and other key members of the engagement team shall be involved in planning the audit. And the auditor may decide to discuss the elements of planning with the entity's management to facilitate the proper conduct of audit engagement. I thought I would do stock reco in 6 days and physical verification in 2 days. I would go to factory. Monday, Tuesday. You are planning to go on Monday, Tuesday, but you have to inform the management that I will come on Monday, Tuesday. Maybe they have another plan, they will declare that day as holiday. Or how will they give access? How will they give entry? So you have to discuss it. So this could be MCQ. Do you need to discuss planning with management? Answer is yes. Auditor must decide to discuss the elements of planning with entities management for facilitation of the proper conduct of audit engagement. Okay? Read question number 8 and 9. Planning is not a discrete phase, and why do we have to do the planning before the assessment of Rome? Before the assessment of risk of material misstatement Rome. Read. Done? Now, what is elements of planning? There is first a preliminary engagement activities and 2 planning activities. What do? We do 3 things in preliminary engagement. Akku. What do we call this? Akku. Acceptance and continuance of client relationship compliance with ethical requirements including independence. And third, understands the terms of engagement. Akku. Acceptance and continuance of client relationships compliance with ethical requirements including independence. Understand the terms of engagement. In planning, establishing the overall strategy and developing the plan. These are the planning activities. Now in the exam they can ask 3 of these one by one. Akku. Okay. What are we doing now? What are the factors that needs to be considered by the auditor for accepting and continuing the client relationship and the engagement? And what are the examples that may cause a firm to withdraw from the engagement? This is a very simple and repeated question. ICCS, this has appeared in exam. What will we look at? The integrity of the management. Whether the engagement team is competent to perform the engagement and has the necessary capabilities. Point C is comply with relevant ethical requirements and significant matters that have arisen during the current or previous audit engagement. I need to accept the client, meaning new client. Continue means continuing the old plan, like Vijay Mallya calls me and says, can you do the audit? I won't do it because I doubt his integrity. I received a call from Amazon, will you do audit for us? I said, no, I don't have a team. So we'll check competence. Okay. And I can't audit for my father's company because my ethics won't follow there. Because we have relation. Significant matters that raised during current or previous audit engagements like Adani. I was the auditor of Adani, but Hindenburg is after them. So anyone can get scared. These are the factors ICCS. There will be a separate question on integrity. No, it's not that. How will an engagement partner form conclusion on compliance with independence requirements? Its independence requirements. In Akku, accepting part was done. Now the second point. Compliance with ethical requirements including independence, we're studying C point. So he will obtain relevant information from the form to identify and evaluate circumstance and relationship that creates a threat to independence. Suppose there's a company of my partner's father-in-law. It's allowed in law, father-in-law is not covered in law, he's not a relative. But at some point in time, if he gives opinion which was qualifying or adverse, he won't give it because of father-in-law's company. I don't have any threat. The threat is coming due to my partner because he won't have independence. Because he will favor his father-in-law's company. You will evaluate the information on the identified breaches, if any, of the firm's independence policy and procedure to determine whether they create any threats to independence. Students, even if it's not ours, but those people still make us write an article. That write an article stating that your father did not take a loan from there, that he is not in debt. We discussed disqualification of auditor. So they also make us write article. So what if father of article took shares or the article took shares? Then take appropriate action. What will you say, students? Take appropriate action. To eliminate such threats or reduce them to an acceptable low level by applying the safeguards or if considered appropriate. To withdraw from engagement if permitted by law or regulation. If the father of article have taken shares or if the article has taken shares, then you should not include them into the engagement. Remove them from engagement. If your partner is going to the engagement and it's his father-in-law's company, then don't let him go and you go instead. He's not your relative. But if you think that a threat is there, then you will withdraw from the engagement. So this was your C of Akku, that is compliance of ethical requirements including independence. Now you understanding the terms of engagement. This is you understanding the terms of engagement. Why is it important? It is the interest of both entity and auditor. Before marriage, we introduce the boy and girl to each other. So we introduce client and auditor to each other to talk. We don't want issues. This is very important. The auditor sends an engagement letter before the commencement of the audit. To avoid misunderstanding with respect to audit, this appeared in exam. The auditor sends the engagement letter. Who sends the engagement letter? The auditor. Before commencement of audit, to avoid misunderstanding with respect. Before getting married, I get everything written down. I don't want issues later. Okay? It ensures that there is no confusion with client regarding the terms of engagement. Do you understand? One answer of acceptance and continuance of client relationship. One answer is of compliance with ethical requirements, including independence. Understanding terms of engagement has separate answer. So Akku can also come separately. Then, the next is what are the factors? It is asking us that what are the factors to be considered by the auditors in establishing the overall audit strategy. What is its code? It's FUNRI. We have written here that first the strategy comes, then the plan comes. It will come in your MCQ. First we make strategy, then the plan. We call it SP. We discussed SP in class. First strategy, then plan. So FUNRI. Consider the factors which in the auditor's professional judgment are significant for directing the engagement team efforts. The auditor should update and change the overall audit strategy and audit plan as necessary during the course of audit. When I was working, I felt that I needed to change my strategy plan. So who told you not to change? Just do it. And then auditor should update and change overall audit strategy, audit plan as necessary during the course of audit. And ascertain of resources necessary to perform the engagement. Which articles, how many team members do I have available? Resources mean people. Ascertain the reporting objectives. This is ascertain the reporting objectives of the engagement. To plan the timing of audit and nature of communication required. E. Identify the characteristics of engagement that defines the scope. Identify the characteristics of engagement that define the scope. What is the code? It's FUNRI. FUNRI. Important answer. During overall audit strategy, first we do strategy, then the plan. This is written for MCQ. Code is FUNRI. Read this. Okay. So the auditor of T. The auditor T of A and Fab Limited is worried as to management of key resources to be employed to conduct audit, or how the audit strategy would be helpful to the auditor. Okay. So overall audit strategy set the scope, timing and direction of the audit and guides the development of more detailed plans. First, there is a strategy, then we have to work on its detail, we call it plan. After that, we have our audit program and then the audit begins. This is the process. It assists the auditor in the following matters. What resources will be required for the audit? My article is A, it will go to stock. B will go to fixed assets. C will go to bank records. D will go to vouch purchase sales. Then the audit of resources, the amount of resources to allocate for the specific audit area, for example, number of team members assigned for inventory counting. It's an example. First, what resources are needed? Second, how many people are needed? What resources and how many people? Third, Students, it is when these resources are to be deployed, such as whether at interim stage or cutoff date means balance sheet date. Should I use them during or send them on 31st? First, how many people are needed? No, first, what resources are needed? How many people will be needed and when? What? How many and when? How such resources are managed, directed and supervised, such as when the team is briefing and debriefing, meetings are expected to be held. So, how do you manage that? What do you call each article? What knowledge do you give? How do you train them? This comes down to resources. How the audit strategy would be helpful to auditor or the auditor T of A and Fab Limited is worried to engagement of key resources to be employed. Key resources will be your hint. How will you employ the staff while doing audit? What, when and how many? And how will you manage? Then, how as an auditor you will develop the audit plan? What is this, students? How as an auditor you will develop the audit plan? Once the audit strategy is established, an audit plan can be developed to address the various matters identified in the overall audit strategy. First, we made the strategy. What will we do on its basis? We can develop the audit plan. Understanding client's business is the most important principle that how we need to audit. SA 300 states that auditor should develop an audit plan. That should include the description. This also appeared in exam. NTE of planned RAP, that is risk assessment procedure. NTE of the planned FAB, that is further audit procedures, and OAP. Other planned audit procedures to be carried out so that engagement complies with SAs. We call this RAFO. RAP, FAP, OAP. RAP, FAP, OAP. Risk assessment procedure. Further audit procedures and other planned audit procedures, other audit procedures. So risk assessment procedures, further audit procedures and other audit procedures. Okay. Read this once. It is important. Start. So next is explain relationship between audit strategy and audit plan. What is this? Audit strategy and audit plan. Audit strategy determines the scope, timing and direction of audit. Audit plan describes how strategy will be implemented. Strategy will tell what needs to be done. The audit plan is going to tell us that how are we going to implement the strategy that was made. Audit plan is more detailed, so strategy always comes first, then plan, so SP strategy plan. Which one is superior? Audit plan, because it's more detailed than overall audit strategy. Once strategy is established, an audit plan can be developed. We are back to same point, which is to address the various matters identified in overall audit strategy. Establishment of overall strategy and plan are not necessarily discrete or sequential process, but are closely interrelated to each other. That since changes in one may relate to changes in other. If strategy changes, the plan changes. If plan changes, the strategy changes. Okay. Next, responsibility for strategy and plan. It's the auditor's responsibility, who is responsible for establishing the strategy, and you should update and change the strategy and plan as necessary during the course of the audit. During the audit, keep changing the plan and strategy. If strategy changes, plan will also change. If plan changes, strategy will change. Then, what are the factors to be considered for direction and supervision of engagement team members? What is the code? CARS? capabilities and competence of the individual team members who will work. On which area will we audit risk of material misstatement, the size and the complexity of entity. CARS is capabilities and competence of individual team members, areas of audit, risk of material misstatement, size and complexity of entity. It's repetitive. Then an auditor of company fails to document audit strategy and audit plan, explain consequences of such failure. Document wasn't done. Document is not done. Look at this now. The auditor shall document the strategy, plan and changes. In both. The documentation of the above is a record of key decisions considered necessary for proper planning. The audit and communication of the significant matters to the engagement team. If you don't do it, how will you communicate with them? It serves as the record of planned. Nature, timing and the extent of RAP and FAP. We are using what we read before. It also serves as a record for proper planning of the audit procedures that can be reviewed and approved prior to performance. It is a record of significant changes in the strategy and plan. Therefore, by not documenting the strategy and plan, the auditor has not performed his duty correctly. It is mandatory for you to document everything, the strategy, plan and changes. Then discuss how preliminary engagement activities as part of planning and audit assist the auditor. What's the benefit of doing preliminary? It assists auditor in identifying and evaluating the events or circumstances. It can affect its ability. Auditor's ability to plan and perform the audit engagement. If I did a preliminary engagement check that I have a client whose factory is in Afghanistan or in Bangladesh, so students, I had planned that I have to do the audit. But if you had done the preliminary, then you would have known that you won't go there because riots are happening there. It helps the auditor for continuation of client relationship, compliance with ethical requirements including independence and understand the terms of engagement. Akku. Acceptance and continuance of client relationship, compliance with ethical requirements including independence, understanding terms of engagement. Okay? It's very easy and technical chapter, you have to memorize it. I have written something, refer. TYU 125 page 2.14, 2.15, 2.25 module study material. Okay? It's easy. Another chapter is done. Just revise it like this. Aim for a rank or 70 plus. If you like it, then do recommend this and share it with your friends, so that this video reaches to maximum students and benefit everyone. If anyone wants to take classes, go to letslearnindia.in or you can call 844-844-8919. Bye guys, take care, keep smiling. Hi guys, what's up? Alright guys, so today we are revising reporting on fraud under section 143. Under section 143. May you please take out the notes you have. So I am on page number 213 in the book. Please take out any notes or books that you have from your teacher or if you have my handwritten notes. Fraud reporting under 143.12 was very simple. Let's see section 143.12, a 2-3 mark MCQ question you might get. So what does this say? The auditor, while performing his duty, like when he was conducting the audit, he has reason or say evidence that fraud is being or has been committed against the company. Now who have committed the fraud? By the officer or maybe the employees. Fraud has happened where we went for an audit. And we are talking about the initial audit. As fraud happens, you will report to audit committee or board of directors. If there is audit committee, then you will go to them. Otherwise, you will go to the board of directors. And you will go within how many days? Within 2 days. Within 2 days, you have to report it. You will report nature, description, approx amount, and parties involved. When do you have to report fraud? Now, if the fraud is small, you will report it to just the audit committee or the board. But if the fraud is big, if it's big, then what will we do? Then we have to go to the CG. Wait 1 second. So look. The auditor discovered fraud while conducting an audit. He will quickly report to the audit committee. If there is no audit committee, then he will be reporting to the board of directors. After interpreting immediately, he need to report within the time of 2 days. Then the audit committee or the board, whoever it is, they will revert back within 45 days and will ask you in detail about the fraud. If the reply has arrived, the auditor will report it to CG. He will go to CG. Within the 15 days of the receipts of the reply. And what will he take along? He'll take along details, reply and comments. What all will he take? Details of what happened, reply and comments. If the reply did not come. If reply did not come. If reply is still not received, the auditor will go to CG within 15 days after the expiry of the 45 days. What details will auditor take with him? Because reply didn't come, he won't take reply. Comments will not be taken, but what will be taken? Fact of non-receipt of reply. He will report the fraud in ADT4. The form number is what? It is ADT4. It's ADT4. If in case the section 143.12 is contravened. So if it is contravened. For listed companies penalty is 5 lakh, for other companies penalty is 1 lakh. For listed it is 5 and for others it is 1 lakh. This penalty will be imposed to whom? To the auditor. Your job was to audit a listed company. Your job was to report fraud to the CG. You did not report it. As an auditor, you will be penalized for 5 lakhs. If you were working for another company like an unlisted public company or private company, then you will pay a penalty of 1 lakh. So this section is applicable to statutory auditor, secretarial auditor, cost auditor, branch auditor. Statutory auditor, secretary auditor, cost and branch. Statutory secretary, cost, branch auditor. So the auditor will report to CG. He'll report to CG only. If the amount is 1 crore, the auditor will only report to CG if the amount of fraud is at least 1 crore. If there is a fraud of 80 lakhs, only the first step will be taken, audit committee and board. If there is a fraud of 1 crore 25 lakhs, 125 lakhs, then first step will come. Along with that, the rest will also come. Alright? If a question comes in an MCQ asking, when should the auditor report the fraud to the CG? He should report only if amount of fraud is a minimum 1 crore. What are the number of days for reporting to CG? The auditor will report the fraud to the CG within 60 days. Auditor will report the fraud to CG within 60 days. He will report within 60 days. The breakdown of 60 is 45 and 15. In MCQ, select 60, but in descriptive, show breakup of 45 and 15. If it is MCQ, then it is directly 60 days to report the fraud to CG in 60 days, okay? Now the auditor will report the fraud only if it is committed by a company's officer or the company's employee. He will report fraud if it is conducted by a company officer or employee. Clear? Your 143.12 ends here. It was very simple. The auditor will report the fraud to CG if and only if the amount of fraud is at least 1 crore rupees. And the fraud is conducted by the officer or the employee. The amount of fraud should be reported to in the form number ADT4 within 60 days. Remember this. So in 5 minutes, we have revised 143.12. How was it? And did you understand? Is this clear? (143.12) done. Now let's see duties of the auditor. What comes next? The duties of the auditor. What does it say? So section 143.1. 3 section of 143.1.2.3.2 is just like that. Section 143.1, he has to make inquiries into specified areas. He has to make inquiries into specified areas and code is LT-DIES. There are 6 areas: loan, transactions, deposits, investments, expenses, shares. Loan, transaction, deposit, investment, expense, share. Mark this in your notes. The auditor will always make inquiries under section 143.1. He will check these areas always. He will report to the shareholders in the audit report only if he is not satisfied. If he has not reported, it is assumed that he is satisfied. Not reported means he is satisfied. These are 6 areas. Loans and advances should not be prejudicial to the interest of company or members. So transaction should be, check if transaction is represented by a book entry and it should not be prejudicial to the interests of company. Deposits, check loan and advances are shown as deposits. Check whether the investments are so less than the cost price. I, check whether personal expenses are debited to P&L revenue account. Check if shares have been allotted for cash, if cash has actually been received, and if it is not misleading. The code is what? LT-DIES. Loan, advances, transactions, deposits, investments, expenses, shares. Quickly read 143.1 once. Just have a look. Done? Next. Now this 143.2 only states one thing. That auditor should report whether financial statements are giving a true and fair view. So how do you remember 143.2? True and fair view, what would you say? 143.2, true and fair view. Next comes reporting requirements. What are the reporting requirements? ABCDEFO. What is the section number? 143.3. ABCDEFO. The report shall also state A. All information explanation to best of his knowledge and belief, and if he has not obtained details and effects mentioned in FS, A. All information explanation is obtained. B. The company has kept proper books of accounts including branch books of accounts as required by law. C. Company's balance sheet is in confirmation with BOA. Company's balance sheet P&L in confirmation with BOA. D. The FSRS are done as per AS. E will be eligibility. Whether any directors disqualified under 1642. F. The company has disclosed adequate internal financial control with reference to financial statements. Other matters as may be prescribed, so the code is ABCDEFO. All information explanations have been obtained. Company has kept books of accounts. C. Confirmation with books of accounts. D. Done up as per AS. E. Eligibility. F. Company has adequate internal financial controls. And O. Other as may be prescribed. Then, under others comes first, impact of any pending litigation if any has been disclosed. Second, make provision for material foreseeable losses. Third, delay in transferring the amount to IEPF, which is for Investor Education and Protection Fund. So these ABCs were old, then D was omitted. E, this is new. So as the company has not given any loan or advance to any party. Now that party, they gave it to the third party. Okay, let us suppose that we are auditing in a company and that company is A Limited. A did not give to B so that B could further give to C. No such transaction has taken place. So ultimately A's money did not reach C till now. Okay, so ultimately the beneficiary becomes who? A. Then this was the one who was going to give. Number 2 is about taking. Our client has not taken money from anyone in present so that they can pay someone else further. No money has come and they have not given any money to anyone. There has been no such transaction. The one who is giving becomes the funding party, they will become ultimate party, and we become intermediary. So neither our client has given and nor he has received. Whatever I am saying is true. So in 1 and 2, it doesn't contain any material misstatement. These two parts, or say these points, are newly added. Then F means in A, B, C, D, E, F, O, we are doing the others one. Whether dividend declared or paid this year in compliance with Section 123 of the Companies Act 2013. Whether dividend declared or paid during the year by company is in compliance with Section 123 Companies Act. Then, whether company in respect of financial from 1st April 2023 from when? April 2023. Had made accounting software which has features like audit trail, that is edit log facility. A question may come on this. If the company for financial year from April 1st 2023 made accounting software that has edit log audit trail features. Understood? So in the others portion, this is the point which is below. Now I am giving you 5 minutes and in this you will read the entire section 143. The part about the others is important because it is new. Read comfortably. Is it done? Okay, so this one is now finished. Now we are moving on to Caro. Caro is very simple. On whom is Caro applicable? It is applicable to all companies. Caro is applicable on whom? To all the companies including foreign companies. Caro is not applicable to following companies. Its code was BIPS. B for banking companies, I for insurance companies. From P it was private limited company, from S section 8 OPC and small company. Call it BIPS in code B for banking company, I for insurance company, P private limited company and S section 8 OPC and small company. S was section 8, section 8 companies, OPC companies and small companies. In the definition of a small company, we said the paid up capital should be less than or equal to 4 crore and the turnover should be less than or equal to 40 crore. It's and here. So 440. In a private company, there are three conditions. Where the paid up share capital is less than or equal to 1 crore, paid up share capital less than equal to 1 crore and outstanding loan. Outstanding loan is less than or equal to 1 crore and outstanding loan is less than or equal to 1 crore and its revenue is less than or equal to 10 crores. Capital less than or equal to means maximum it is 1 crore, loan less than 1 crore and revenue less than 10 crore. We call it 1110, 1110. If all three conditions are satisfied, then Caro will not be applicable. If any one condition is contravened, then Caro is applicable to that private company. Okay? If a company is private company and also falls under definition of a small company, check if it is a small company. If it is, it will be exempted. It will get exempted. Caro will not be applicable. Is it clear? Then we have 21 clauses in Caro. Caro's clauses. Let us pick up each clause. I have given you these notes. Okay, those who don't have these notes, you can download from the website which you can see below. Download from www.letslearnindia.in. What does it say? First, so our code is FIDA se PC statutory dues and defaulted. From F first clause will be fixed assets. What are these tangible and intangible assets? Okay, first block is records should display detailed quantity situation of both tangible and intangible assets. Whether physical verification is carried out at regular intervals. Material discrepancies, if any, should be reported. This was the block of 3 points. Now let's see number 2. Whether the title deeds of immovable property like, so one can be the building of the factory. Okay. All structures, land, buildings and title deeds of immovable property displays that the property is held in the name of the company, except if company is lessee, like if we rent, it will not be on our name. If we are the owner, then it should be on our company's name. But if the title deeds is not in the company's name, then what details should be given by you? Description, gross carrying value, whether it is held in the name of promoter, director or relative. End. Period held and reason for not being held in name of the company. Auditor will ask, sir, did you get it from the directors? Did you take it from your employee or from his relative? Just tell me, it's okay. Then, let's see next points. Whether revaluation has been done by the company of its PP. And whether revaluation is done by a registered valuer. Whether revaluation is done by the company PP or it is done by a registered valuer. In case of a change in revaluation. So in case of a change. Specify the amount of change if the change is minimum. Minimum when? 10% net carrying value of each class of PPE or intangible assets like furniture fixture are one category, within that there are tables, chairs. So changes in this won't matter. If entire block of furniture fixtures changes, like how much? Minimum 10% upside, 10% downside, 10% upside, 10% downside. You need to give the details. You need to give details. Okay. Now whether any proceedings are initiated or pending. Whether any proceeding is pending or initiated against company under BTPA, Benami Transactions Prohibition Act in 1988. If yes, whether it is disclosed in FS. So this is the first block for the physical verification. Then there's a block for the immovable property. Then there's revaluation block, and last one is BTPA Beyond Transaction Prohibition Act. Your fixed assets section is over in 4 blocks. Institute will not ask all 4, it will ask just 1. You have to write clause number 1. Write 1 in Roman numerals. 1. Write it like this. This is how you write the number 1. Okay. Then next clause number 2 would be your inventory. I've written it normally. You will write it in Roman numerals. The same point applies to inventory, which is whether physical verification is carried out at regular intervals. Whether physical verification is carried out at regular intervals, number 2. Whether material discrepancy, meaning changes, right, of a minimum 10% is properly dealt in BOA. Whether the material discrepancy of minimum 10% is properly dealt in BOA. There is no percentage on material discrepancy but on revaluation. So there is 10% on revaluation. There are no such points on material discrepancies. If you see material discrepancy, you need to report. The minimum is 10% in the inventory. Minimum should be what? 10% in inventory. Now you have many questions on this in book. Has a company taken a working capital loan of more than 5 crores? Has taken a working capital loan of more than 5 crore from a bank or a FI on security of current assets, then disclose it. Then our quarterly statements or annual statements filed by company to the bank or FI is in agreement with BOA. Give details if not. Quarterly statements or statements filed by company to the bank or FI is in agreement with BOA. If not, to give details. So I is inventory. F for fixed assets, I for inventory. Now D. D for debts given whether the company has given LIGS. LIGS means loan investment guaranteed to company, firm, LLP or any party. Okay, so there is no fault. You just have to disclose it. Whether company has given any loans, investments, guarantees, securities to companies, firms, LLP or any party. If yes, you will just disclose it. So if there is an LGS, which is loans, guarantee, security, who has been given? So if it has been given to SUJ, which is subsidiary, associate, joint venture, you will tell total amount and balance outstanding on the balance sheet. So total amount during the year and balance outstanding on the balance sheet date to SUJ. Then in part B, you have to state total amount during year and balance outstanding on balance sheet to parties other than SUJ. A is for SUJ, B is for other than SUJ. This disclosure is done for Caro in reality, so learn theory for exam. Then whether the LIGS made is not prejudicial to the interest of the company. To the interest of the company. C. Whether the repayment of principal or interest is regular. Whether the repayment of principal or interest is regular. If the amount is overdue for more than 90 days, check whether company has taken reasonable steps. We are not supposed to do the recovery. If we see more than 90 days overdue, we just need to check if management took recovery steps or not. E. Whether any loans and advances were renewed during the year, renewed during the current year, or any fresh loan is granted to settle the overdue loan like an old loan to the same party and specify the amount of such loan, renewed or fresh loan. Someone's loan was outstanding. He is unable to repay and he says, "Sir, give me another loan. Then I will earn new money and repay all your loans." So we gave him a fresh loan to settle overdue loan. Or we renewed his loan, take another 5 years and pay it off slowly in 5 years. So the company has not done anything wrong. It only has to make a disclosure. Then, whether the company has granted. Whether company has granted loan and advances either repayable on demand or without specifying the terms. Period of repay, whether company has granted loans, advances either repayable on demand or without specifying terms of repayment period. So you have to tell short-term loan. You have to tell total amount, specify the total loan amount and percentage of total loan granted. Okay, if the total loan amount is 1000 crore, we have given a short-term loan of 10 crore, so you will write 10 crore rupees and tell its percentage to the total loan granted to whom you gave. Whether it's given to the promoter or to the related party, to whom is it given to? Okay, so fixed assets are done, inventory and debts. A is for the adequacy of 185 and for 186, then our code becomes FIDA. Fixed assets, inventory, debts, A means adequacy of 185, 186, done. The auditor should check if provisions of sections 185 and 186 complied, if not give details. Auditor should check if provisions of section 185 and 186 complied, if not give details, FIDA done. P, public deposits. For the deposit, accepted an amount which is deemed to be deposit. Auditor should check DPO. What does DPO means? Directives, provisions and orders. The directives of RBI, provisions, Companies Act, orders, NCLT are compliable for deposits accepted or deemed deposits, whatever it is. Auditor should check DPO, directives of RBI, provisions of Companies Act, orders of NCLT. Now from C will be your cost records. It will be your cost records. Whether cost records under section 143 are maintained, if not, please give details. Whether cost records under section 148 are maintained, if not, auditor should give details. So FIDA say PC, fixed assets, inventory, debts, adequacy, FIDA done, then public deposits and cost records. You need to remember the numbers because for marks you will have to write answer in descriptive portion in exam. In MCQ also you might see it will give the number and you will identify which clause it is. Or you will get clause and have to select right number. So FIDA say PC, fixed assets, inventories, debts, adequacy of 185, 186, then P, public deposits, C, cost records. Then comes your statutory dues. Two aspects of statutory dues, undisputed and disputed. In undisputed, if outstanding for more than 6 months, it should be reported. And in disputed, you'll always report amount and authority. So in dispute, you'll always report amount and authority. So FIDA say PC, statutory dues. You will say statutory income and it defaulted. What will come in income? This was asked in the exam. Whether any unrecorded or undisclosed income is disclosed in accounts during a year. If any unrecorded or undisclosed income is got, check whether they are disclosing their accounts or not. Will not disclose. We need to check if management has disclosed it. Auditor should check whether any unrecorded, undisclosed income is disclosed in accounts during the year. Statutory income and it defaulted. What will you say in defaulted? This is also a very important clause. Whether company has defaulted repayments to the bank, FI government or debenture holders. Whether the company has defaulted repayment to the bank, FI government and debenture holders, you have to give the details lender-wise. Okay, check if the company has declared itself as a willful defaulter. Are long-term loan used for the purposes for which they were obtained? Term loan means long-term loan. Are term loans used for the purpose for which they were obtained? Next is short-term. Check whether short-term loan is used for long-term purpose. Are term loan used for purpose for which they were obtained? Are short-term money used for long-term purposes? Has the company raised money from individuals or entities and used it to pay off the obligation of such? This means that our holding company took loans from people and used the money to pay off the obligation of such. So disclose it. Or has a company raised money by pledging securities in such, subsidiaries, associates, joint ventures? So guys, we took a loan, okay? And what did we keep for mortgage? For example, the investments that we had. What would a holding company have done? How does it become subsidiary? When there's more than 50% stake. So keeping those shares as security is not a crime, just disclose it. Clause number 9 and default in repayment of borrowing is important. 10. First, we will read first 9 clauses from FIDA, fixed assets, inventory, debts, adequacy, then PC public deposits, cost records. Has statutory dues, then comes income, unrecorded income, and it defaulted. Default in repayment of borrowings. So for you guys, the first 9 are very important. Okay. Then 10th. What does 10th say? It's public offer. So check this. IPO or FPO. IPO means initial public offer. FPO means further public offer. If money raised is used for proper purpose, you have to give details of delays and rectification. It should be given. Whether money raised was used for proper purpose, details of rectifications should be given. So whether preferential allotment under section 62 is complied or whether private placement under section 42 is complied. Whether preferential allotment private placement is complied with or not, you have to write earned money from public. What did he do? So at number 11, he committed fraud. We just learnt about fraud, right? Fraud by the company on the company, its nature and amount should be reported. By the company on the company, nature and amount should be reported. Then has the auditor filed a DT4? When do we file a DT4? We file a DT4 when the fraud is minimum 1 crore and we file it with CZ, correct? In case of whistleblower complaints, whether the complaints have been considered by the auditor, whether complaints answered by the auditor. So what happened at number 11? Fraud was committed. Okay. Then what did we do in 12? We gave it to Nidhi. They collected money from public and defrauded them. So first they committed fraud. Then they gave it to Nidhi, which means Nidhi company. Auditor should check net owned fund to deposit liability 1:20 maximum ratio. If my net owned fund is 1 rupee, what's maximum amount of money I can accept as deposit liability from people? I took money from people as I have to repay, so I can take maximum 20 rupees. Maximum. Minimum 10% of the total deposit should be invested in unencumbered term deposits. Minimum 10% of total deposits should be invested in unencumbered term deposits. If suppose I have taken a loan of 100 rupees for a work, then what will I have to do? So the deposits of 100 that I have, on 90 I can take loan and 10 should be loan free. 10 rupees I won't keep mortgage. Minimum 10% should be unencumbered, means without any charge. And then it was given to whom? To the relatives. Auditors should check whether section 188 is complied or not. If it is not, then give details. Then they shared it among themselves. Internal audit. Does the company have an internal audit system? Has a report of internal auditor been considered by stat auditor? Have the report of the internal auditor been considered by the stat auditor? That's internal auditor. Then what was done? The goods were given after dividing the money. What do we call for goods? Non-cash transactions. Whether restriction under section 192 is complied, forget what's 192. We just see whether the restriction under section 192 is complied or not. Then, what is left at the end? Section 45IA. What is left? 45IA. 10th point talks about public offer, making money. 11th point, fraud was committed. On 12th, it was given to family or relative. 14 was divided amongst. 15 was non-cash. 16. 45IA. So what is left in the last is 45IA. This is also important. Has company obtained registration from the RBI? If you are NBFC, who will control your actions? RBI. Has company obtained registration under RBI? Is the company carrying non-banking or housing finance activities without a valid registration certificate? Non-banking or housing finance activities without valid registration certificate. Is the company CIC? CIC means core investment company. You must see in the question bank. There is a question about CIC. Those are exams questions, so do see those. You'll find it at the chapter's end. Is company a CIC means core investment company, and is it exempted or unregistered? Does it meet the criteria for exemption? If it is unexempted or unregistered, does it meet the criteria for exemption? Then does the company, meaning the group to which the company belongs, have more than one CIC? Then indicate number of CIC in the group. Just write number of CIC. How many CIC are there like these? These are 4 points for NBFC. Has company been registered from RBI? Is company carrying non-banking housing finance activities without a valid registration certificate? Is the company CIC? And if it is exempted or unregistered, does it meet the criteria for exemption? If group to which company belongs has more than one CIC, then indicate number of CIC in group. So 10 to 16 runs together. Cash losses. Has the company incurred any cash loss in the current year or previous year? Give the details of current or previous year. 18 resigning. 18 resigning what? 18 resigning. Resignation of stat auditors. In case of resignation, has auditor considered issues, concerns, or objections raised by outgoing auditor? In case of resignation, has the auditor considered the issues, concerns, objections raised by outgoing auditors? 19 is about material uncertainty. What would you say? If material uncertainty exists, auditor should give details. Then he should write in auditor's opinion whether company can meet its liabilities that are due in future. So what would you say? You will tell whether the company can meet its liabilities which are due in the future. 20. Transfer to CSR fund. If any amount of CSR remains unspent, it is transferred to a special account which will be under section 135. It is from schedule 7. Transfer to CSR fund under schedule 7, because if you cannot spend CSR funds for 3 years, then you have to pay money to government. This provision is for sending money to government. If the company has sent any money to CSR, you can give its reference here whether any unspent amount of CSR is transferred to a special account under section 135 schedule 7. 21. Qualified adverse remarks. So this will come when company is a holding company, meaning it is a group of companies, then this comes. Qualified adverse remark in other group companies Caro report. So qualification adverse remark in the other group companies Caro report. In subsidiary associate, okay? The auditor should give the details of the company name and the paragraph number of the respective Caro report. Containing such qualification or adverse remarks, for example, in my organization, clause 8, 11, 15 are contravened. In baby 3, 9, 16 is contravened. In Banta 2, 5, 8 is contravened. These are clause numbers. So their respective auditor said that this is contravened. So what will the auditor of my company of holding company say? In Santa Limited 8, 11, 15 contravened. In baby 3, 9, 16 contravened. In Banta 2, 5, 8 is contravened. Okay? So just do cross-referencing. These are your Caro's 21 clauses. All this is very important. Please remember this. I am doing this for the exam. If any one of you want a quick revision batch for a fast track crash course, if you want a regular batch, you'll have to go to our website. This is for exam. 21 clauses. F fixed assets, I inventory, D debts, A adequacy 185, 186, P public deposits, C cost records. Statutory dues and income and defaulted, unrecorded income and defaulted. These are 9 and then 10. Public offer, make money from public 11. On 11 they did the fraud then. In 12 they gave it to Nidhi 1:20. Clause number 12. 12 is 1:20. 12 1:20, remember it. 13 is referred to who? Relatives, right? 14th was dividing amongst each other 15th. Non-cash. 16 NBFC means 45 IA. Finished? 17? 17 is cash losses, resignations in 18 and material uncertainty in 19. 20 transfer to CSR fund, 21 qualified adverse remark in other group companies in Caro report. Done. Finish. So this whole part is finished. Okay. Okay, bye guys. Aim for a rank of 70 or higher, whichever comes first, or take care. Hi guys, welcome back. We are moving on to the next chapter. We are starting with audit report. In audit report, there's not much from written notes. You'll read from main book because it's a complete format chapter. And it comes in exam too. It comes. Okay. You will find audit report chapter in front of correct and correct. You'll find some in MCQ. Do you understand? For sure you'll find it in the MCQ. Okay. There are 4 essay that's covered in this. For standards of auditing is covered. SA 700, 701, 705 and 706. First, I will start teaching 700 and 705 because both of it goes hand in hand. 706 and 701 are completely different. First thing it says, forming an opinion. What is it? Forming an opinion and reporting on FS. What it means. Forming an opinion and reporting on financial statements. SA 700 is forming opinion and reporting on FS. Look here. Name of this essay is Forming an Opinion and Reporting on FS. See it on screen? Forming an opinion. There are two types of opinions. One is unmodified, another is modified. There was a typing error by the students here. I'll show how they wrote it. I hope you'll understand this though. They've written it. Basically, there are two types of opinions, unmodified and modified. One is unmodified and another is modified. What does unmodified means in simple language? It means clean, unqualified. And what does modified mean? It means qualified, adverse, disclaimer. What is it? Qualified, adverse, disclaimer, in simple words, any opinion. Any opinion other than a clean opinion. Any opinion other than a clean opinion. So, other than clean, we have qualified, adverse, and disclaimer. What are the four different types of opinions? Can you see it? It's clean. This face is messed up, so much mess on his face, so much pain, it's adverse. Students, there is some discomfort on his face. It's in between, neither clean nor adverse, it's in middle. It's qualified. What's this man doing? He can't do anything, he's lazy. So he's chill, he can't do anything. And since he cannot do anything, he uses do. When you can't do anything, you do. Now what does do mean? Do, DOO means disclaimer of opinions. So clean, qualified, adverse, disclaimer, these are your opinion. Okay? Now, what and how to study, I've mapped everything. You only need to study that much. Refer question 4, 5, 6 on page 150 from main book. Refer title, adverse auditor's opinion, basis of opinion at page 151. Now listen carefully. We will discuss when the qualifying, adverse and disclaimer will be required. We will see. You need to understand what does SA 700 say. Forming an opinion and reporting on financial statement, they are of two kinds, unmodified, which is clean, or unqualified opinion. Modified means it's not clean, it's qualified, adverse or disclaimer. Okay, now, when will we give a qualified opinion? So I'll explain from here and later we can read from book. We'll make you mark that too. What does modify mean? In simple language or in layman's language, modify means to change or to alter, as you guys have said earlier also. In SA's language, what modifying means, it means you're giving either qualified or adverse or disclaimer. When you give qualified, when do you give adverse, when do you give disclaimer? Depends on two situations. First, if FS is mistaken. And now, where the topic of modification is written, it's written in SA 705. What is it? It is written here, modification to the opinion in the independent auditor's report. It's in SA 705. What we'll be discussing under this SA 705? It can modify in two ways. First, FS is misstated. You tell me. FS is misstated. Did you see the FS? Yes or no? Yes? FS is misstated. Misstated means what? It is wrong. If FS is wrong, then which opinion is left out? If FS is wrong, which opinion is removed? And qualified adverse disclaimer is removed. Okay, I saw it, right? So the disclaimer is also removed. We put a disclaimer when we're unable to see it, when that happens. For example, income tax department took BUA. The department took BUA, books of accounts. You can't see it. If you don't see anything, you can't say it's clean, you can't say it's adverse, you can't say it's qualified. You can't see it, then what happens? Disclaimers removed. I saw it, but it's wrong, so clean is removed. Now to our left, what are they? Qualified adverse. Two remains which are qualified and adverse. I saw. FS is wrong. Very wrong. My God. Believe me, when I say this, when I see FS, I found out that it was wrong. It was so wrong. Like the company didn't do the CFS. The holding or subsidiary company. They did not do the CFS. It's wrong. It's important material. Material means important. It's pervasive. Because what will happen? My share capital will be wrong. My assets will be wrong. Investment will be wrong. Data will be wrong. Results will be wrong. Everything will be wrong. It's not small issue. It's a big issue. It is a big difficulty. Very difficult. If there is a lot of difficulty, so what opinion will we give? Adverse opinion. What kind of opinion will we give? Adverse opinion. So many issue means adverse opinion. If your guts tell you that there are so many issues, then you should know the answer is adverse opinion. The company's stock or the cost or an RV, whichever is less, had to take as value. But they have valued it at cost, on the cost among all. The valued on cost didn't look at NRV. Is the stock incorrect? Is it important? Stock value is incorrect. Is it important? Yes. Is it significant? Yes. Is it material? Yes, it is material. Wait, you asked about stock. Is your asset correct? Tell me. Is asset figure correct? Assets mean fixed assets, not current assets. Yes. Is investment correct? Yes. Is cash bank correct? Yes. Is creditor correct? Yes. Reserve is correct. Everything's right. The only problem is in the stock figures here. The problem is in the stock figures, okay? So it's material, but it's not pervasive. It is material, but it is not pervasive. Material, but not pervasive. Pervasive means an universal application, and it is seen everywhere, okay? If it is material and pervasive, then it is a big trouble. Material, but not pervasive, no problem. So which opinion will it be? Qualified. Students, it will be qualified. Okay? Here. Auditor is unable to obtain the side. Let's say that I went to the client and the client says the books are missing, income tax department took it. Or the give reasons that books of accounts have burned down. But has the client seen books of accounts? Is it pervasive? Nothing has been noticed. Okay. Are there some trouble or are there big troubles? Little or big trouble, nothing was seen here. Very difficult. Is the BOA strong? No. I mean clean. If it's trash, then adverse. No. If it's in the middle, so qualified? No. So when you haven't even seen the BOA, when you cannot do, what will you do? DOO. When you cannot do, then what do? You do DOO. What does it mean? What is DOO? It means disclaimer of opinion. Okay? Second, I went to the client's place and he has bought only 10 machines. And he only gave me bill of 6 machine, leaving 4 out. Bills weren't given. Unable to obtain size, sufficient, appropriate, and development. 4 bills weren't given. 4 bills were not given. So is it important? Bought 10 machine, received bills only for 6. Is it important? Yes, it is. It's material. Is it small difficulty or big difficulty? Some difficulty. Everything else was given to check, like investment, share capital, and more. Only 4 bills weren't given. So it's material but not pervasive. So which opinion is it, students? Qualified. Which opinion will we give? Qualified. Do you understand? So modification occurs due to 2 reasons. It is very important. Out of 2, you will definitely get 1 question for 2 marks, no matter what. If FS is misstated, it's material and pervasive, it's adverse. If it's material but not pervasive, it's qualified. Unable to obtain essay, material and pervasive, then DO. If material not pervasive, then qualified. Definitions ready. If it comes in exam for 2 marks, adverse opinion. If FS are misstated and the effects material and pervasive, the auditor will give adverse opinion. What's disclaimer's definition? If auditors unable to obtain essay and it's material and pervasive, then it's disclaimer of opinion. What's the definition of qualified? If effects are misstated and if auditors unable to obtain essay, in both cases if it's material and pervasive, then it is qualified opinion. That's answer. Nothing's new here. You just have to remember this chart, okay? You should remember this. Let's understand the chart again. Then we'll read from book. I'll tell you. Because this chart will come in MCQs for 1 or 2 marks. If you have any doubt, ask me. 700 is named forming an opinion on reporting on financial statements. 705 is called modification to the opinion in the independent auditor's report. Read and tell me. Done. Okay. Take out your book. And then go to page number 150. Okay. So whatever I ask you to mark, just read only that much. Look here. So, first essay in audit report chapter is forming an opinion and reporting on financial statements. Cut the first question off. It's not important. Mark this number 1. Okay. Every objective question that appears in an essay is very important and you must know the answers. So what does this essay say? The objective of an auditor is to form an opinion on the financial statements based on an evaluation of the conclusions drawn from the audit evidence obtained. To express an opinion clearly through a written report, which means to give opinion by reporting it. So this is objective. Okay. You'll get questions worth 1, 2, 3 or 4 marks. There's a 700-word essay about forming an opinion. You'll get questions like form an opinion on the financial statements based on the conclusions drawn from the audit evidence obtained. To express clearly that the opinion is obtained through a written report. Okay. And now, cut third question. Make it question number 2. One besides this. Make it second. When will the auditor express unmodified opinion? Unmodified means unqualified or clean opinion. Unmodified means when opinion expressed by the auditor, he concludes that the FS are prepared in all material respects as per applicable FRF, and here what FRF means, Financial Reporting Framework. So you followed AS, which means you followed Schedule 3. Right? What is this? This is unmodified. Everything is in order. There are no problems. Means everything is neat and clean, perfect. Unmodified opinion. Will modify. 3 opinion types: qualified, adverse and disclaimer. We have 2 situations. FS are misstated. Unable to obtain silence, this is the base. FS are mistaken and unable to obtain silence. If auditor concludes that based on evidence obtained, financial statements are not free from material misstatements. Aren't free from material misstatement means financial statements are misstated or auditor is unable to obtain sufficient SI. Is that clear, students? When the auditor is unable to obtain sufficient SI, auditor will modify opinion as per SS 705. Those are the 2 reasons. Okay? Can you see? We all know to auditor's report. Cut it all. Cut it. Okay. Now, what are the basic elements of the audit report? Write it down. It's important. Number 4. Now, what are the basic elements? Here. So you must have seen how audit report is formed. You must have seen it in an articleship that the audit report is always prepared on a CA form letterhead, so your ABNCO is there. Whom do we address? We address the members, because students who appoints us. Members. 2 members of Reliance Industries Limited. So the first heading is title. Independent auditor's report, it's already written. You don't have to. Whom do we address? We address the members. You will find it further. What comes next is the auditor's opinion. And after auditor's opinion, what comes next? It's basis of opinion. What comes below it? It is going concern. Now, what is it? Going concern. Then comes ki audit matter. Is that clear, students? Okay. Near ki audit matter. As I've made this arrow. One from below, another from above. It is EOM or OM. We'll do the same in paragraph 706. EOM or OM. It can be also applied both above and below the CAM here. Above and below the CAM. Now what is CAM? So it is key audit matter. Okay. Clear? Then next comes MAU. What's MAU? Management responsibility. Auditor's responsibility, other reporting responsibility. MAU, management responsibility, auditor responsibility, other reporting responsibilities. Then date, place, sign. Is that clear? What is this? What are the basic elements of an auditor's report? So there is a title, an address and an opinion. Okay. What's below opinion? This is basis of the opinion. Then comes going concern, then we talk about CAM. And then you can add OM or OM above or below CAM. We can add OM in the back. I'll teach you that when we'll discuss. Then management responsibility, auditor responsibility, other reporting responsibilities. Then comes date, place, and finally signature. And done. Okay, clear? It's our elements. I'll tell you what to study from this. Come to the title. So what will be my title? Click on it. The audit report shall have a clear title, clearly stating. That means it indicates a report of the independent auditor, an independent auditor's report. Okay? Then tick the addressee. Generally, whom do we address? We address shareholders of the company, either shareholders or the TCWG. But we always address the shareholders, I mean members. Okay. Now, can you see auditor's opinion? Make it point number 5. Write their contents of auditor's opinion para. As you can see it on the screen, okay? Got it? What will we do in it? Box these 5 arrows you see here on screen. Put it in a box. That's your answer. First section of report shall include auditor's opinion and have heading as opinion. Okay, students. If it's a clean opinion, you can write opinion. You can write clean. You can write unqualified. You can write unmodified. If you have written it as opinion, it's okay. But if your opinion is qualified, then it's a qualified opinion. If it's adverse, then you write the heading as adverse opinion. If it's disclaimer, then you should write disclaimer opinion. Accordingly, you need to change the opinion. It's nothing like inter-level exam. There are minor changes. What will be included in the opinion section? If you've seen audit reports, they say, we, the auditors, have audited the accompanying financial statements of Reliance Industries Limited. The company comprising the profit and loss account for the year, balance sheet, statement of affairs, so and so. Remember that? It's the same. Identify the entity. Whose FS is audited? Company's name. State the FS have been audited. Yes, we have audited them. Identify the title of each statement. The title of each statement means PL, balance sheet, cash flow. Refer to the notes and summary of significant accounting policies. The date and the given period here ends on 31st of March. There are 5 things. Okay? Write this as RTP. It is RTP. All the way down. Okay, now in this, you can box these 2 lines that you see. This is how it's done. We say true and fair view of the financial statements, giving a true and fair view. So, we can say that the financial statements are in accordance with the applicable financial reporting framework, or, in our opinion, accompanying financial statements give true and fair view in applicable financial reporting framework. These are different ways of looking at it. So, these are practical but not related to exams. Question number 6. Contents of basis opinion paragraph. What comes under opinion? Basis. If you qualify adverse or disclaimer, then basis and no basis in clean. What to write in this? There are 4 things you need to remember for exam. The basis of opinion should include the statement that the audit was conducted in accordance with SA, meaning we conducted the audit as per SA. Members can look for our responsibility below in the MAO, that is management auditor, others. So all the auditor's responsibilities, you'll find it there. So refer to the section of the report that describes the auditor's responsibility under the SA. You can go there and read it. First, you can see that audit was conducted as per SA. Secondly, to know about our responsibility, you can see that below. Third, include a statement that the auditor is independent of the entity and that the code of ethics has been complied. Write it in your own language. Include a statement that auditor is independent of entity and relevant code of ethics requirements are complied. Fourth, states that auditor believes that evidence he has obtained is sufficient and appropriate. That's right, isn't it? To provide opinion or the basis for the opinion. Did you get it? So there are 4 things to remember. The first, state that the audit was conducted as per SA. Refer to responsibilities of report that describes auditor's responsibility. You will find them below. Third, include a statement that they are independent of entity and have complied it with code of ethics. State that auditor believes evidence has obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide basis for opinion. where it's written contents of basis of opinion para, it's sixth question. The bottom part. Cut it out. Next page, page 152, cut it. Then 153, cut it. Then 154, cut it. Cut 155 also. Come to 156. Cut its above part. I am not cutting because it's crash course. I would have cut it anyway. It is just a format. It is irrelevant. Look at the format of the report. You will get an idea. The first is your title, right? Independent Auditor's Report. Underline that. Then who do we address? Members. Then this is your opinion. How do you say it? There are 5 things. We've finished the audit. What's the company's name? We audited ABC company's financial statements. These are the titles of financial statement, balance sheet as of a certain date, P&L statement. Statements of cash flow, notes including summary of significant accounting policies have been audited, right? Then you can see the paragraph below. In our opinion, the one I made a box with the stars, you see this is very important. Opinion. I will teach you how to form clean opinion para. This has not come in exam yet. No assurance of ICI. They may ask you to write an opinion para in the final level. It's not yet asked at inter level. I'll teach you about clean opinions first. After break, we'll learn about other opinions and how they are formed. See, how's it written? In our opinion, and to the best of our information and according to the explanation given to us, place an arrow there. That's the first part. It's fine if you write this in broken English. I won't have any problem and you will get the marks. But answer should match with 70 to 80% accuracy. Write in broken English, in our opinion to the best of our information according to the expression given to us. The aforesaid financial statement gives the information required by that in the manner so required. Put a bar after required. Here, the aforesaid financial statement gives the information required by that in the manner so required next, and gives a true and fair view in conformity with the accounting principles generally accepted in India. Put a bar. Fourth, of the state affairs of the company. And gives a true and fair view in accordance with the accounting principles generally accepted in India. Fifth, state of affairs as of so and so date. Profit and loss and its cash flows as of that date. That's fifth. There are 5 things. In our opinion and to best of information and according to expectations given to us. The aforesaid FS give the information required in that manner and are also required. True and fair being in conformity with accounting principles generally accepted in about what? State of affairs. P&L, balance sheet, cash flows. This paragraph is important. This is of clean, unmodified and unqualified. Okay, so now in the basics I've taught you 4 things. We have done the audit as per SAS, okay? If you want to read our responsibility, you will find it in the auditor's responsibility paragraph. Where? In this paragraph. We are independent of the entity. And we have complied with the code of ethics. And whatever evidence we have collected, it's sufficient and appropriate to form a basis for the opinion. That is, form a basis for the opinion. It's done. Cut off the bottom part. It's useless. Cut. Cut off this and now at 160. Done. Read this much in SS 700. Okay. Main things would be in 750. For 700 you only need to learn this much. Is it clear? If I ask you how many types of opinions are there in India, what would be your answer? There are 2 types of opinions. Unmodified and modified. The subtypes of modified opinions are qualified, adverse and disclaimer. So 6 questions are formed like this from SS 700, and also remember the opinion paragraph, this one. That's it. So 6 questions plus 1 opinion. Okay, so we finish our SS 700 and let's stop class here. Post break, we will continue with 705, 1 and 6. Okay, let's go. Bye bye. Take care. Aim for rank or 70 plus, whichever is earlier. Hi guys, welcome back to the class, and we have covered our SA audit report chapter where we completed about SS 700. The name of the SS 700 was forming an opinion and reporting on financial statements. Okay, now tell me. How many types of opinions are there in India? Let me revise it quickly for you. Two types of opinions, what are they? Unmodified and modified, so unmodified means clean. Modified means qualified, adverse and disclaimer. Qualified, adverse, disclaimer. Okay. Now we will discuss SS 705 modification of opinion in the independent auditor's report. Leave 701 for later. We are doing 705 first. Come to page 164. Modifications to the opinion in the independent auditor's report. Look. So the two charts that I explained to you, those two charts are very, very important. Question is how? Look, one is modification. There are two in it. So one is FS are misstated. Other one is unable to obtain PSI. Right? Material and pervasive, material but not pervasive. And here, material and pervasive, material but not pervasive. Material and pervasive, it would be adverse. Material but not pervasive, it would be qualified. And pervasive, it would be disclaimer or qualified. This diagram is very, very important. Okay. Now the first question is, what do you mean by modification? When the auditor is not giving an unmodified opinion, it is said that they are modifying the opinion. It's so simple, isn't it? If not giving unmodified opinion, you modify it. There are three types: qualified, adverse, disclaimer. Mark this. When the auditor decides to modify, when will auditor decide to modify his opinion? There are two reasons. The FS are misstated and are unable to obtain sign. The auditor concludes that based on the audit evidence obtained, the financial statements as a whole are not free from material misstatements. The same thing again. And the auditor is unable to obtain PSI to conclude that the financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatement. So FS, unable to obtain PSI. If these two situations occur, what will the auditor do? The auditor will modify. Question 2, tick. 3. Write there what are the reasons for a modified auditor's report. Write the reasons. We take the modified report based on what? Materiality and pervasiveness. On what? Materiality and pervasiveness. The nature of the matter giving rise to the modification is where? Whether the FS are materially misstated or. In case of inability to obtain PSI, it may be materially misstated, so in both of these matters, we materially consider the nature of material. Whether the FS are materially misstated, second, whether the auditor is unable to obtain PSI, it may be materially misstated. And also the pervasiveness, check it once. The auditor's judgment about the pervasiveness of the effects or possible effects of the matter on the financial statements. What does pervasiveness mean? It's a universal application. If you want to write, you can write there. Effect should be visible everywhere. Pervasiveness, universal application. Take this one too. 4. When the auditor shall express his qualified opinion, you will read this tick. Because I've already taught you qualification, you must read it. Tick this also. Now, question 5. Mark this important and tick it. When do we give an adverse opinion? Listen. They have provided us an illustration below. And also, illustration has a mistake. Because see, in the old days, they first wrote basis, then the opinion. Now it has changed. First comes the opinion, then comes basis. I taught you because there is no trust on ICI, they might ask this. So first write definition and then the illustration. This is an example of an illustration. You can write something else too. I have given you a general example. What will you do? You will draw an arrow upside down. First the adverse opinion. Then comes basis, make an upside down arrow and write number 1 and number 2 here. Number 1, number 2. Question 6, disclaimer of opinion. You can see here the auditor. Cut this entire portion, the one I have boxed out. Read until material pervasive. The same way, basis will be number 2. Disclaimer, write one there. Because first heading is disclaimer and then basis. Okay? The illustration for qualified isn't here. You'll find it later. The rest of question 4, 5 and 6 are all here. In exam, they could ask a definition, an MCQ, or a true or false statement. The entire game of the whole chapter is based on these 3 things. Read it carefully. Alright, I'll tell you about the paragraphs. We've read the clean paragraph. The remaining 3 are left for us to read. Read 4, 5, 6 from your notes. Read your notes carefully. If you don't understand, I've kept the chart on screen, follow that. Okay, read. And now we'll see that when we create a clean opinion. We learned financial statements are giving a true and fair view from the paragraph of in our opinion and to the best of our information. If you have seen the adverse opinion paragraph, underline the one I underlined. What is it saying? Though these topics aren't part of inter-level, but you should have the knowledge. Moreover, if this comes up in exams or larger MCQs, it will come in handy. Cut the words, in our opinion, because of the information. I think mission is written there. Write because of information instead. In our opinion, because of the information basis mentioned in the basis for adverse opinion paragraph. The financial statement does not give information. Is that clear, students? I mean, do not provide the information required by the Companies Act 2013 in the manner so required and do not give a true and fair view. Okay? So, adverse does not give a true and fair view and clean gives a true and fair view. Let's learn that how do we write the wordings in disclaimer. Go to disclaimer. Because of the significance of the matter described in the basis for the do paragraph, we have not been able to obtain the SI. To provide basis for opinion, accordingly we don't express opinion on financial report. As we've described it in disclaimer of opinion paragraph, so you can write whatever you want. The officials took records with them or factory caught fire and records were destroyed. You can write it in your own way, but you can't change this. You can write basis in your way. Like because of significance of matter described in basis for do paragraph, we have not been able to obtain SI. To provide basis for opinion, accordingly, we do not express opinion on financial report. Okay? Please underline, we do not express an opinion on the financial report. Clear? Now qualify is pending. Let's clarify. Clean gives a true and fair view. Adverse doesn't give a true and fair view. In disclaimer, because of significance, we are unable to express an opinion. Always remember the code. When you cannot do, what do? Do. And do means disclaimer of opinion. Is that clear? Do you understand all this? Have you all studied these things? Good? Is everything clear? Are the basics clear? So have you studied all 4 opinions? Great, nice. Okay. Let's look at qualified opinion and how it's given. Okay? Inventories are misstated, which means that they are incorrect. So here, which opinion do you think will be removed? Which one will it be? Clean. Misstated inventories, it means you saw it. Which one will be removed? Do, right? The disclaimer will be removed. And now what's left? It is qualified and adverse. The given misstatement seemed to be material but not pervasive. What is it, students? It is material and it is not pervasive. Are you understanding? Material but not pervasive. Which opinion is needed? In FS, there's misstatement material but not pervasive. What opinion should be given? Correct, it's qualified. Look at the wordings of qualified. So first, there will be heading of the qualified opinion. Underline after the words according to the explanations given. Except for the matters described in the basis for a qualified opinion paragraph. Underline from except to qualified opinion paragraph. Except for this, the rest is true and fair. FS gives information required by act and manner and give true and fair view in conformity with accounting principles. Balance sheet statement of P&L cash flow. Do you understand the difference between 4? Clean gives true and fair view. Adverse doesn't give true and fair view. We are unable to express opinion in disclaimer. In qualified, what will we say? Except. For effects of matter described in basis for qualified opinion, FS gives true and fair view. In qualified section, if question provides something, copy it. If not, use own words. Inventories at lower cost and net value but has stated them solely at cost, which constitutes a departure from the accounting standard. Write in your words. Okay? Now tell me, One more illustration. The auditor was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence regarding existence of investments in foreign company. The possible effects of this inability to obtain the SI are deemed to be material but not pervasive. Material, not pervasive. What kind of opinion is this? Material but not pervasive. What opinion will you give? It's unable to obtain SI. Which opinion is it? Qualified opinion. So we'll write because in our opinion basis of information according to the explanation given to us is. What does it say? Except for effects of matter described in the basis of qualified opinion paragraph, the financial statements. Gives information required by act and manner and give true and fair view. In accordance with accounting principles of statement of affairs, balance sheet, profit and loss, cash flow as on marked date. This paragraph, this contains the word except. And instead of except, you can also write subject to. SUBJECT, subject space TO. You can write except or subject, it's your choice. Okay? Take illustration 3 as homework. Do it yourself. Okay? Mark until respectively in the basis paragraph and cut off everything else. Here, cut off the rest. We don't need to learn too much. Come to illustration 4. Let's see what it says. You have to tell the answer. The auditor disagreed with regard to the acceptability of accounting policies and the inadequacy of disclosures in the financial statements. Auditor states that according to me, the accounting policy you've implemented disclosure you're giving is wrong. And he reported the issue as disclaimer. Tell me. Did you see it? You saw it. So is it right or wrong? Wrong. You can't give disclaimer here. Can you give clean? No, as it's a mistake. So what's left now? What is it? Depending on pervasiveness, it can be either qualified or adverse. What is it? It is either qualified or adverse. So the answer is incorrect. Mark it as incorrect. Because our rule is of correct or incorrect. Auditor is wrong in issuing disclaimer as per 705. If the auditor disagrees with the management regarding exceptional accounting policies and inadequacy of disclosures, they should give qualified report or adverse. Simple. What else can come in your exam? It might ask distinguish between qualified and adverse reports. How will you start? Write definition. If FS are misstated and effects are material but not pervasive, this diagram. If FS are misstated and it's material but not pervasive, or if the auditor can't obtain the SI, then the auditor will issue qualified opinion. And in adverse, if financial statement is misstated and effects are material and pervasive, audit will give an adverse opinion. What do we say in qualified report? Except to. FS is giving true and fair view. In adverse, it's not giving true and fair view. Done. The most common report is qualified report. Answer is finished. Completed. We'll finish answers in 2-3 tries. Okay, so according to me, when you distinguish, never write in T form like this in a table form. Qualified, adverse. It's good for memorizing. It's easy, but while writing the exam, what to do? Play safe. Qualified. Write it. Did you write? Write as many points as you know, whatever that comes in your mind. Number 2. Skip a line here. Adverse 1 and 2. Done? So I have explained. This is about qualified. This is about adverse. That's your answer. Okay? Then, illustration 6, state briefly the circumstances when an auditor issues a disclaimer of opinion. Unable to obtain SI. Material and pervasive, then write an example. Whether BOA has been taken by income tax officer or there was a fire in factory. No need to write so much. Understood? Are you clear with 700 and 705? Now move beside to SA 706. 706. Keep it open since we'll read from there. I'll show you the diagram. It's mentioned what you should study. Refer questions from 1 to 6, page 164. Refer illustrations from 2 to 6, page number 166. Whatever you have to study, it's already marked here. Now look at this. Okay, so what does SA 706 states? Emphasis of matter paragraph and other matter paragraph in the independent auditor's report. What is it? Emphasis of matter para and other matter para in independent auditor's report. So students, there are two kinds of paragraph and they are EOM and OM. What is EOM? It's a paragraph included in the audit report. OM is also a paragraph included in an audit report. Okay students, did you understand what EOM and OM refer to? What does EOM mean? One such thing. Something that is not concealed. It is a matter disclosed in the financial statements. So, something that is disclosed in the financial statements. And who is the one who discloses it in the FS? Can you tell me? Who does it? Tell me who discloses it in the FS? Management. A fact that's disclosed in the financial statements. Yes, it's me, an auditor. And as an auditor, I want to tell it to my boss. But who is my boss? Who is my superior? Member. I want to tell my boss. Though the boss or the member will read the financial statement, but it is my duty as an auditor to tell the boss. I'll report. So something that has been aforementioned in the FS. And it is important for my financial statement as well as for my users. It is significant, fundamental. And since as an auditor, I want to report it, so I have to insert a paragraph in my audit report. Now, where should I insert my paragraph? So, you can insert the paragraph either above or below the CAM, based on wherever you want to insert it. Now, what do you call the inserted paragraph? EOM paragraph. It's a paragraph included in audit report. It refers to a matter appropriately disclosed in the FS, and which is also fundamental to the user's understanding of the FS. Fundamental, important, material, significant, these terms have same meaning. To understand FS, there are key points that is disclosed in the FS that I need to tell my boss. But why to report same thing twice? Because it is my duty to report to the boss, even if I have already mentioned in the FS. What is other matter? When we call it other matter, we usually think it's useless, but it is not useless. It is a paragraph included in the audit report, which refers to a matter not disclosed in FS, something which hasn't been revealed in the FS, and it is relevant to my user or client to understand, but understand what? To understand the audit report, to understand the audit and the auditor's responsibilities. So, key points to understand FS comes under EOM. To understand audit report, to understand auditor's responsibility, if something's relevant. So, where will all of it go? It will go under OM. So, something that is fundamental and has been mentioned in the FS. So, EOM, something that's not mentioned in the FS, but it is relevant to the user. Though it will not change his economic decision, so that will be going under OM. Do you understand? For example, I know 90% of you will give wrong answer. The contingent liability, so is it reported under the financial statements? Yes or no? Does contingent liability show in the financial statements? What's the answer? Write in the chat. Students, I knew you all wouldn't know. Yes, it depends on the occurrence. Is it? What did you write? Your answer is far from the right one. Completely wrong. They're quite funny. Students, your accountancy base is completely shaken up. It is totally dismantled. Think again and tell me. In FS, think again. Where will this liability come? Where does contingent liability is written? Students, it's balance sheet, profit and loss, cash flow, notes, and statement of equity. These 5 are what makes the FS. What did I ask? Do you see contingent in financial statement? Will the answer be yes or no? Tell me. Yes, right? Who will write it in the FS? Management. And I am the auditor, okay? And I have to tell this to my boss. Okay? There is something in the financial statements that I need to look at. You can look into the note number 10. You will find it there. I'm not commenting. I'm not giving any opinion. I'm not pointing out any mistakes. I'm just cross-referencing. I'm just telling you, if it is in financial statement, it's a good thing. It's not wrong. It is contingent. Management has already told me, and now I have to tell my boss. When did I tell him where to write? In which para should I write? In the note number 10. Read it. Where is it? In which paragraph is it? What a tricky question. Students, I just taught you all that. Something that is recorded in the financial statement. Students, I am repeating. It is FS, financial statement. It is found in the FS itself. In which paragraph? In EOM paragraph. In which paragraph? EOM paragraph. It will go in the EOM paragraph, emphasis of matter paragraph. Clear? I just need to do cross-referencing. Only cross-referencing. Another example. It changed to WDV from SLM. So it changed. It is change in the accounting policy. Right? Can you tell me if this will be shown in FS? Yes. We'll disclose in notes that accounting policy is changed. Plus, the effect of it will go in the P&L. Right? Should I tell to the owner? In which paragraph? In EOM paragraph, perfect. In which paragraph? In EOM. One more. The new AS was not applicable to us. So to us, the new AS was not applicable. Right? Still we made it applicable, meaning the client has made it applicable. Now you tell me. Will this point will reflect in FS? Say? Right? The effect of accounting standard will come in the accounts, right? The effect of accounting standard will come in the accounts only. Right? The effect of it will come in the accounts only. No matter you pick up which AS, it will be visible in the accounts only and not in any other subject. Right? The effect will come in accounts. Where should I report? In EOM. Let me take another example. The company's GC is disturbed. The going concern is affected. Will it be seen in FS? Where should I tell this? In which paragraph? In EOM para. Simple. A matter that has been brought to the notice of the FS. Right? It has been brought in notice. A matter that has come up in the notice of FS. If we are supposed to write it, right? A matter that has been brought in FS, so I have to intimate my user about this fundamental, significant and also important. And where will I write it? In EOM. Now OM para. What is OM para? Think about it. I did the audit of holding and someone else did the audit of subsidiary. I did the audit of holding and of subsidiary, someone else. Does this appear in FS? Say? No? It's not fundamental for my user, but it's relevant. What is it for my user? It is relevant. Right? Where should I write this? Tell me. In the OM para. Where should I write? In OM para. The company or the auditor of subsidiary has not made Caro. Or we can say that the requirement of Caro is not fulfilled. Caro. Is Caro part of FAS? No. I have not attached Caro, then where should I write this? Where should I write? In which para? In OM para. In which para? In OM para. Alright? One thing that has come in FS, it's fundamental, significant and important for my user, so it will go in EOM, and second will go in other matter. Okay? And what will not come in FS will go in other matter. See what is written here, question 123, page 169. And whatever I have told you, you'll read from here. So look at this. Question number 1 is objective, right? It is objective. Okay? Question 2 is talking about EOM para. You have to read the whole thing. What considerations are required while including such para? So these examples that we've just discussed, right? Like contingent liability. Subsequent events, new AS going concern, major catastrophe means the point of going concern. And you have to read the given consideration in the RTP. You have to read this. Illustration. Note. This is another example and how we present it. See here. We draw attention to note 10 of FS, which describes the effect of fire incident. In company's production facilities, our opinion is not modified. I'm not saying that management is making a mistake or I'm pinpointing it. I'm just saying that there is something which has come in FS and I need to tell you. That's it. Now you decide it's right or wrong. I just have to give you the intimation. Now in question number 3. Just write what do you mean by other matter and remove this word. Other matter para. Okay? Write this as number 1. And cut this and this, also write this number 2. That pointer has shifted a bit. Illustration. Okay. 4. Always keep in mind. This can come in MCQ or in correct, incorrect. You need to add any para. I've taught you about EOMOM. Now I'll teach about key audit matter para. We need to add a qualified adverse disclaimer para. Alright? If we need to add anything, right? I mean anything. Okay? So what will you say? Do I need to discuss with management? Answer is yes. You should tell them. It is your duty to inform that we are going to do this. Don't be afraid. They will object. Still you have to add it because you are independent. Auditors are always independent. I think I was doing a paper in some class or in some batch. There was question, if auditor has to add a para, he need to communicate it to management? Yes. It may be any para, make a rule. It can be of qualified, adverse or disclaimer. Or it can be the para of UM, OM or KM. If you have to add any para, then freely communicate it to management that we are going to do this. Don't be afraid. Alright. It is very easy. But keep in mind that if it comes in FS or in fundamental, if these two terms appears, then it will be EOM. And if not in FS, it is relevant then in OM. Okay? I have explained you question 4. You will read questions 1, 2 and 3 and come back. If you don't understand any line, then drop it in the chat. Okay? For communication with management, inform everyone depending on level. You have to communicate. What will be the EOM? It came in FS, it is significant, fundamental, and also it is important in EOM. What will be included in OM? Relevant but not in FS. Any doubts? Are you understanding? All right, now come on to your answer of the CAM, okay? Come on it. So we'll do remaining questions later. First we'll do of CAM. Come to CAM's page. Communicating. Key audit matters in the independent auditor's report. Wait. Listen carefully. Key audit matter. Now again, half of the people think what is key audit matter? What is it? Listen to me carefully. So first, we will communicate with the management of TCWG, so the auditors communicate. The auditor communicates with TCWG or management as per 2 SA. By the way, which SA? 260 and 265. The auditor communicates with those who are in governance and management as per AS 260 and 265. So much to discuss, right? How many things we've discussed? These 10 things. It can be anything. Which accounting standard or accounting policy is followed? Do you follow in AS? How you do inventory and physical verification? It can be anything. Almost 10 things. I said it during the audit, of course. And from the points that I've conveyed, there are few points that are significant. So the points that I have discussed, there are few points that are significant. If that is your significant point. Who decided this significant? I did that. I did that. This means that the auditor's professional judgment. So some points among the significant ones will become the most significant. So some points will become most significant. Of the points we've conveyed, some are significant, and out of those points, few are most significant. Most significant points will be key audit matter. The most significant points will be key audit matter. What it will be? Key audit matter. Then what to do with this? See, I'm not pointing out any mistakes of the management, okay? You can see I'm not doing that. I am not saying that. See, if the management makes mistakes, so we write in qualifying para. If we commit a lot of mistakes, then we write in adverse para. There is para for mistakes. So listen to me what I did. I just did audit the entire year. So we all sat together to have some tea. You all know about tea, right? Few people have it like this, of both genders. So they were having tea. While having tea, we had some conversation. Then we asked about internal control system. How you do physical verification. We've discussed a lot of things and we got a point about significant things from that we've got most significant ones. From my point of view, okay, who am I? I am the auditor. So according to me or according to my professional judgment, these are some things and it should go in key audit matter. Where it should go? In key audit matter. Is this clear? So whatever matters that you have communicated, out of those, some are significant, and out of significant, some are the most significant, and if it's most significant, then for you it is a CAM. Okay, it's CAM. Then where I will add it in CAM para? Where does it come? Title, addressee, opinion, basis, going concern. CAM, so we'll write in CAM para. Okay, how will we write this? So first you will give the main heading. Key audit. What happened? Come on. Let me see. Wait for a while. Okay, it's back. Key audit matter. So in key audit matter, I explained regarding some internal controls. Okay? ICS. I'll give a subheading. In that subheading, I can write anything. That I discussed various things with someone which can be regarding any particular matter in this context. Here I'll write their response. Also, I will write the procedure I did for that response. Then I talked to them about the accounting policies. That I spoke about accounting policies and mentioned here that this was their response and this was theirs. Then I applied these procedures. There will be a main heading and then a subheading, and likewise, there will be another main heading and subheading. Do it this way. Am I giving any qualifications? No. Am I pointing out any mistakes? Am I giving my opinion? No, I am not. I'm just giving information to the owner that this happened. You don't need to give an opinion on this context at all. For me, this is key audit matter. Most importantly, key audit matters. are not applicable to everyone. To whom these matters are applicable? Key audit matter is applicable to every listed company. Every listed company's audit report must have a heading called key audit matter. Please understand, audit reports of the listed companies should have a heading called the key audit matters. Is it mandatory that there must be key audit matters? No. The heading key audit matter must be there. And you can mention there are no key audit matters, or there are key audit matters, but you don't want to state them because it's your wish and your call to mention or not. Hence, listed companies must always have a heading in their audit report. It doesn't matter if the matter exists or included or not, but the heading will always be there. Okay. In unlisted, public or private, it's up to the auditor to decide to communicate it. They will communicate if they want to, whether unlisted, public or private as per the law. Who says that? The law says that. Therefore, they have to ensure to communicate. 3 points. Listed company. Second is whether the auditor decides to communicate. Then as per the law. Third one is as per the law. Look, question number 1, 2, 4, 5, 7 and 2, 3, 4 and 4, 6, 8, 11, 12 are in model. You have to refer books for 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 2, 3, 4. See this. Why this essay? Write applicability. Write it over here. Essay applies to complete sets of general purpose FS. Firstly, listed companies. Write one here. When otherwise auditor decides to communicate. Third, law or regulation. Listed, auditor decides to communicate or law or regulation. 1, 2 and 3. Okay. Number 2. What do you mean by key audit matter? Write down the definition. According to essay, key audit matters are those matters which in the professional judgment were of most significance in the audit of FS for current period. Key audit matters are selected from matters communicated with those charged with governance. Over here, write it like as per essay 260 and 265. Cut rest of the text present in brackets. As per essay 260 and 265. As per essay 260 and 265. Then you can cut this part. And then cut third question. Cut this question. Question number 4. What does it say? Whether communication of key audit matters relieves management and auditor to some extent. Here relieve means freedom. Many of the people think, understand this. Now I am going to tell you, let's say for example, in a company, there was a concern about change in its accounting policy. The auditor spoke to the management. He will include it in the audit report because for him, that becomes a key audit matter. And management thinks, the auditor says that key audit matters need to be written and discusses with management. It is his duty to write and discuss about the changes. Auditor tells there are some key audit matters that have to be written. What management thinks? That auditor has already included it in key audit matters. Why should the management disclose? Right? Forget EOM, OM, it has a different scope. We are learning about KM. Auditors have said that they are writing about a change in accounting policy in key audit matter. So the management thinks that the auditor is already writing it. Where will the FSB go? It will also go to the members. Why should management write about anything? So can management relieve itself? Does it have the right to do so? Say, no. It is the duty of management to disclose. Then do. AS commands to do so. It was auditor's preference that he will put it in CAM. It is not a substitute. It is not a substitute for disclosure in FS. It is not a substitute for disclosure in the FS. Clear? One more. Now, for example, management made a sort of mistake. That mistake will be written in the qualifying or adverse paragraph. Same things were present in CAM. Now the auditor thinks, if I'm writing in CAM, then why should I write qualifying paragraph? It will cause doubling. Say, can the auditor be relieved from writing it twice and just write it once? Say yes or no. No. Even if it's doubling, tripling, quadrupling, quintupling, sextupling, septupling, octupling, nonupling or decupling, it has to be done. Must be written. Both have different scopes as he is modifying. He writes according to modification. It can never be a gut feeling to modify KM. It is not a substitute for disclosure in FS. Third, it is not a substitute for disclosure as per SA 570 going concern. It's a matter of GC. If GC is disturbed, will management disclose? Yes. If GC is shook, it is a big concern. Auditor writes advice opinions. Okay? Along with that, they mention title addressee. Then comes opinion basis and then going concern as well, which has to be mentioned. Management has already written. Auditor has already written it in the adverse opinion paragraph and in the GC paragraph. Do you think he need to mention it again in CAM? Yes or no? Yes, it can be mentioned without causing any issue. Doubling or tripling doesn't matter. If it feels like the right thing to do, then the auditor can write it in CAM. It should not be optional. It has to be written. Ensure to mention it. Fourth, it is not. It is not a separate opinion on individual matter. It is not an opinion. There is no need to give an opinion to anyone. It is just to give an information. Question 4 is an important question. It does appear in exam a lot. Okay, mark important. Then, fifth, how as an auditor you can determine CAM? You have to mark this question as important as well. Now see, write the definition first. The auditor shall determine. What do we say to KM? Here, whatever we communicated through 260-265, among those some are significant and some are more significant, which are CAM. How does significant differ from more significant matters? There must be some basis, right? It cannot be stated just on the basis of some professional judgment. Then, areas of higher assessed ROM, risk of material misstatement or significant risk identified. Areas of higher assessed ROM or significant risk stated as per SA 315. Area of higher assessed ROM. In my opinion, if the material misstatement is occurring, so it is high in risk. As per SA 315. Significant auditors. Judgment relating to the areas in FS involves significant judgment of management, including accounting estimates that have been identified as having high estimation uncertainty. Let's say Jitesh did not pay client. He is debtor. Management said that this will be 30% bad debts. The auditor will give his judgment on the 30% bad debt. 20% is now irrecoverable. Auditor's judgment aligning with management's proved insufficient. Let's discuss, is judgment ever correct? I mean, is it 100% accurate? It could be right, it could be wrong. It can be either, right? The first is the area of higher assessed ROM. Number 2 is significance is as per SA 315. Significant auditor judgment in areas of FS involves significant management judgment including accounting estimates. These two factors have been identified as high estimation uncertainty. Cut it from the effect to bottom. Make sure to cut it from effect to the bottom. Now, write question number 6 as RTP. How the auditor would be communicating KM. Give it heading, then a subheading, just read. Okay? Question 6 is homework. Come to 7. When an auditor should not communicate significant matters as KM in separate section. If a matter is most significant on auditor's professional judgment, it should be included in the KM. then when should we not communicate it? Okay, cut those first and fourth, they are deleted. An amendment came in essay. The auditing body we have ASB. The Audit Standards Board removed it. So cut the first part. And the fourth one, it was absurd and confusing, hence it's removed. Look now. I will not communicate if the law prohibits it. Law has prohibited. And for example, I say in the Nirav Modi fraud, it was his fraud, but if I spoke to management. In my judgment, these are significant points and I should include them as scam, but the law says it's confidential information and can't be disclosed. The law prohibits it, I won't disclose it. In my opinion, it is a scam, but the law forbids to disclose. Second, in some extremely rare circumstances. In extremely rare circumstances, the auditor determines that the matter should not be communicated in the report because the adverse consequences of doing so is expected to outweigh the public interest and benefit of such communication. Meaning, if I would tell the whole Nirav Modi fraud, the public will go crazy. Everyone would have sold shares from PNB, then people must have looted it and would have caused trouble. The potential benefit was outweighed by the risk. So I won't tell. But if management disclosed it through press conference or by themselves, then I can tell. It says here that this shall not apply if the entity has publicly disclosed information about the matter. If management has told, then I will tell. This applies into cases you cannot communicate in KM because the law prohibits it, and the second is rare circumstances. The benefit will be less and the loss will be more, hence it can't be shared, and will not apply if the entity publicly disclosed information about the matter. Okay? Eighth question. Whether there is any duty to communicate TCWG. Are you aware of it? Is it our duty to include KM and discuss regarding it? Yes, it is. One can openly discuss. We are independent. Nobody can say anything, even if I am adding a qualifying para. It is because we have the right and independence to do so. I will give an adverse opinion and then have an elaborate discussion. Okay? Ninth question. What is the requirement of documentation in this essay? I have drawn a very easy and simple diagram below. You have to draw it later. Listen to this first. CAM is here. You have to communicate. You can document. CAM is here. But you don't want to communicate the document. You feel like you don't want to communicate it along with your professional judgment. Any document. According to you, this isn't CAM. Still you document. You have to document it. If it's a CAM, document it. If you are communicating or if you are not, still document it. If it's not a CAM, still document it. You have to document these matters all the times. Draw this. Done. Okay? Come down once to question 171. Mark question number 2 as important. Question number 2 is important. I'm telling you the important things. You can figure this out. Question number 1, right? Refer to question 4 on page 161. It's the same answer we referred earlier in which not a substitute was used. It's the same answer. Question may sound different, but answer is same. Model question number 2 is important. Come to question number 3. Look what is written. Reporting to shareholders versus reporting to TCWG. Remember, it is mentioned in the audit report. Reporting to shareholders is in section 143. Reporting to TCWG is written in SA 260. Stat audit report is in true and fair view as per the prescribed format. Here, it is reporting on matters like scope of audit and audit procedures. It is in 260. Stat audit reports are in the public domain. Reporting to TCWG is an internal document, a private report. It is an internal document. It's a private report. This answer can get you 2, 3, 4 marks. Easy. Now, this is audit qualification versus EOM para. Here it is qualification versus EOM, which is a rather tricky question. There will be no pointers. Section 705 includes matter related to qualifications. Section 706 contains information related to EOM. Define both of them. We qualify it when FSR misstated material but non-pervasive. Unable to obtain material but non-pervasive. We add EOM for SA which was fundamental for the user. Right. And if there is anything in the FS, I'll write it in the EOM. Then, it is also subject to report or accept that report. They copied the definition again. Then they have given examples. Give an example of something qualifying and EOM. Sometimes there will be random distinctions. Don't write in T form, you have to write above and below. Okay? Then, right, refer question 2 on question number 5. It was question 2. Yes, plus 5. Refer to question 2 for question 5. It's question 2. Refer question 2 and question 5, page 161, write it. Refer to question 2 with 5 on page 161. It's same question. How do we determine CAM? It's in those areas with higher assessed ROM. The significant audit judgment. And above para is the definition. Question 2 plus question 5, page 161. Let's look here. Key audit matters that are determined to be CAM but not communicated. When are they not communicated? When the law forbids it. Or in some extremely rare circumstances where the benefits are low and the losses are high. Question 7, page 163. Question 7, page 163. Done? Hi guys, what's up? Today we'll start with a chapter called Completion and Review, okay? Completion and Review. Let's go. This is a very important chapter and it's worth around 8 to 10 marks. It will be descriptive because we have to write 4 or 5 essays in this. So please take out whatever book you have. I have my notes, and if you've studied with me, you must have your notes or your teacher's notes. Or you must have your book or your module. First, we will do part A, essay 260. Okay? So this is my revision class. It's only for the exam day, where you'll be able to quickly recall the concept. For regular classes, you will have to visit our website or call us on the phone number provided. Let's start. Communication with those charged with governance. Essay 260. Communication with those charged with governance. Okay? So the first question is, what are the objectives of Essay 260? Okay? Here this says that, use the name given to communicate clearly with TCWG. Regarding responsibilities scope. Now number 2, the objective is to obtain relevant information from the TCWG, to provide observations arising from audit to TCWG, and to promote effective two-way communication between auditor and TCWG, because the name TCWG is given, so use that. Communicate the responsibilities. Okay, if we need to obtain information from them, and give answers to the observations, and to promote effective two-way communication between auditor and TCWG. What are the matters to be communicated? There are 4 and we call them RUSSO. First, R of RUSSO means auditor's responsibility in relation to the FS audit. Heading is important. In your own words, So what is our job? Our job is to give an audit, meaning to give an opinion. And management's role is to prepare FS. We'll make it clear. S scope, timing and planning of audit. Auditor shall communicate with TCWG about overview of planned scope and timing of audit. Significant findings arising from the audit. Auditor's views about significant qualitative aspects of entities' accounting practices. What is the accounting policy difficulty and findings? And other matter, okay? So the code is RUSSO. Responsibilities. Scope, significant findings, and O for other matters. So what are the significant difficulties encountered during the audit? What are the significant difficulties encountered during the audit? Sometimes the client asks to complete audit in 6 days. An unnecessary brief time to complete. Tell me, is it even possible to do so? The client might ask for unnecessary favors, but we can't refuse them. Although, is that even possible? No. Are you kidding me? It's not at all possible. Doing the audit in 6 days is not possible. Unnecessary brief time to complete. Unavailability of expected information. So, we keep calling them and asking them, please send the data of the sales. So, unavailability of expected information. So, extensive unexpected effort to obtain PSI. Okay? Extensive unexpected effort to obtain PSI. Extensive unexpected effort. So if we go to a remote location like Bihar, Jharkhand, and if we use all modes of transport like airways, waterways and roadways to reach, then we will be able to gather evidence. We will not put in so much effort. Management's unwillingness to make or extend its assessment of the entity's ability to continue as GC. Management's unwillingness to make or extend its assessment of the entity's ability. Significant delays in management providing information. All the data is coming in. Wait for it. The data is coming in. Look here now, read this. Restrictions imposed by the management. Okay? Restrictions like don't go there, don't check that. Mode of communication, it has to be in writing. If it's urgent matter, it can be done orally. It can be structured or unstructured and it should be done on timely basis. Although time is not mentioned here. Okay? What are the factors affecting communication? Significant changes in membership of governing body. There are frequent changes happening. Amount of ongoing contact and dialogue the auditor has with TCWG and expectations of TCWG. So if the client asks the auditor that, come and let's meet there. Okay, or if the auditor tells client to come meet and the client says, no, not today. Not today, not tomorrow. Let's meet after 4 days. After another 4 days or next week. Why would you answer them? Why would you talk to them? You wouldn't talk to them at all. There are legal requirements. Audit of special purpose FS, like for example, you are doing stock audit and someone else is doing general purpose, which is our normal stat audit. So the client will generally have more faith in general purpose as compared to special purpose because you come sometimes. And general one interacts with clients 365 days and be more faithworthy. Then size, operating structure, control environment, legal structure of entity. To talk to Reliance, you have to follow the entire hierarchy. But if it's our company ABC Limited, then we can talk in a flash. Significant changes in the governing body. I think that was repeated. Yes, no, it's only 1 to 6 points. Then question 6. An effective two-way communication is important between the auditor and TCWG. Explain. Guys, you must know that because you are sending messages. Good morning. And in afternoon, good afternoon. In evening, good evening. Good night. Sweet dreams. Take care. Keep smiling with smiley. But no replies. You got blocked. No replies. Two-way communication is not happening. So it will be very messy. Therefore, we need to talk, right? It helps in developing a constructive relationship between the auditor and client. This relationship is developed while maintaining the auditor's independence and objectivity. Objective here is to communicate, but in limits. It assists auditor in obtaining information relevant to audit from TCWG. It assists TCWG in fulfilling their responsibility for overseeing financial reporting process. It helps. And then TCWG are the persons who are responsible for overseeing the strategic direction of the entity and obligation related to accountability of entity. Like for example, if I talk to the directors, so what they do is they execute the decisions. The CFO that goes on top of it. TCWG. 6 questions. It's an easy essay. It's easily doable. Okay? Quickly recall. Read. Now, next we have SF 580 written representation. Written representation, okay. What is the definition of written representation? It is a written statement given by the management. Who will they provide it to? Provided to the auditor to confirm certain matter or to support other audit evidence. I am telling the truth and nothing else. He will give this statement in writing. And we call that paper written representation. Doesn't include the FS or assertions therein or supporting books or records. This is confirmation. FS is not there, it's separate, which you asked for, and the books are separate. Assertions and records are separate and they will write it separately. What is the objective of SF 580? So use the same name to obtain the WR from management or TCWG. To support other audit evidence relevant FS or specific assumptions in the FS, any assumptions on which you demand evidence. Third, to respond appropriately to the WR provided by the management or TCWG. To WR provided by the management or TCWG. Okay, now from whom the WR is requested. So what is written? From whom the WR is requested? It is requested from management. From management with appropriate responsibility from the FS and the knowledge of the matters concerned. We will ask those who know. We will ask from those who have the knowledge, right? Okay, we will ask from those who know and from those who have the knowledge, right? Yes, tell me. You cannot ask from someone who doesn't know, right? You will ask those who know it, right? Now, next comes, read this. What are the main WRs? One second. What are the main WRs? We will ask that management, you have fulfilled your responsibility. Which one? Making FS. As per applicable FRF, means financial reporting framework. And you have given us all the information and all the exercises. Okay, and all the transactions are recorded and reflected in the FS. Okay. The auditor shall request management to provide WR that management has fulfilled its responsibilities for preparing the FS as per the applicable FRF. And the auditor shall request management to provide a WR stating that they have provided the auditor with all the information and access to the auditor as per the terms of the audit engagement, and all transactions are recorded and are reflected in the FS. Okay. So this is main WR. So what are other WRs? Means plats. So what is it called? Plats. Plans or intentions that may affect the carrying value or classification of assets and liabilities. Then liabilities, both actual and contingent. The rest are all WRs. Now read this point. Aspects of law, regulations and contractual or agreements that may affect the FS. Title to or control over assets. Like, we've taken agreement and property papers, and as the selection and application of accounting policies are appropriate or not. So this is other WRs which can come for 4 marks in the exam, like what are main WRs, and other WRs can also come. Or it may come in MCQ as is this main one or the other. Find and tell which one is which there. Question number 6. Explain the provision regarding date and period of WR. So date of WR. The date of the written representations should be as near as practicable to, but not after, which means it should be before. The date of auditor's report on the FS. The WR shall be for all FS. And periods referred to in the auditor's report. If I made comparative, I would take WR. Means if I've taken off 2 years, so I'll take for both years. Then third, in certain circumstance, auditor may obtain written representations along with the course of the audit in such a case. Updated WR would be required near the end of audit. I took in beginning. Audit is continuously moving, so the company's assertion must have changed. So I will request an updated WR from the company. Okay, to ensure subsequent events are covered in the WR obtained. So if there is a change in the management, this is very important. It has come in exam as MCQ and descriptive question as well. If there's a change in management during the period, the present management is still responsible for giving WR for the complete period. Covered under audit means the new management will give you for the entire year. If there's change in management during period, the present management is still responsible for giving WR for complete period covered under audit. For the entire year, it is a representation letter addressed to the auditor. To the CF, whoever it is will be addressed. If law or regulation requires management and so on, then they are not required to provide WR separately. If management had issued a public notice or called a press conference, so there is no need to provide them with separate WR. So 4-5 marks answer provision regarding date and period of WR. Then, question 7. WR or audit evidence explain. WR are necessary information that the auditor requires in connection with the audit of the entity's FS. Accordingly, similar to responses to inquiries, WR are audit evidence. It will be audit evidence, but it won't be SI. WR are audit evidence, but they are not SI. They are not sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. Although the WR provide necessary audit evidence, they do not provide SI. On their own, about any of the matters with which they deal means they are audit evidence but not SI. We have to work, right? Management gives this in writing and it's understood. But we also have to go and check it, right? So WRs are important source of audit evidence if the management modifies or does not provide the requested WR. Are you understanding? It may alert the auditor to the possibility that there might be something wrong. One or more significant issues may exist. If it appears that you are asking from management or he changed that was requested, so there is something wrong there. Further, a request for written rather than oral representation in many cases may prompt management to consider such matters more rigorously. I asked them for confirmation over the phone. He won't pay much attention and say, okay, but when I give it to him in writing, like you said, he'll be scared. So it will may prompt management to consider such matters more rigorously, thereby enhancing the quality of the representations. Right? Then, this is an important answer. What is the audit procedure if requested WR is not provided? There's doubt about reliability of WR. If auditor has doubts about reliability or if WR is not provided. Okay, see what it says. If auditor has doubts about reliability. If the auditor has concerns about the DICE, which stands for diligence, integrity, competence, ethical values. Diligence, integrity, competence, ethical values. If the auditor has concerns about the DICE. They are thieves. Okay, they'll not give. Yes, he should determine the effect on reliability of representations obtained and on audit evidence in general. Effect on reliability of representation obtained and audit evidence in general. They did not give. See here. See, earlier I had some doubts on their principles and their ideals. But here they did not give it to me, right? If management does not provide requested WR, the auditor shall. Look, we call this DRT. DRT means discuss the matter with the management, and R for you will discuss the matter with the management, re-evaluate the integrity of the management and take appropriate action, including the modification of the opinion. Okay, so where do we write after the modification? We write it in the SS 705. Then you'll say the auditor shall disclaim the opinion. As per SS 705. If anything happens means if I have any doubts about their DICE, diligence, integrity, competence, ethical values, then what will I do? See, this is a very important MCQ. We'll do disclaimer. Why? They have been careless. They haven't given it properly. They are demanding, they are stealing, and those people are lying. Whereas we are men of ethics and principles, we don't lie. We learned this from our elders. What will we do? We will disclaim here. We will do disclaimer. Okay? So question number 8 is important and question number 6 is important and the objective and main WR is important. Okay? We've read this. Right? Now, the next essay we are doing is essay 265. We will do essay 265. What does it say? It says communicating deficiencies are internal control to TCWG and management. Communicating deficiencies are internal control to TCWG and management. What is objective of audit as per essay 265? Objective is to communicate to TCWG and management the deficiencies in internal control, which is auditor's professional judgment, are of sufficient importance to merit their attention of the TCWG and management. There are issues in internal control system, so that TCWG and management pay attention to it. What is a deficiency? As I am saying, there is no CCTV here, or CCTV is there but it is not detecting it. Okay. So a control design in such a way that it is unable to prevent, detect or correct misstatements. It means it is unable to detect it. Or a control is necessary to prevent, detect or correct misstatements is missing. This means control is missing, or it is there but not able to detect. What are significant deficiencies? A deficiency or a combination of deficiencies is very important and needs attention. Students, do you remember the example? I have 100 chocolates. 1 or 2 are missing, no one will notice. Am I right, students? But if 70 out of 100 are missing, it will be noticed, right? Deficiency or combination of deficiencies which is of sufficient importance to merit the attention of the TCWG. Okay? Got it? So then, how will auditor communicate significant deficiency in ICS to TCWG? So auditor shall communicate in writing significant deficiencies in ICS to TCWG on timely basis. What all will he tell? So the auditor shall also communicate with management. The above one was with TCWG. This is of the management. Which one? Significant deficiencies in IC that auditor feels have to be communicated, or other deficiencies in IC that have not been communicated. Significant deficiencies, if according to him it seems, so are other deficiencies. He will tell that because significant deficiencies are communicated first to TCWG, then the auditor shall include in his written communication significant deficiency in IC. What is a description of the deficiency and an explanation of their potential effects? 70 out of 100 chocolates were missing and you have suffered a loss of 70 into 10, which is 700 rupees. Then what will he tell us all? Purpose of audit was to express an opinion on the FS. In other words, aim was to give opinion on FS. This was objective, but when I was conducting the audit, what did I find, students? Your internal control. The auditor included consideration of IC relevant to preparation of FS in order to design audit procedures that are appropriate in circumstances. So students, here I checked effectiveness of IC. Here it is not my job to give an opinion on the IC. My job is to give an opinion on the FS. And what I am telling you, these deficiencies are important as per my opinion. I think that these points are important. Students, in place of chocolates, anything could be missing. You can take any of the example. Okay, it does not matter that much. Okay, students. Matters being reported are limited to those deficiencies that auditor has identified during audit. And the auditor has concluded those deficiencies are of sufficient importance to merit being reported to the TCWG. This is important according to me. So then, what are some examples of indicators of significant deficiencies? What are some examples of indicators of a significant deficiency? Deficiency. What does it mean? I have created short form for this, which is MAMD, which means management's inability to oversee preparation of FS. What will be the indicators of significant deficiencies? What are these? Students, it is management's inability to oversee preparation of FS. First is absence of a risk assessment procedure. Okay. Misstatements detected by auditor's procedures. If it is detected, so there is deficiency. Then comes disclosure of material misstatement as a prior period item in P&L. I stands for ineffective control, environment and entity report. Ineffective responses to identified significant risks. Mamdi, is it clear to you? Direct question. You will have to directly memorize question 5. What are some examples of matters an auditor might consider when determining whether that deficiency or the combination of deficiencies is significant or not? So how will it become significant deficiency? FILSV is its short form. First is FS. Amounts exposed to deficiency. I means importance of controls in FS. Likelihood of deficiencies leading to material misstatement. Subjectivity and the complexity of the determining estimated amounts and susceptibility to loss or the fraud of the related asset and visa. Volume of activity that was occurred or could in. Account balance or class of transactions exposed to the deficiency or deficiencies in P&L. These two questions are from back of module. Learn these two questions. What are the indicators of a significant deficiency or Tell me something that would make you say that this is significant. This will lead to that part, and those are its examples. Okay, this is significant to reach that path, and these are the examples for that. Okay, and what are those examples? This is question number 5. Got it, students? Okay, this is essay number 265. Communicating deficiencies in IC to TCWZ. Read it. So now, what does 450 say? Evaluation of misstatements identified during audit. Okay. Evaluation of misstatement. This means mistakes in the FS. Okay. What is objective of this essay? Use its name. Effect of identified misstatements on the audit. And effect of any uncorrected misstatements, if any, on FS. Effect of misstatements on audit and effect of uncorrected misstatements on FS. And the second is in the FS. Its effect, which is auditor's objective. The auditor should accumulate misstatements identified during audit, other than those except those that are trivial. Leave out the small insignificant errors. Collect all the rest, all the mistakes. It should determine whether any overall audit strategy or the plan needs to be revised if identified misstatement and circumstances are of their occurrence could be material or aggregate and misstatements accumulated during audit. Approaches. Materiality. Okay. I am saying that I thought that if I see a difference of up to 10%, meaning in my stock counting and the management stock counting, if I see a difference of up to 10%, I will check it deeply. So I saw that I got 2% somewhere, 3% somewhere, 2.5 somewhere. Doing this, it crossed 10, like it reached around 10. My estimation regarding materiality that if there is a problem up to 10%, then I will check it. So misstatement will be important for me. Aggregate of misstatements accumulated during audit approaches the materiality level, which is 320. Then what does it say? What is procedure auditor will follow if misstatement is identified? So what needs to be communicated? I told you the story about the MMS. Show me the MMS. What should be done? Go and tell the management to remove it. Okay, got it. Management corrected it. Please listen to this, you all. Perform additional procedures to determine whether misstatements remain. Go and check if that MMS is there. If management refuses, they say, I will not delete. What will you say? Understand reason for not making the corrections. Why are you not removing this? They say, it is not important. Kyunki it is kuch employees thing. Okay. But if it were directors or secretaries, then this material would be important. If it is material, communicate uncorrected misstatement and its effect on his opinion to TCWG with a request to correct the misstatement. We will request TCWG to delete this MMS or correct this MMS. Please. It is request. But TCWG denies to do so. They say that's the material for us. But for us that is important and it is for us. So please do it. If it okay, so give it to TCWG in writing. Obtain WR from management or TCWG with respect to their belief. The effect of uncorrected misstatements is immaterial. And if auditor believes that impact of misstatement is material, then he may modify it or withdraw it. If the management is not accepting it, TCWG is also not accepting it. They say it is immaterial, so give in writing. But I think it is important. So if I have report, I will modify it. If I get option to withdraw, I will withdraw it. Okay, students. Withdraw it, okay? So then, what is requirement of documentation as per SA 450? This is important question which is given in model answer. The auditor should document the following. Amount below which misstatements are clearly trivial. Like anything below 1 lakh rupees that is messed up in sales will be okay. That is okay. Amount below 1 lakh is okay with me. I will only look into bills exceeding 1 lakh rupees. Misstatements accumulated during the audit and whether they have been corrected and auditor's conclusion as to whether the uncorrected misstatements are material, whether individually or in aggregate, and the basis for that conclusion. Okay, got it. So now, first is such misstatements that are small. What else? The misstatements that I have which are important. Third, students, the uncorrected misstatements are so important for me. But how? What is basis for that? And basis for that conclusion. You will document all this. So this is SA 450, it is easy. Question 3 is important and objective might also come. Okay, please read it quickly. Done? Now, next is essay 570. Again, it's a very important and lengthy essay. Essay 570 talks about going concern. Going concern is one of the most important fundamental accounting assumptions. It means the company continue its operations for a foreseeable future, because we always look at the future. GC means looking at future, but if the management has assessed the GC assumption for less than 12 months, you will request it to check it for 12 months and look at the next 12 months and see if you can make money or not. Remember 12 months for MCQ. Now, in evaluating management's assessments, auditor shall consider whether management has considered all information of which auditor is aware. Like sometimes what happens is, management validates it on 31st March and we do it on 4th April. But a fire or flood hit the factory on 2nd or 3rd of the month. So in management's assessment, auditor shall consider whether management has considered all information of which auditor is aware. It should know about fire or flood. Did the management consider it or not? The first question is repeated question. What are the objectives of essay 570? To obtain psi about the appropriateness of management's use of the GC assumption. Okay, to obtain psi about appropriateness of management's use of GC assumption, here management has evaluated GC. We have to check if the evaluation is correct, so to obtain psi. Then second, to conclude based on the audit evidence whether a MUC exists. MUC means material uncertainty exists. Here the line I highlighted in green is very repetitive line. That casts a doubt on entity's ability to continue as going concern. That casts a doubt on entity's ability as GC and to report as per essay 570. To report as per essay 570. C. Management's and auditors' responsibilities. Look, management's responsibility is assess the entity's ability to continue as GC even without explicit FRF requirements. What is our duty? So, what do we have to do? We need to check this point. It's to obtain psi about appropriateness of management's use of GC assumption. Okay. Second, to conclude based on audit evidence whether MUC exists. That casts doubt on entity's ability to continue as GC. Third, the auditor's assessment cannot be viewed as a guarantee of entity's ability to continue as GC. We don't know whether their life will continue or not. We are not fortune tellers. We don't predict the future, but we will have to check and see if what you have predicted is correct. This is the responsibility of management and responsibility of auditor. Write them as answers. Next. It comes up a lot in interlevel and MCQs. It is useful for identification what are events and conditions that cause doubt on entity's ability as GC. This is direct question and code for this is FOO. Financials, operating, others. Financial means related to money. Operating means related to work and other. Include changes in government or change in laws. Okay. It stopped working at. Mention of government, look at the timing. Question is easy. There was some change in the law or if some non-compliance happened. This is FOO, that is financial, operating, others. This is complete list. In an MCQ, you might get an example and you will have to identify if it is financial, operating or other. Or it will give examples of financial as options, with 3 being financial and 1 odd. Option or vice versa, and you will be asked to pick the odd option out. Read directly from here. Next. Explain risk assessment and procedure for evaluating GC. What would you say? Auditors shall consider whether there are any events or conditions that cast doubt on the entity's ability to continue as GC. Check for any such events. For example, when COVID came, many things changed. Consider Adani. He gets into trouble whenever Hindenburg tweets something. So you have to check for any such event. In doing so, the auditor shall determine whether management has performed preliminary assessment of entity's ability to continue as GC. So check whether management has evaluated GC or not. If such assessment has been performed, the auditor shall discuss the same with the management and determine. Then it's the same line. Whether management has identified any events or condition that cast doubt on entity's ability to continue as GC. If that hasn't been done, you had to check the GC, right? But you didn't check it. Okay. We shall discuss with the management the basis for the intended use of GC in FS. So you're following GC now because look, if we follow the GC, then we don't. Mention about following it in FS because it's fundamental accounting assumption. We write it when it's not followed. I saw the FS, but it does not mention about GC. So my assumption is that GC is being followed. You are following the GC, that too without getting checked. Great. What is the basis of this? How can you say that you are following the GC? Answer this, students. If non-performed, then discuss with management the basis for intended use of GC in FS. Next, he should remain alert throughout the audit. Then, there is a TYU 3 and there's question number 3 from module TYU 3 and question 3 at the back of module. So, keep this in mind, it is very important. What are the audit procedures when MUC is identified? First one is the same as question 4.1. What is point 1 of question number 4? Auditor shall consider whether there are any events or conditions that cast doubt on entity's ability to continue as GC, so check it. Then evaluate the management's plan if they have one. Budget and forecast have been made, meaning they want to continue. Evaluate whether management has prepared cash flow forecast and reliability of underlying data. Now, consider whether any additional facts and information have become available. Since management made its assessment, check if any additional data is available and request WR regarding their plans and those plans' feasibility. This question appeared twice in module, so it's quite important under MUC. Next, it's given what are the examples of audit procedure when events or conditions have been identified that cast doubt on entity's ability to continue as GC. This question is not asking for the examples of GC, it's asking for the examples of audit procedures. What's the solution for this? Module has a complete list, but read 4-5 points I wrote here. You will find 4-5 points on page 7.20 of module. Just read them. Then, how is the reporting done? If the GC is appropriate, then GC is fine. MUC exists indicating material uncertainty, and they disclosed that. There might be an event 6 months later that could cause us trouble. I noted it. Everything is correct, nothing was kept secret. This is an unmodified opinion. An unmodified opinion is given and same will be shared in GC paragraph. You'll say the same in GC para. GC is appropriate. MUC exists. But this is a hidden matter. If it's not disclosed, then it's wrong. So we will make it qualify and adverse in this case. For this, GC itself is inappropriate. And it is a very big deal, students. So adverse opinion. You'll give adverse opinion. They did not assess the GC here. If they haven't assessed GC, what's there for me to do? Consider the implication on report. I'll do nothing. Consider the implications on the report. Okay? Then refer to question 3 on page 7.56 because it is important. TYU 3 is important. I mentioned earlier. Cool? Please read it now. Done. Next is about subsequent event SA 516. What does subsequent events mean? Events occurring after the balance sheet date but before the audit report date are called subsequent events. They are subsequent event. What's the objective? To obtain psi about subsequent event, whether those are reflected in FS, and to respond appropriately to the facts that became known to the auditor after the date of the auditor's report. Next question is, what are the procedures for subsequent event? It's very simple. Perform procedures to obtain psi that all events which require adjustments or disclosures have been identified. Adjustment happens when we are aware. Otherwise, disclosure happens. If amount is known, it's an adjusting event. If it's not known, it's disclosed in notes. So what will you do? It's not our task to disclose or adjust. It's to give an audit opinion. We will perform procedures to obtain psi that all events which require adjustments or disclosures have been identified. Make a list. The list will be such that we will have to bring psi, which means sufficient appropriate audit evidence. What will the auditor do for determining NT of procedures? Obtain an understanding of the procedures that management applies to identify significant events. It's the management's task to complete these menial tasks. I have nothing to do in this. Our sole task here is to understand those procedures. That's all. Are you getting my point, students? We understand those procedures for identification. You will understand the procedure which is applied by the management for identification of significant events. Number 2. You will inquire the management as to occurrence of subsequent events which may affect the FS. Now tell me, how did these events occur? Next, read meeting minutes held after the balance sheet date, as subsequent events would have been discussed in meeting. Study interim financial statements as it impacts and their items of FS. If the auditor finds any event needing adjustment, means amount is known. Disclosure means it's unknown. He should ensure that the management has completed it. It was adjusted or disclosed as per requirement. Or what should you bring from management? Bring the WR. From management that all known events have been appropriately adjusted or disclosed as the case may be. Okay? Next question. What are the specific inquiries to be made from management? Management of subsequent events. Specific inquiries is hint. First answer was for procedure, second for specific inquiries. So, whether any new commitments, borrowings or guarantees have been entered into. Let's say, if a loan has been taken which must have been sanctioned on 28 March. The money arrived on the 4th. Money arrived on 4th but sanctioned on 28th. So this is last year's event. Event happened next year. Financial year changed, so it's a subsequent event. Whether sales or acquisition of assets have occurred or are planned. Whether there have been increase in capital or issuance of debt instruments. If a loan has been taken, then what is it? What does public issue mean? There have been subsequent events. Whether any assets have been appropriated by government or destroyed. Means if you have shown assets in the balance sheet on March 31st, but on April 4th, the government destroyed that factory and seized it. It's subsequent event. Whether there have been any developments regarding the contingencies. Whether any unusual accounting adjustments have been made. Whether any events have occurred that are relevant to measurement of estimate or provisions made in the FS. You have to memorize this answer A to Z as it is. First answer for procedure, second for specific inquiries. Third, from 19 to 20 is the financial year. This is audit report date. So, any event happening during this phase is called a subsequent event. Auditor either finds out before or after audit report date, meaning FS have already gone into market. What will you answer? Facts that the auditor came to know before FS are issued and after FS are issued. Points under before the FS are important. What does it say? Both should be read together. Generally, there is no obligation. Here also it will be the same as A. Then write, however, if he had known on the date of the audit report, it would have changed his audit report opinion. So he will discuss the matter with management. They will talk about matter, treatment in FS and whether there's a need to amend the FS. Okay. Management says that he can amend it. There's no problem. He will perform new procedures and provide new report, new procedures and new report. How? Amend audit report to include an additional date restricted to the amendment. Please add an audit, right, for 1 month. I signed it normally on July 8th. When subsequent events were known, I signed it on 28th July. So there are 2 dates in one balance sheet and one audit report. There are 2 dates on same audit report, which is dual dating. Or you can just issue a new audit report and simply add an EOM paragraph. We will add EOM paragraph because it's item of FS. Any adjustment or disclosure would surely be there in FS. So either you can do dual dating or EOM paragraph. Next, if it does not amend the FS, and if it is not given to the entity, management says it won't amend it and you haven't given audit report to management, what would you do? Modify it. If it is provided to the entity, we will notify TCWG not to issue it to the third party. And if it is still issued by them, then take action to prevent reliance. You would take action to prevent reliance. After FS are issued, entire answer is same. Management and TCWG informs about situation to everyone stating that audit report and FS that went to them are incorrect. So return it. We will give you a new report. So issue a new report. He won't ask them to return it and send it again. It was sent. Ask for it back and resend it? No. So what will you do now? Take action to prevent reliance. Take action to prevent reliance. Then you can give a public notice. Refer to TYU 1 and 2 on page 7.13 and question 5 on page 7.75. These are some model questions that you will have to solve. I hope you understood the content. There are 6 essays with weightage of 8 to 10 marks with full chance of coming in descriptive and MCQs. We'll meet in next class with next chapter. Goodbye and take care. Aim for a rank or 70 plus, whichever is achievable. I hope to see you in CA final. Hoping for all of you to pass with flying colors. Those who are our own. We made a promise today. Bye and take care. Where is pencil? Let's go. So we are starting with a chapter called bank audit. Open the topic of bank audit in your book. Bank audit. Look now. It is easy. This is small chapter. It is minimum 4 marks. Minimum 4 marks in the exam. Let's say 1 or 2 marks for MCQ or objective question. So 4 to 6 marks is weightage for this chapter. Bank. So in India, banks are of many types. Can you give me some examples for it? Write in the chat. Private banks and public banks. Please give me an example. You are telling types. BUI Bank of India, it is Bank of India. Kotak Mahindra is private bank. SBI became nationalized bank. There are many private banks. In India, who is the head of the bank? Tell me. It is RBI. So I think 11 or 12 questions will be in this chapter. First one is, so what are the regulatory frameworks applicable to a bank? Which regulatory frameworks are applicable? I mean, which acts are applicable to the bank? First applicable to banks is Banking Regulation Act. There are 9 in total. You will have to remember 6 or 7. Banking Regulation Act 1949. The State Bank of India Act 1955 with the State Bank of India Subsidiary Banks Act of 1955. Remember the Companies Act. Regional Rural Bank 1976. Information Technology Act 2000, IT Act 2000. POMLA is 2002, POMLA is 2002. SURFACE 2002, remember this one also, okay. Payment and Settlement Systems Act 2007. Students, this is important. Out of these 9, do learn at least 6 to 7, okay. So Banking Regulation Act 1949, SBI Act 1955, SBI Subsidiary Act. Companies Act 1959, the RRB 1976, IT Act 2000. POMLA 2002. SURFACE Act 2002. The Payments and Settlement Act 2007. Learn this, okay. So then, what are the types of audit reports to be issued by the auditors? We have always learned to take stat audit report. Asked as per this 700, 705, 706, we did this right. Then we make Karo for normal companies. For bank, we make the LAFAR, the long form audit report. What do we make this? The long form audit report, which is known as LAFAR. Tax audit report as per Income Tax Act 1961. Tax audit report as per Income Tax Act 1961. State audit report as per 767576. Long form audit report as per RBI. Tax audit report as per Income Tax Act 1961. These are 3 types of reports. In this bank audit then the appointment of an auditor is very important. Mark this please. Now first. So please listen to me carefully as this is important and tell me if it is a banking company, then which act will apply to them. Which act will apply to banking company? Companies Act. So who appoints an auditor from the company? Members. So members at AGM, who will appoint? Members at AGM like HDFC Bank Limited. The company is ICICI Bank Limited because it is a banking company, so it will benefit. Limited means it will operate. Kotak Mahindra Bank Limited, ICICI Bank Limited, these are companies where auditors are appointed by members at the AGM. We need RBI's approval, which means we need RBI's sanction. Nationalized Bank SBI. Who appoints them? The RBI through the board. It is written bank there. Now in the whole chapter, bank means RBI here. Okay. RBI through board of directors. Tell me who will appoint for the SBI. For SBI, students, it is KEG along with CG. Got it or not? Who will appoint the subsidiary of SBI? SBI itself. SBI itself appoints. Who appoints for regional rural bank? The RBI along with CG's approval. RBI along with CG approval. So what is this? If it is banking company, then members at AGM. For nationalist banks, RBI through board of directors. For SBI board of directors plus CG. Who will be subsidiary of SBI? Subsidiary itself. Who will do it in regional rural bank? RBI along with CG approval. Okay. Now, it is MCQ. Remuneration of auditor. For banking company, it is decided by members at AGM. For rest, who will do it? Reserve Bank of India along with CG approval. This is your complete correct MCQ, but you can see in the exam for sure. Then, LAFAR. Students, LAFAR means long form audit report. Is it clear to you what LAFAR means? Students, like in normal companies, CORU is made. Banking companies, LAFAR is made. So listen to me, the auditors of all public sector banks, all means all private sector banks, all foreign banks. We have to furnish the all banks auditor what we need to make LAFAR long form audit report. Who will tell about matters LAFAR? RBI will. Just like matters of CORU is told by MCA. In same way, who will tell about matters of LAFAR? It has to be submitted before 30th June every year. Students, for audit report, the last date is 30 September. Just like that for LAFAR, last date is 30 June. It does not require executive summary. However, if the auditor requires it, it can be given. However, the auditor may provide same to bring. However, auditor may provide same to bring. The key observation from the whole document. Okay, clear? Students, listen here. Summary is not mandatory because it is MCQ. If they want to give it, they can give it. Okay, clear? Long form audit report. Auditor of all public sector, foreign and private banks have to give LAFAR. Who will tell about matters of LAFAR? RBI, and they will submit report before 30 of June every year. And an executive summary is not required. If the auditor asks for it, then give it. Answer for LAFAR is of 3 to 4 marks. So then, advances. According to the bank's accounts, are advances a liability or an asset? From bank's point of view, it is advances in bank. Only advances is written. What do you understand? Liability or asset? For bank, this is an asset because advances are given, right, students? We always have to give advances. So come on page 81, okay? Can you see? This entire answer is to be read like this. Codes that I have written, write them all. Students, this ABCD complete answer will not come in the exam. What can come that what do advances comprise of? What are the disclosure requirements? And what is their classification? Any of the three can come. Okay. First, what happens in advances? ABCTP. What will you say? ABCTP. What happens in advance? ABCTP. A is advance balance in deposit accounts. B for bills discounted. P for purchases. Cash, credit, overdraft, demand loan. T for term loan. P for participation on risk sharing in this consortium which we call. So there write the code ABCT and mark it. And this ABCT. Students, 2 marks answer for advances. What will come in exams? Bank has given ABCT. Revenue balance of deposit account by bills discounted and purchased. Cash credits, overdraft, demand loan, term loan, participation in consortium. This sharing basis. So then, here, students' question is what are the legal requirements for disclosure in the balance sheet? How will you show the advances here? Look here. BCT. BCT is same as above. Write BCT. Bills purchased and discounted. Cash credits. OD loan repayable on demand. Term loan, this is presentation requirement. You have to learn it, students. And how else can we show secured by tangible? Secured by government warranties or bank guarantees and unsecured. Secured by tangible assets, government and unsecured. And how to answer this? Advances in India, advances outside India. So now what will we do in India? PBSO, priority sector, public sector bank, others. It is given to the private sector, public sector, banks and others. Advances outside India, due from bank, due from others, take from someone and give to someone. What will come in due from others? The bills purchased and discounted, syndicated loan and others. Syndicate means joint consortium loan. Listen students, so this presentation requirement is under Banking Regulation Act. There is no logic behind it. So then, how will you classify the advances? Write this as a sector-wise. Priority, non-priority. Agriculture is priority sector. And then comes a startup, which is priority sector. RBI tells about priority and non-priority. Security-wise, secured, unsecured. Secured, unsecured. Students, now according to prudential norms, is it a standard or is it NPA? Write this down below for your reference. Substandard is less than or equal to 12 months, doubtful is more than 12 months, and losses 3 years are vested. Complete loss. Less than or equal to 12 months, more than 12 months and loss asset. Next category is as per prudential norms. How do we show a standard loan, standard, regular and SMA? SMA 012. What happens in that? See, if you know in NPA we say that more than 90 days default is there, 90 days have passed. Account becomes NPA, right? And what do the bank people say if there is even 1 day of default? I will book it as 0 in SMA. Account showing stress signals. Defaults for 2 days, interest for 4 days is not paid, 10 days have passed. If it is 31 to 60, then 1 in SMA. SMA 2 will be 61 to 90 and it becomes NPA if it is more than 90. It is NPA. Okay. Students, write this please. SMA 1 to 30, 31 to 60 and 61 to 90. Students, please write this valid information. NPA loaners. If it is outstanding for more than 90 days, then you should write outstanding for more than 90 days here. This is for you to understand. It is given in the model. In answer, write the given diagram only, okay? Then, what happens in NPA loan? If my account is an NPA for less than or equal to 12 months, then it is a substandard asset. Okay? 12 or more than 12 months have passed, what will it be? That is doubtful, which has 3 Ds, D1, D2 and D3. 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 1 to 3, more than 3 years. So if it is more than 3, what will it become? It will become a loss asset. Is everything clear to you students? I hope you got it. You all have already read this. Okay. So now, what you will do, you will read question number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are onliners, correct or incorrect, which can come in MCQ, got it. Read 1 to 5. I will scroll you to read 5th one from your module, okay? Read it. Does anyone have any doubt still here? MCQ is also going simultaneously. So anyone has any doubt? Yes, it is a type of national bank. Okay. Now look at this answer number 6. The nature of security. What does it say, students? Nature of security. So what is it? There are two, one is primary and one is collateral. What do we call collateral in the layman's language? That we give the collateral meaning security, but in bank audit what will you say? Primary security meaning your main security. So it is a security offered by the borrower who is taking a loan from the bank for obtaining loan or against which credit has been extended by bank. And the other name of primary is principal security. So how can it be? It can be tangible, it can be intangible, it can be movable, and it can be immovable. So I gave my house to the bank, I gave my car to the bank as collateral, and I gave gold as the collateral for loan. So what is this? This is my security. The bank says that we will also need the guarantee of director. We need the director's guarantee. So they asked me for an extra thing. What will it be? It will be additional security. What do we call that additional security in the language of bank? We call it collateral. What do we call it? Collateral. What do we call it in the language of the bank? Collateral. So one is primary security and the other is collateral. The meaning of collateral is additional security. What does primary mean? The principal security. Then what types of security can there be? Personal security of guarantor, goods, stock, data, and trade receivables. Trade receivables include bills payable. Okay. What else can you give? Gold ornaments and bullion. Wait a second. Immovable property plantations. Third party guarantees, you can give these. From this whole answer, the types of security and the examples of security can come. Types of security can come. There are two nature of security. One is primary, which means principal, and other is collateral. Small answer of 2 marks or 3 marks. Then 7. Mode of creation of security, refer page 86 point number 7, okay? This is given in the book very descriptively. I have written it in short, so I will explain it to you from here. Students, you must have heard the word mortgage plays hypothecation. Mortgage applies on what? On the immovable property. So the mortgage is on immovable property. There are two types of mortgage. One is registered mortgage and other is equitable mortgage. What happens in registered mortgage? We get it registered with the registrar by a registered instrument signed by the mortgager to the mortgagee. The person who is giving his property is called a mortgager. The person who is receiving the property is called the mortgagee. We get registered. In the equitable mortgage, we don't register. What happens is that papers of the house are given to bank by delivery of title deeds. Title deed means the ownership agreements. By the mortgager to the mortgagee. By the mortgager to the mortgagee. Registered mortgage and equitable mortgage. Okay? Pledge applies on what? A pledge is on movable property. Pledge is for what? For movable property. Hypothecation is for what? It's also for movable property. What happens in pledge? The possession of the property that goes to the other party. Suppose we took gold loan. So we will keep that gold in the bank. What did we do? We pledged that gold. Hypothecation is on stock, but the stock is also of ours itself. And the possession remains with us. We keep selling it to repay the loan. Hypothecation is on movable goods and pledge also on movable goods. Okay? Now, assignment. For example, you would have learned this in law or in foundation or intermediate. You would have learned assignment in the part of the contract. For example, I am a owner. I sold some goods. I have the right to recover the money. But I was busy with something else, so I gave my right to Jitesh. Jitesh goes to the buyer and says, give me the money. Abhishek Sir is asking for it. He won't recognize him. Okay? How will he recognize? I will make a relationship and an agreement. We call that the assignment deed. I have assigned something which is my right to someone else. Who am I? I am the assigner. I am giving my right to collect the money. I am the assigner. Who is he? An assignee. I am assigner and he is assignee. So transfer of a future debt right a property. Okay? The transfer of a future debt right a property. By the assigner to the assignee. By the assigner to the assignee is called an assignment. So what does set off mean? Set off means to adjust like we have set off of marks. Right? The same way, here the bank also adjusts. Right of creditor to adjust debit balance in the debtor's account against credit balance in another account of the debtor. Now assume we have to take money from one and give money to another. So we will let off, right? We'll just let off, we call it set off. So why are we studying all this? Because these definitions can come in MCQ. It cannot come in descriptive. If instrument comes that explain each in one line for 4 marks, then just explain set off, assignment and hypothecation. You'll find detailed explanation on page 86.7. Okay? I have written down all the important things for a quick recall. Then, all branches of a bank are treated as a single entity. Okay? From HDFC, assume that Jitesh has taken a car loan of 4 lakh rupees. From HDFC of Mumbai and the branch is in Andheri. Car loan of 4 lakh rupees. And he has savings accounts in the Bandra. Savings accounts is in HDFC Bank, okay? It has a balance of 1.5 lakh rupees. Jitesh won't make payment because he is busy due to his exams. He said, I'll give the money after exams, I don't have time. Okay, guys? Can the HDFC Bank adjust 1.5 lakh rupees more along with the 4 lakh rupees? Tell me yes or no. The answer is yes. It is written, look. Right of a creditor meaning right of HDFC Bank. Which branch is it? Andheri branch. To adjust the debit balance in the debtor's account. When? HDFC Bank's Bandra's account against the credit balance in another account of the debtor. All the branches of a bank are treated as a single entity. It's of HDFC, right? Now assume that his savings account is in PNB. Account is in Bandra's PNB. In this case, can the HDFC Bank adjust this now? No, guys. It won't adjust because bank is different. Bank is different. Okay? Next. Lion. Lion means that having possession and claiming ownership. So what is lion? So the creation of a charge. The creation of a charge with the consent of the owner, which gives the lender a right to seize. Seize and dispose of the asset under the lion. They can seize and dispose. They can sell it by taking possession. So dispose means they can sell it. Okay? Now, NPA. So, interest or principal is due for more than 90 days. What will it be? NPA. Bills are overdue for more than 90 days for bills purchased and discounted. It will also be NPA. Account is what? It is out of order. What is it? Account is out of order. For demand draft or cash credit, for DD or cash credit. What is out of order? It is written below. It is written below. Okay? Wait a minute. Look at this. It will be helpful in definition. What does it mean? There are 3 things. If the outstanding balance remains continuously in excess of the sanction limit or drawing power. Do you know we take ODCC? So what happens in ODCC? You don't get money. You get a limit. You don't get the money, but you get a limit to use. So students, my sanction limit was of 50 lakh rupees. And 40 lakh rupees was my DP drawing power. And how does drawing power happen? It's adjusted every quarter, depending upon your stock and debtors. Stock and debtors, sanction limit is the highest limit. And drawing power will change every quarter, but it will never exceed 50 lakh. What have I done? I have used my entire 40 lakh rupees. Okay, no problem. Now the bank wants me to bring credit. It says that you have used it for making your goods and also for making payments. Money has been used. But now sell it and bring the money. There has to be credit. What will you say? There has to be credit. But here the credit is not coming. So the outstanding balance remains continuously in excess. So suppose I used 41. I used 1 lakh extra and intimated the bank. Credit is not coming. It's not coming. You used 41, so then it will be out of order. And how can it be? In case where outstanding balance in the operating account is less than sanction limit or drawing power, but there are no credits for 90 days. Assume that I have only used 35 lakh. Sanction limit was 50 lakh and drawing power was 40 lakh and I have only used 35 lakh. It's within sanction limit and within drawing power limit. It was used. 10 days, 50 days, 100 days passed. 90 days have passed and no credit has come in. It's out of order. Okay? Then credits are there, but it is not enough to cover the interest that was debited during the same period. Those accounts should be treated out of order. Now I used 35 lakh. I used 35 lakh. 1.5 lakh credit came. In B it says that if credit doesn't come in 90 days, then we'll consider it out of order. Now credit has come in this, so you're not falling in B, right? But the interest that they have charged on 35 lakh rupees, it is 2 lakh rupees. Credit has come, but it is not able to cover the interest. The credit came, but it is not able to cover the interest. We will consider this out of order. If it's out of order, how can you treat it? You can treat it as NPA. There are 3 reasons of out of order. So, if we have used the balance or money beyond the sanction limit or drawing power limit, then it's out of order. Okay. And if it's within the limit of the drawing power and sanction, but no credit has come in 90 days. If the credit has come, but it's not able to cover interest, we'll consider this out of order. If it's out of order, then in the out of order, you have 3 points, which are A, B, and C. If any of the 3 happens, it will be out of order. If it is out of order, then the bank will treat it as NPA. Once we read this example, it will become clear. Read the example. Is it done? Okay. Then, what is the term overdue? What is its meaning? Any amount due to bank if not paid on due date fixed by bank is called overdue. We are not discussing about NPA, we are discussing overdue. And if even default of 1 day happens, like suppose your due date was today on 5th, but you paid on 6th. Now on 6th it was outstanding, so that amount is overdue. If the same amount becomes overdue for 90 days, then what does it become? NPA. Even if there is a default for 1 day, then that amount is overdue. So how does the bank treat it as? It treats it as overdue. So, classification of NPA, how will we do it? Okay, so the availability of security and net worth should not be considered for treating an account as an NPA. 90 days have passed and you still haven't given money. Even if I have collateral, even if you are Mukesh Ambani, even if you have money, but bank will treat it as NPA in its books because NPA has a very simple norm. If it's default, if the money isn't paid in 90 days, even if I have collateral, I'll treat it as NPA. Okay? Then, the asset classification is borrower-wise, not facility-wise. I had taken a home loan. I had taken a personal loan and a car loan. Okay? I have defaulted on my personal loan. I'm paying car and home loan on time. I defaulted on personal loan. Is the bank allowed to treat me as an NPA now? Will it treat the personal loan as an NPA or the entire AB? Who will it treat as NPA? It will treat AB as NPA, correct? It's not as per facility wise. If even one of your accounts becomes an NPA, then you become an NPA borrower wise, not facility wise. Okay. So account regularized near balance sheet date. For example, during the year you were NPA because of more than 90 days. But before 31 March on 28th you paid the full amount along with the interest charges. So as on 31st March, will we consider you as an NPA? So tell me, will we consider you as NPA as on 31st March? Answer is no. So look, if an account is classified as NPA and later on all the amount is received before the balance sheet date, it will not be treated as NPA. All means everything came. Everything means such as the interest of the bank, charges, penalty, everything came. So what will we consider it? We will regularize. If indicates inherent weakness on basis of data available, the account should be deemed as NPA. If inherent weakness on the basis of data available, so if we see that there is weakness in account, what will we do? We will declare it as NPA. Then E. This is very, very, very important. Very important. Look at this: advances guaranteed by the government. I took loan from HDFC Bank. Our company took the loan. Now this loan that we have taken, bank says you will have to get a guarantee from the government. I went to Modi and I said, I greeted him. And then I started praising him and asked, please give guarantee. Modi gave guarantee, meaning Indian government gave guarantee that give the loan to AB Limited. So Mr. Modi, meaning the Indian government, gave a guarantee. So it is central government guaranteed advances. Who gave guarantee on my behalf? Central government. There are two things. One is income recognition norms and the other is asset classification. For income recognition, if 90 days have passed, AB Limited did not give the money. 90 days have passed, but AB Limited didn't give money. Ideally, what should your account become? NPA. So for income recognition norms, you will treat it as an NPA. Okay? If it's a state government guaranteed advances. Maharashtra government gave guarantee on our behalf. What is the HDFC Bank going to do for income recognition purpose? It will consider it NPA, AB Limited NPA. Even though central government has given guarantee, even though state government has given guarantee, so we will consider it as NPA. What will we consider? NPA for income recognition purposes. But for asset classification, if the state government has given guarantee, what will you consider it? NPA. But if central government gave guarantee and AB Limited did not give money, so for income, it is considered NPA. But for the asset classification, we will consider it as a standard asset. What will we consider it as? Standard asset. What will we consider it? Standard asset. We will consider it standard asset. Why? So look, the interest income doesn't matter. It will come. It's of revenue nature. But what are we saying? That the AB Limited took a loan and then didn't repay it. Guarantee was given by government, Indian government. Government is also wrong. This will be said. So if there is a central government guaranteed advance, then it will still be treated as the standard asset. Why? Because if the AB Limited did not repay the money in the future, then don't worry. There is nothing to be worried about at all. You don't have to worry. Mr. Modi, you said that AB Limited will pay money, but they haven't. Now you pay us. Indian government will give money. But if Mr. Modi refuses to give the money, so if Indian government means Mr. Modi refuses to give money, bank went to Mr. Modi and said, you told us that you will give us the money. So then you will treat it as NPA. Then AB Limited's account would be treated as NPA. Look. However, if the guarantee is revoked, if central government's guarantee is revoked or repudiated, meaning cancelled, then it will be treated as NPA. Then it's going to be treated as NPA. Look at this. Generally, NPA is not done. Which part? Only central government guaranteed advances, and that too only for asset classification, do NPA on everyone in income. A normal person would have also taken a loan. The state government and central government would have given its guarantee. What will you consider it as NPA? But for asset classification purposes. In this case, if there is the guarantee of central government, what will we consider it? Standard asset. But if the government refuses, then you will consider it NPA. Clear? It was very important. It can come in MCQ or in correct, incorrect, descriptive. Clear? Okay. Do it till drawing power. We'll continue after break. I think there are 13 questions in this. No, 15. Till 15. Next. Okay, so consortium advances. Consortium means group. Group. Like right now I need 5,000 crore rupees. I went to HDFC. HDFC said, Mr. AB, we cannot give you 5,000 crore rupees. It's okay, I'll go to someone else. So they said, no, don't go to someone else. I will bring you the loan. What did HDFC do? They gave a loan of 2,000 crore rupees. I'll write here. SBI gave a loan of 1,000 crore. PNB gave loan of 1,500 crore. And suppose that Axis gave loan of 500 crore. Okay. 5,000 crore done. From this, everything was collected by HDFC. So students, we will call the HDFC bank as lead bank or leader. Lead bank. AB Limited got 5,000 crore. From different banks will be written in agreement, but money came from HDFC. Right? So will I pay EMI proportion to everyone or to the HDFC? Will I pay EMI proportion to everyone or only HDFC? So, who gave me the money? HDFC. So I will pay the EMI to whom? To HDFC bank. My relationship is with HDFC bank, the leader, or else I would go crazy. I would have to go to 4 banks to deposit check. Will only pay HDFC. Listen, I gave the money to HDFC. I gave amount of everyone's EMI of SBI and PNB and everyone's. I didn't give the money of Axis. Which bank will treat as NPA in its books? 90 days past NPA is treated. HDFC, SBI, PNB. Axis or all 4? I have paid the EMI components to rest of them. I have not paid of Axis only. Who will treat me as NPA? Who will treat me NPA? Axis will treat as NPA whose money you didn't give. Everyone will focus on them. Axis. Axis, okay? Another example. I gave everyone's money to HDFC because I have a relationship with it. What did HDFC do? HDFC did not give the share of Axis to it. HDFC did not give Axis its share. My question is that can Axis treat AB Limited account as an NPA? My answer isn't given yet. Check out this H point on the page 88, point H. Read and answer. Read and answer. Will NPA accept or not? NPA will accept. Will not consider the AB limit account but consider the recovery from HDFC bank as NPA. But it is through the AB Limited, right? It will be checked whether AB Limited has given shares or not. If it has, then it will not become NPA. HDFC bank will be considered as NPA in Axis books. See, it's written there. Where remittances by borrower means AB Limited under consortium lending are pooled with one bank, HDFC. And where bank receiving remittances means HDFC is not parting with share of other member banks means Axis was not given. The account should be treated as not serviced in the books of the other member banks and therefore as NPA. Axis will treat it as NPA in their books. Understood? Will consider NPA. Doubt cleared? AB did not give the money, I didn't get the money, so I will consider it NPA, right? Consider it NPA. Then, drawing power calculation, okay? I told you where drawing power is calculated, one is sanction limit and another is drawing power. So they look at the company's entire accounts and then they give the sanction limit. How is the drawing power calculated of every quarters? Debtors and stock. It is on debtors and stock. The lead bank would be responsible for computing DP and allocate the same to member bank. The limit can be increased or decreased at the borrower's request. Now the steps for calculating DP. Okay. Now, see, there is an illustration given in the module and I'm reading it to you from there. Only one question of this came in May 22 and we will do it in May 22. Look at it. So first of all, you need to take the stock. Wait, have you all read this earlier? Have you? Drawing power calculation. What do you all study then? What do you study? There is no amendment. It is just an old thing now. See, the first figure is of stock. Minus unpaid stock. Money has not come. From that, we have to minus our secured creditors and acceptance. And LC. See, this is LC, letter of credit. Minus it. You will get balance of stock. One margin percentage will be asked in question and I will show you how to do it. Please minus it. So this figure that came, this figure is the stock figure. Then you take the debtors, take the debtors. What will we do from the debtors? Take the ineligible debtors, okay? And it will be given in the question. You will get the eligible debtors. Then there will be a margin percentage. Subtract that and you will get the debtors. Okay, add the stock. Add the stock and add the debtors. If you add both, you will get your drawing power. Its illustration is given in the model, so I have referenced it here. Page 12.34 model, so you will know where illustration is written when you read. In 12.34, here. Look, I have 1000 rupees worth stock. Creditors 300. Bills payable and LC of 300 rupees, so I minus 600 rupees. So stock is of 400 rupees. They said the margin is 25% and 100 rupees minus. So how much is the stock? 300 rupees. You are saying the stock is 1000 rupees, but the bank said, after selling the goods, you will have to pay the creditors 300 rupees. There are letter of credits and bills payable of 300 rupees, so 600 rupees spent and 400 rupees. Okay, now why should I give you limit on your margin? That's your profit. Remove that 25%. This 25% is not fixed. It changes in the question, means from bank to bank, party to party. According to us, you only have 300 rupees worth of stock. Debtors of 1000 rupees. 200 is ineligible, meaning those are not actually debtors. 800 saved. I'm saying that you have 40% in margins and minus it. 480 is left. So 300 and 480 is 780. So 780 is my drawing power. 780 is my drawing power and the illustration is given here. Now, a question came in May 22. This one. This is the only question you have to calculate for me. Compute the drawing power for cash credit of S Limited for month of March 22. With the following information, stock is 50,000 rupees and debtors is 45,000 rupees. Including debtor of 5,000 for an invoice dated 17/11/21. Okay, so including the debtor for invoice dated. Okay. Sundry creditors 15,000 rupees and sanctioned limit is 45,000. Margin on stock is 20% and on debtors is 50%. Debtors older than 3 months are ineligible. This is written. Calculate the drawing power and you can use your phone or calculator. Done? Stock is 50,000. 50,000 of stock. Okay? You have to minus 15,000 from it. We would have minus if there were more. We have to minus 15,000 here. 35,000. Okay, your margin on stock is 20%. Less 20%. 7,000. We are saying you have a stock of 28,000. Stock, okay? Daters. 45,000 daters. 5,000 from this are your ineligible daters. It's mentioned. So 40,000 is left. The margin on daters is 50%. Less, 50%. 20,000. 20,000 is left. 28 plus 20. How much will it be? 48,000 is my drawing power. How is it 45? What went wrong here? Must be 48. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, I'm coming to that. So 48 is my drawing power. But guys, what is my sanction limit? 45. So how much can I withdraw maximum? It will be restricted to 45,000. Your drawing power is 48, but sanction limit is 45, so you can withdraw 45. So write in answer that my drawing power is 48. But because my sanction limit is 45, we can withdraw only up to 45,000. Understood? This is an exam question. I'm not lying. Look, it's a 3 marks question in the exam. This kind of question comes. One illustration and it came once. It might come in the 2 marks MCQs though, and you know it. The stock will be given minus it. Just apply the logic. What would we say? We are the customers. I have 1,000 rupees stock, so give me audit accordingly. The bank gives me 90% audit, so annually. You will get 90 rupees, but if I have 100 rupees stock, from this I have to pay the creditor first. There are some bills payable, some LCs that will have to be paid minus that. So net will be saved and some margin will also be added. In valuation, right? So minus that as well. The bank gives me limit on the net figure. There must be some ineligible daters in daters minus those. Okay, my margin will be minus. So when you add both the stock and daters, you will get drawing power. However, this amount cannot exceed sanction limit. So if sanction limit is less, then you will be restricted to it. Clear? Almost 50 to 60% of the bank audit chapter is finished. Some things are pending. Let's continue after the break. Okay guys, aim for a rank or 70 plus, whichever is earlier, okay? Bye, take care. Come back now. Let's read the next part of bank audit. What does it say? Look, it says, one second. Accounts where there is erosion in the value of security or frauds committed by the borrowers. Erosion means what does erosion mean? Erosion means accounts where there is erosion in value of security frauds committed by borrowers. There was a line there. Dispute happened in land, or that land was called coastal land. Its value decreased, okay? Or fraud is committed, so look what it says. It is not appropriate to follow stages of asset classification. Asset classification is NPA substandard, art for loss, there is nothing to do. Straight away, What do we have to treat straight away? Doubtful or loss, whatever is appropriate. You will not follow the stage, treat them as doubtful or loss assets. Now, if the realizable value is less than 50%, then you will classify that asset as doubtful. And if realizable value is less than 10%, classify it as loss asset. Or it may be written off or fully provided by the bank, so provision can be made or write it off. So, if it is less than 50%, treat them as doubtful. Let's check if it's 50 or 60. One second. It's 50. If the value is less than 50%, then treat them as doubtful. If it is less than 10%, then treat them as loss. So you either write it off or create a provision. Provision or write off. Okay? Then, this is also an important thing. Advances against term deposits. NSCs, KVPs, IVPs. NSC stands for National Savings Certificate. KVP means Kisan Vikas Patra. IVP means Indira Gandhi Vikas Patra. So this is completely safe, 100% safe investment. So he says, if you have kept this mortgage, I have an NSC certificate from the government which will be redeemed after 10 years. I will go and say that please give me a loan on this. Okay, look, if I did not pay. No problem, if you have taken a loan and you have not paid. Advances against above need not be considered NPA if 90 days have passed and I did not pay. Bank will still not consider it NPA. The bank will still not consider it as NPA. The bank will still not consider it as NPA. Bank will not. Provided adequate margin is, okay? Adequate margin is available in the accounts, like for example. Now let's assume the certificate is of 10,000 rupees. After applying interest, now assume they had given me loan of 8,000 rupees. But after applying interest and charges, it became 10,500. Now consider it NPA. If it is within the value, you will never consider it as NPA because it is safe investment. Adequate margin is available. Then, advances. Do one thing, read both of these concepts, please. Read O and P. O and P. Now it's a completely different concept. See what it says. Agricultural advances affected by natural calamities. Oh no, wait. Wait for a minute, please. Here, read this. Agricultural advances affected by natural calamities. Now see, like recently there was flooding in Kedarnath and in Kerala, there is generally flooding. So if banks have given loans, then what happens in flood is all the crops are destroyed. So RBI has given measures through circulars for classification and income recognition issues due to impairment caused by natural calamities. So RBI has kept different norms for that, and normally if it's not paid in 90 days, then do NPA, then substandard, doubtful, after 3 years loss will occur. But agricultural says that banks may decide their own relief measures. Whatever short-term loan was, you can convert it. You can convert it to long-term. If you had given any short-term loan of agriculture advance. Okay, now you convert the natural calamity into long-term. It will not be considered NP. You can convert it to long-term, or you can reschedule the payment. Move the EMI debit from first week to last week. And now what can you do? We will give a new fresh short-term loan. A new fresh short-term loan is given, then we will not consider it at the end. Yes. Okay. Now that the new fresh short-term loan that has been given, if that bounces, then you will apply the NPA norms. In such cases, the NPA classification should be governed by rescheduled terms. Now it's flooding, but no problem. We converted the short-term into long-term. Or if the payment schedule was deferred or we gave you a fresh short-term loan, then we will not consider your account as an NPA yet. But if you defaulted in the new loan that we gave you, then if you have defaulted in the new loan as well, then we will treat you as an NPA. Okay? These are agriculture advances affected by natural climate. So these are specific provision of natural climate. Then advances to staff. So staff means like HDFC Bank. Now what HDFC Bank does is, so let's assume that there's HDFC Bank and Sarita works there. Okay? So she is an employee. HDFC Bank provides different types of loan to customers. They offer home loan, personal loan, business loan, and different types of loan. So now the HDFC Bank had a policy that we would give wedding loans. So it will go to all the employees. So Sarita thought of getting married. She took a loan of 1 lakh rupees. This loan of 1 lakh rupees was not taken according to customers. Not from customer's perspective, it was taken from employee-employer relationship. From the employee and employer relationship. Now Sarita also required a home loan. She needed it. So Sarita took a home loan. But they took this from whose perspective? From the customer's perspective. But the wedding loan that was taken, that wedding loan was taken as an employer and employee. Employer-employee. But the home loan was taken as the customer's perspective. Now let's see what it says. Now, interest-bearing staff advances as a banker, which I gave you an example of a home loan. So where will the bank show it? The bank will show it in its books under advances portfolio, because it's advance from bank's perspective. The wedding loan that the bank gave as an employer will be included in the subheading other. Under schedule of other assets, so it will go under other assets. This could come as MCQ. If the loan is given as customer, then put it in advances portfolio. But if it says employer-employee, put it in others. Okay? Now, in case of housing loan or any similar advances granted to staff members, meaning employer to employees, what happens there? Interest is payable after recovery of the principal. Now assume the loan of 1 lakh was for marriage. And this had 5% interest. Okay? So generally what do? They divide 1,05,000 by number of months. And that becomes your EMI. But in employer-employee, it says that first you have to pay the principal. When you will pay the interest, when your entire principal is paid, then you will pay interest. This is normal policy of every bank to give loan to their employee. So what does he say? In case of housing loans or any similar advances granted to staff members, whether interest is payable after recovery of principal, such interest need not be considered as overdue from the first quarter onwards. Is it logical? First principal will be paid later if we say that interest was not paid, meaning it's defaulted. No, that's the rule. When entire principal is paid. When it comes to interest, and if interest is not paid, so it will be default. So it will be NPA. Such loan will be treated as NPA only if there is default in repayment of installment of principal, which they paid or payment of interest on respective due date, when respective due date will come after payment of principal. After payment of principal. Okay. Then agriculture advances. India is agro country. Now the bank has given what? Bank has given loan for long duration crops. What is long duration crop? Crops which season for more than 1 year, like mango. It takes more than 1 year to become ready. Short duration crop like rice paddy. They are ready in 3-4 months, where crop season is for less than or equal to 1 year. If it takes up to 1 year, so it's called short duration crop. What do we call long duration crop? More than 1 year. This is definition of long duration and short duration. We said that for NPA, 90 days have passed but loan is not repaid. So read only NPA. But in case of agricultural advances, it will be treated as NPA only if the installment of the principal or of the interest remains overdue for one crop season. So here we won't look at 90 days, but we will focus on one crop season. NPA, it will be NPA only if the installment of principal or interest remains overdue for 2 crop seasons. Here 1 crop season, here 2 crop seasons. Don't say 90 days 1 crop season, 2 crop seasons. Now, what is long duration crops which takes more than 1 year? Short duration crops grow in less than 1 year. Okay. So here, the different norms of the NPA that ends here. Okay. Okay, quickly read this. We have read till P, so from Q. QRS. Yes, QRS, these 3. Read. Is it done? Now, we are going to read about the audit process. Here the entire concept of bank audit will be completed. Now the entire concept will come. What is this? Now what will come? It's the audit procedure. How as an auditor would you verify advances? I told you advances mean what the bank has given as loan. So the audit is primarily concerned with obtaining evidence about the following. Look. So this answer has came as the separate question in the exam. It's written below means it came in point number 2. I am not teaching anything new. I am telling that how can we use verification. So you can check that auditor should opt in. What does it say? The auditor is primarily concerned about the evidence. Opening evidence about the following. What is that? From V. Validity of the recorded amounts. Amount is correct. What was from E? In the verify E stands for existence. Verifying that there are no unrecorded amounts of evidence. Verifying that there are no unrecorded amounts of evidence. We checked the existence. Now are right. Rights are checked from documentary evidence. Checking the loan documents. Checking the loan documents. So I am using verify only. Like logics. And with I, is there any chance of taking loan or something? It says revising the appropriate positions. Reviewing the appropriate position towards advances have been made as per RBI norms. Is the loan that has been given is according to RBI norms. F schedule 3 followed meaning requirements of the presentation. Checking whether the advances are properly disclosed, classified and described as per the relevant statutory and regulatory requirements. So what is my verification? Broadly it is verified. From V it was amounts, valuations, validity of recorded amounts. From E it was how do you check the existence? Checking whether there are no unrecorded amounts of advances and then are right. And right means checking the loan documents. Is there any charge for checking whether the loans given are as per RBI norms or not? Schedule 3 whether the advances are properly disclosed, classified and described. Then the auditor can obtain SAI about the advances by studying an evaluation of ICS relating to advances and by same as above. Same as above ABCD, it's the same answer. So if a question comes up in the exam that if you have to obtain advances, if you need to gather evidence, then what is it? It is verified. It is verified. This came in the exam. Point number 2. The auditor should obtain evidence about advances. By ABCDE, that ABCD has to be written. May by was the question here. Question number 8 important. Now, how as an auditor you would verify the audit of income? Okay, of income. What will be the income for bank now? Tell what's the income for bank. Interest, right? Interest. So what should we say? Everything should be recorded. There should be no unrequired income. The auditor should check there is no unrecorded income and all income is recorded in the proper accounts and is allocated to the proper period. Everything should be done time-wise on accrual basis. Then the auditor should see that any income meets the presentation requirement. If it exceeds 1% of the total income of the bank, calculate on gross basis. Or if it exceeds 1% of the profit. Here 1% of total income, 1% of profit. Before taxes if calculated on the net basis. What should be done? It should be considered as per accrual basis on AS9. As per accrual basis on AS9. If it is exceeding 1% on gross basis, 1% of net profit on net basis. If your income is exceeding, for example, there is some commission, some processing fees and interest is there, it is exceeding 1%. Don't do anything, just record on accrual basis as per AS9. He is repeating the same thing. Bank should recognize income on accrual basis. Okay, but if it is an NPA, then we have said that you cannot do it on an accrual basis. With respect to NPA, banks should recognize the income. Not on accrual basis, but on cash basis, basically receipt basis. So we have to keep repeating what we have read in different ways. Okay? Do you remember we did point number 5? Advances against term deposits NSC and IPB should not be treated as NPA. Okay? If they default, then you will not consider it as NPA provided. Adequate margin is available. What will you say? Provided adequate margin is available. Then you should check the bills for collection, letter of credit and bank guarantee on test basis means sample basis. So these LC bills collection and bank guarantee, you should check them on test basis. So what is the question? First, what should I check for the advances? This was what should I check for income. Check if there is any unrecorded income. Everything should be allocated to the appropriate trade. Check the presentation requirements. If it is exceeding 1%, if any income is exceeding this 1% of total income on gross basis, 1% of net profit on net basis after deducting, I mean before taxes, now should be recognized as per AS 9. The bank should always follow the accrual basis. Always follow the cash basis in NPA. Okay, if you have given loan against term deposit, against NSC or IVP, you will not consider it NPA, provide adequate margin is available. Okay, bills for collection, letter of credit, bank guarantee. You should check on sample basis. It's done. Then, reversal of income. So first, we checked income in paper 9. Now here it's reversal of income. What does it say if any advance becomes NPA at the year end? Correct? So we were following accrual. We had already booked income on first day. Right, we will book the income on first of every month. But suppose that if that account becomes an NPA, then what will you do? Either consider it provision or reverse it. The entire interest accrued. Should be credited to income account in the past period. Should be reversed. It means reverse it, or provided means provision it if the same is not realized. Wait, is this line right? This will also apply to government guaranteed advances. Government guidance means CGSG both, right? If it is the interest income, you had booked it as income but the account became an NPA. Now in that, do one thing, now reverse it. Then make provision for it. This rule will also apply. Government guided advances means both government, CGSG both. Clear? Is this line right? So we talked about this. Central government guaranteed advances exist, even if it became NPA. Central government has given guarantee, but other party's account became NPA means payment doesn't come in 90 days. Now you will treat it as standard asset. It's not followed. It's not followed. That's asset classification norm. In the income recognition, we consider both of them, either it's central government or the state government, as NPA. Only in asset classification, that too if central government has given guarantee. So we will not consider them as NPA. We will treat them as still standard asset. Understood? Will you remember? Very nice. Such question is good for MCQ. For asset classification, we will consider it as standard. Otherwise, it is NPA. Okay? In respect of NPA, whatever fees, commission charges, whatever it was, now what will you do with that? You will reverse it. Because money didn't come yet. Okay, by chance if we have already done it wrong, in case of a bank which have wrongly recognized an income in the past, should reverse or provision, it's the same point. So first 2 points were of NPA. It says that if we got any wrong income, I mean it was not our income, you can reverse it or make provision for it. Okay. If there are large debits in interest income account, but there are no credits, bank is charging the account of the other person in their books, this month's interest, but other person didn't make any payment. The auditor should inquire with management and ask them to reverse the sale because you cannot book it as income. Again, it is repeating it once more of the NPA. He is specifically saying that it is being debited in interest income. If the customer is not making the payment, what will we do? We will reverse it. Okay, so reversal of income is separate 4-mark question. 11. It says, how as an auditor, you would verify any income from investment. So income from investment comes in 2 ways. One is interest income and another is profit. On sale of investment, interest income comes in government securities, bonds, debentures and other investments. Okay? It will be considered in P&L. Net profit or loss on sale of investment, either profit or loss, it shall also be taken to P&L. 1 second. Normally interest income for everyone, like for normal company, for normal individual, we take it to P&L. But profit on sales of investment is called capital profit. And we take it to the balance sheet in the reserves. Here for both, it is saying P&L. It's understood as interest income is of revenue nature, so P&L. How will profit on the sale of investment will go to P&L? How will that go into the P&L? Tell me. What's the logic? Correct? It's normal business for bank. It's ordinary course of business. It's not investment for them. This is their ordinary course of business. We will take that to P&L. So keep it in mind. Both of those things will go to P&L. Interest income as well as profit on sales for the bank. It will go to P&L. Okay. But there is an exception. What comes under interest income? Dividend income. Subsidiary or joint ventures in India or abroad, it won't go to P&L. Except dividend income from subsidiary joint ventures in India or abroad, it won't go in P&L. This is exceptional rule. Remember it separately. Then 12. How as an auditor we have discussed income, we have discussed reversal of income, and we have discussed advances. How as an auditor you would verify expenses? How as an auditor you would verify expenses? Now what is it? Expense. What would be the expenses for bank? As per bank's perspective, what are the expenses for bank? To give interest. Bank will give interest on what? On the FD which people have done. Interest on the investment done by people. People will have savings accounts. Interest on the savings accounts of people. Do you know that it is different for Kotak Bank and YOLO account? No, it's called YONO account. It's different of SBI. 811 of Kotak. Have you seen at 6% interest? So the auditor should check, is there any change in the interest rate on savings deposits, term deposits during that? Because generally interest expense should be the same. If there is any change, then the expense will increase or decrease. The auditor should understand the average balance and recompute the same on the sample basis. Now see, a bank has number of customers in lakhs. Now we cannot check interest of everyone, but on sample basis how much balance is there, because interest is earned on balance as well. You must have seen that now the SBI gives it in 6 months. April to September and then in March. Private banks pay interest quarterly. On savings, you also get it, if you know. So auditor will not check of everyone, he will check on sample basis. Okay, the auditor should analyze month-on-month expenses and document the reasons for variances as per the benchmark statement. He should compare the average rate of interest with the previous year's figures and analyze any material difference, that how much interest was there last year and this year. Check all the difference, maybe rate has increased. Maybe customers have increased, so interest amount is more. He should see the entries for interest expenses are automatically generated through. Now banks process in CBS system. CBS means core banking system. Core banking system. He should analyze the various types of deposits at the year end. It's a kind of watching verification. You can write it accordingly. This is your expense. Okay. Then question number 13. What initial considerations should be considered by the auditor in case of, by statutory order in case of audit of bank? So now on page number 80 in main book, there is answer number 12 that you have to read it. This is your homework. Just read it. Initial considerations by the auditor in the case of a bank. What are the things I need to keep in mind before starting the bank audit? Initial considerations. Hint is initial consideration. Now, how as an auditor will you understand the risk management process in case of a bank? Now, whenever there is risk management process, we call it RAP or risk assessment procedure. Or when it comes to internal control, always keep it in mind. Through these 5 things, you build the system. 5 things, okay? But how? Suppose that this is my classroom. Whenever any company creates an ICS, it means it is framing a RAP, right? We keep 5 things in mind. First, control environment like this classroom. Thefts are happening from here. I saw the thefts happening. So I assessed the risks. I installed CCTV in the classroom. Control activities. I told my staff that if any student is a troublemaker, he must be frisked. Just frisk him. Remember being frisked at the mall or airport? Staff should inform me, so information and communication. Then I am at home and I have my mobile on which I'm checking the entire system, monitoring it. So an effective risk management system in a bank generally requires consideration of the following. Factors for establishing ICS or its framework. ICS means internal control system. Remember these 5 points. Classroom, control environment. For thefts, do. Risk assessment. CCTV is installed to control activities. We are discussing mobile phones, so information communication and monitoring. This is the heading and you have to note down few lines under this. Refer to on page 82 in main book. Headings are important. Got my point? Okay. Then, what other reports will the auditor rely on while doing bank audit? What other reports will the auditor rely on while doing a bank audit? What other reports will they pay attention to? So, last year's audit report. They will look at the RBI's latest inspection report. Then bank officials inspection reports. The internal concurrent audit report will be there. Then there's report on verification of securities. Next, they may look at any other internal report. Annual financial inspection report. The exam may include a 3-mark question on this. Which reports will stat auditor check during bank audit? Last year's report, any latest report from the RBI and some official inspection reports of bank will be reviewed. Bank means RBI. Internal concurrent audit report and verification of securities report. Any annual financial statement report and internal audit report will be reviewed. That's all. Look, question 15 is repetitive question. 13 to 15-13. Reversal of income and advances. Understood? So, the chapter is over. Quickly read this so your mind will retain it, then we'll solve module questions. Read it. Done. Bank audit finished. Now answer this. Its given card limited is into the banking business and handles large amounts of loans and advances of different kinds. NPAs are on the rise since last 2 quarters. Management is concerned with correct provisioning for same. Now what are they asking? CAR is appointed to check whether correct provisioning of NPAs is being made by the bank or not, and what's next? Carefully read what is given next. What are the aspects that will be verified by CAR for this purpose? What will you write? Give me 1 or 2 points. What will you write here? Tell me. What should be verified for the NPAs? Tell me. So the income from the NPAs. No, sorry. Only NPA is given in this question. Do you know we always look at the NPAs borrower wise. We do not view them facility wise. Okay, and moreover, if during the year it was an NPA, but at year end it became okay, then you will not treat it as an NPA. You have to write down all the points under NPAs. For agricultural advances, listen. Normally, if it's outstanding for 90 days, it's treated as NPA. In agricultural advances, we say that if it is long duration crop, then it's 1 crop season. For short duration crop, it's 2 crop season. Now, during the natural calamities, if they were provided with a new loan, then the norms of NPA in that case will be as per the new repayment schedule. Norms of NPA are according to that. Advances like NSC, KVPs and IVPs are not considered NPA provided adequate. Adequate margin is available if they're central and state government guided advances. And there's income recognition. Treat that as NPA. For asset classification, don't consider those from central government as NPAs. Whatever you've learned about NPAs so far, write everything down in this. You should write down all the things you have learned about NPAs here. Right. Like about agricultural advances. You can write down points on staff's advances. Include agriculture advances for natural calamity. Then there are points about NSC KVP in answer. Then if fraud has been committed, you can write that down and consider it loss. It's doubtful for less than 50% of the value. And if it is less than 10%, then loss asset. That's all. Mention about government. That's what to write in answer. It was worth 4 marks last time. That makes 59 out of 88. It was 45 yesterday. 4 marks more, so 59 marks sorted. Cool? Now let's discuss correct and incorrect from module. There are 3 questions, 1, 2 and 4, which I've marked for you in the notes. Read them from the module. Let's discuss 9 correct and incorrect. Read it carefully. RBI has been entrusted with the responsibility of regulating the activities of commercial banks only. Tell me. Is it correct? It's incorrect, but why? It will look after private, nationalized and the cooperative banks as well. So incorrect. 2, in the computerized environment, the auditor need not be familiar with latest applicable RBI guidelines that have been bearing on classification provisions and income recognition. Should he be familiar? Tell me. It's incorrect. He should be familiar, right? Won't work otherwise. Guidelines keep changing. You should know. 3rd, auditor can assume that system generated information is correct and relied upon without evidence that demonstrates that system driven information is based on validation of required parameters for time being in force and applicable. Is system's information accurate and reliable? Is there no need to check anything else? Incorrect. You can rely on it, but you also have to check, an audit process has to be done, right? Even if information is from system, you have to check it. Now, 4th, it's a tough one. Collateral security refers to the security offered by the borrower for bank finance, or the one against which the credit has been extended by the bank. It's tough. Asawari is saying it's incorrect. But why? What's the security? Collateral is primary security or principal security. So this is correct. Fifth, registered mortgage is effected by a mere delivery of title of deeds or other documents of title with intent to create security. Do we just go and deliver in a registered mortgage? It's incorrect. It is registered in the registered mortgage, but here it's equitable mortgage. Sixth is also tricky, read carefully. Listen, it was equitable mortgage in previous question, not equity. Any amount due to the bank under any credit facility is overdue if it is not paid within 90 days of becoming due. Is this correct definition of overdue? No, it is incorrect. I had taught you that missing a payment even by 1 day from due date makes it overdue. And if it's more than 90 days, then NPA applies. Even if it is 1 day past due, it is overdue. Be careful. An account should be treated as out of order if the outstanding balance remains continuously in excess of sanctioned limit or drawing power. Do we consider it out of order? There are 3 grounds. Correct. If sanctioned limit is more than drawing power or both are within limits, but there are no credits, or credits have arrived but they cannot meet the interest, then we will mark it as out of order, and if it's out of order, then it's NPA. Eighth, what is written here? It's given that banks recognize income on NPA on accrual basis. Is this correct? No, it's on cash basis. Read ninth, the auditor of a nationalized bank is to be appointed at the AGM of the shareholders. RBI through Board of Directors. RBI through Board of Directors. Let's check this once. Incorrect, 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 incorrect. Sixth is correct. Seventh is correct. Eighth and ninth are incorrect. Approval of RBI is required before appointment. It is done. Finished. There are 3 questions I've marked in the notes. Read them from the module. The entire bank audit is finished. Your 1 more chapter is done. So goodbye, take care. Study well and aim for a rank or 70 plus, whichever is earlier. Bye. Hi guys, how are you? Welcome back to the class, and we are going to do the revision of our very last chapter. That is our chapter number 3 in the module Risk Assessment and Internal Control. This chapter carries a weightage of approximately 8 marks. It can go up to 12 marks. Many people find this chapter difficult because it is technical. Therefore, you should do this chapter at last. Keep that in mind. So let's begin. Those who have my handwritten notes, please take them out. Those who are studying from the module or from any teacher's book, please take that out. Everyone can take out whichever book they have. We will now begin our chapter number 3. So, what is the first question? So, our first part is automated environment. What does it say? What is automated environment? And what are the features of the automated environment? In an automated environment, everything is running on automation, where the POAD, what does it mean? The process, the operation, the accounting and the decisions. So its process, operation, accounting and the decisions are carried out by using computer system known as information system or information technology system. So your POAD will be integrated together. An automated environment means where the process, operations, accounting and decisions are carried out by using computer systems or computer information technology systems. For example, the Swiggy. We can order food just sitting at home. So we place an order, the restaurant, and the delivery person receives intimation. And the Swiggy gets revenue there. They cut the GST and the TDS after deducting their commission. They give the rest to the restaurant and to the delivery person. What do we call this? An automated environment. And what are the key features of an automated environment? The code is false LIC. What is F? It enables faster business operations, and A is accuracy. What will we call this? Accuracy in data processing. Accuracy in data processing. And the L is the ability to process large volume of transaction. Ability to process large volume of transaction. S is it will be better security and controls. Then E is less prone to human error. No errors will occur because everything is running on automation. False LIC. L is provides latest information. I is integration between the business operations, like the example I gave you, processing order, restaurant, delivery boy, and accounting, commission, everything is automated. C is connectivity and networking capability, everything is connected. Definition of automated environment and its key features is done. Number 2, how as an auditor you will understand and document automated environment. How as an auditor you will understand and document automated environment. Where is the understanding part written? In 315. Auditor needs to obtain the understanding of the entity. Business including automated environment, following points should be considered. We call this VIP alloc. What do we call this? VIP alloc, and the V is version. There are different versions of same software. They are different in the Android and iOS. Check what it is. I is information system being used. Which IS are they using? What's the purpose? Is it financial or non-financial, like an employee attendance register? That who came, who is going, when is he coming, when is he going, time in, time out. The software that you are using is your non-financial. Financial, like tally, accounting software, Zoho and SAP. What are all these? Accounting software. A is architecture, desktop-based, app-based, web-based. The classes that are seen on app, that would be app-based. Those who have seen classes on laptop would be web-based. Then the L is location of IT systems, whether local versus global. O is outsourced activities, and K is key persons like the CIO and CISO. CIO is Chief Information Officer, CISO is Chief Information Security Officer. That's it. So this was your. How would you understand the automated environment and how would you document it? You will have to document that understanding. Where is the documenting written? In SA 230. Where is documentation written? In 230. Okay. Now an example was asked in exam a long time ago. So the examples can also appear in the exam, like the VIP alloc. So in VIP alloc we have the version. Information system purpose. A for architecture, location. Then outsourced, whether in-house, and key persons. Example of the same was made. You can write anything in example. In the software you can write tally instead of SAP. In the version I wrote 2.5, you can write 1.7. What is its purpose? Accounting, and the location is the global one. Is it web-based? Is it package or CIO and CISO? Institute asked for example 2. Next. What are the risks arising out of IT systems? Following are the risks. What are the risks? Lucifer, guys, what are the risks? Lucifer. L is loss of data. Unauthorized access to data happened, meaning someone is changing the data. C is unauthorized changes to systems or programs. I is inaccurate processing of data, processing inaccurate data, meaning the data that is being processed. That data is wrong, or the data is correct but the processing was incorrect. Next. F is failure to make changes to system or program. If it's hacked, we cannot make changes. E is excessive access, privileged access to super users. Many people have access to main master PC, so it's a risk. So these are all the risks of the IT system. Lucifer. Next. What is the impact of IT related risk? What would you say is the impact of IT related risk? The IT related risk will impact on the CSR. It will affect the controls. It will affect substantive checking and reporting. What will it affect? It will affect the controls and the substantive checking and reporting. So controls. Now if my risk is not correct, then whatever my system is, it will get damaged. What I had done was, as soon as the employee checked in, his meter would start. So we would give him the hourly rate. Now that system has become faulty. So the calculation and the accounting, everything will be wrong. Substantive checking, what is it? My entry that will go in the accounting system. How much salary should be given? That too will be wrong. Now the report that I will generate on that. Because of reporting requirements, our Annexure B, which comes after Caro ICFR, it will lead to modification of report because company's system is wrong. So it will have an impact on CSR, control, substantive checking, reporting. Control, substantive checking, reporting. Next. What are the types of controls in automated environment? The code is GUI. What is the code GUI? G is general. A for application, I is IT dependent controls. General controls, application controls, IT dependent controls. These are general controls, application and IT dependent controls. So general control, main control. For example, if you turn the power on, then the CCTV cameras will get on. So that's general control. When I turn on my laptop, so then my main password is my general control. Now I have opened Tally, so Tally has a separate password, that is the application control. On the same basis, I'll take a print of ledger from Tally, that is IT dependent control. So the IT dependent controls depends on application and application depends on general controls. Effect of IT dependent will be on general and application. In general controls, the controls are policies and procedure that relate to many application and support. The effective functioning of the application control, it includes control over data. D is data center and network operation. A is access security, but this is its content. The content of access security is this. P is program change. A is application system acquisition, DAPA. Data center network operation, access security. Then program change and application system acquisition. You will read this later. Institute have also asked separately for 2 marks, so learn this too. Application controls. So the application controls can be manual or automatic. For example, when we set a password, it's written in alphanumeric, it won't proceed until I write in alphanumeric form. Nobody came and told me how to do it. It was written in front of me, so I did it. That's automated control. Automated control. You may have seen that you have to write your birth date where DDMMYY is written. Sometimes we write DDMMYY. We are doing next but not moving on. Why? Because format isn't complete. That's your application control. So only 4 users are allowed on Netflix. When 5th person logs in, someone gets logged out. That's your application control. C. IT dependent control. These are manual controls that make use of some form of data or information or reports produced from IT systems and applications, even though the control is performed manually. But it will depend upon the reliability and the source of data. Performing reconciliation based upon computer-generated data is an example of IT-dependent control. GUI is general application IT-dependent. General has 4 components: DAPA, data center, and network operations, access security, program change, and acquisition system, application system acquisition. Question number 6. Mention the tests or methods for performing tests under IT environment. We call this ORE II. What will we call this? ORE II. It's observation, it's reperformance. It's inspection and inquiry, observation, reperformance, inspection, inquiry. Inquiry is the most efficient audit test, but it gives least audit evidence. Right or wrong? What is the answer? We don't know. What will you say? You will say it is the most efficient audit test. Which one? Inquiry. Reperformance is the most effective test, but not efficient because it is very expensive. It will require repeated checks. Inquiry alone cannot be used. It has to be used in combination with other audit testing methods. Now applying inquiry in combination with inspection is more effective and efficient. This can come in exam in MCQ in ORE II. II and EE. What will you say? Inquiry inspection is effective and efficient. Inquiry and inspection is effective and efficient. Next. Which audit test to be used will be the judgment of the auditor. Which one to use, O or RE or I? It will be the auditor's judgment. Some of the common methods are, what are these? Obtaining an understanding of how automatic transaction is processed. Okay guys, you can observe. What can you do? You can observe any process. You can inspect what the configuration is, means what the system is. You can inspect the system logs. So it is inspection and observation. An example is also given. This answer comes separately in the exam. Next. I think this question was of May 24. I don't remember. It came in the exam. What are the manual elements in internal control which may be less and more suitable where judgment and discretion is required? This is example of more suitable and this is of less suitable. So, when will we need manual elements? When it's more suitable. Circumstances where errors are difficult to define, anticipate or predict. The system is not detecting this error, so I will have to put more thought into it. I will have to use manual element. If system cannot do it, I will use manual element. C. I. In changing circumstances that require a control. Response outside the scope of existing automated controls. There was COVID. We had a system before COVID. Employee will come give a thumb impression and get his salary. Now everything is closed in COVID. These were the circumstances. We will have to do manual intervention here. L is large, unusual or non-recurring transactions. The system won't be able to detect them. Manual intervention will be done. In monitoring the effectiveness of automatic controls, to check the effectiveness, what will we need? We will have to use our brains more. The code is silly. Circumstances where errors are difficult to define, anticipate or predict. In changing circumstances which are outside the scope of automated. Large or a non-recurring transaction in monitoring. Effectiveness of automated controls. Where would it be less suitable? Intervention for high volume transactions that are being repeated frequently. For example, Reliance must generate thousands of bills daily. Would there be manual intervention? It will run on automation. Control activities where specific ways to perform control can be adequately designed and automated. There are some things that we can design in automation. So why would we need manual intervention? This is less suitable. More suitable has appeared in exam. Okay. So question number 1 to 7. It was a separate part. You will repeat this and read it. Then we will move on. Okay. Read 1 to 8. Start. Done? So, question number 8 is explain audit approach in an audit environment. You have to read this from new module. The page number is 3.61, point number 10. You have to read from the SM module, okay? Same with the definition of digital audit. You have to read it from 3.62. This came in the exam. Read it from 3.62. Now we are doing question number 10, explain data analytics. The combination of process tools and techniques used to tap vast amount of electronic data to obtain meaningful information is called data analytics. The combination of process tools and techniques used to tap vast amount of electronic data to gather meaningful information is called data analytics. The tools and techniques used in data analytics are called CART. CART is computer assisted audit techniques. What will you say? Computer assisted audit techniques. Data analytics can be used in testing electronic records by using software like IDEA, ACL to perform the following. Code is FACE SRR. This also came separately in exam. FACE SRR. Okay. So the F stands for fraud. Investigation. A is analysis of journal entry. C is completeness of the data and population. So the C is check completeness of the data and population. E will be your evaluating the impact of control deficiencies. Then SRR. Selection of sample, recomputation of balances, reperformance of mathematical calculations. What is used here? The data analytics is used here. Okay. FACE SRR. So we extract meaningful information from the raw data. We call that data analytics. The technique that we use is CART. We call the technique as CART. Next. Explain internal financial controls. So the IFCs are basically policies and procedures which are established by the companies for ensuring $A. D is detection and prevention of frauds. O is efficiency and effectiveness of the operations. L is compliance of laws and regulations. A stands for safeguarding of assets. R is reliability of financial reporting. It's reliability of financial reporting. Then IFCs are applicable to all companies. All companies are applicable. However, in case of listed company, what will be written in director's responsibility statement? Directors will say that there is IFC and it's effective. There is IFC and it's effective. Similarly, independent directors, audit committee, statutory auditors are also responsible. For efficiency of IFC, management will create it, but everyone is responsible for efficiency. But auditor will state in the audit report that it is operating effectively. It is there and it is operating effectively. However, in the case of a private company, which private company? Which is an OPC, which is small, which is other, which is an OPC and small, which is other. In others, turnover less than 50 crore, loan less than 25 crore at any point of time from bank or FI. In these companies, the auditor will not report. On what will he not report? He will not report on IFC. He won't report on IFC. We have studied this in audit reporting. Okay. Next. What as an auditor you will document in case of risk? What will we document? We will document DERI. D stands for discussion. Discussion among the engagement team. Key elements to understand what is the risk of the entity and its environment. R is what were its risks identified and controls. I is identified and assessed at the FS level and at the assertion level. It means that at the overall level and at the assertion level, discussion among the team. Elements of the risk. Which risk was identified and what controls were compromised? Identified and assessed risk of material misstatement at the level of FS and at the assertion level at the overall level and FS level. Next. How as an auditor you will report in case of findings in the IT environment? We will report. So at the end of audit, the work is finished. So what will we have to do? We get some findings, exceptions, which we have to report to the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? Management, TCWG, board of directors. These are the 4 points through the story of Sadiq. What does Sadiq say? Is there weakness in Sadiq? Are there weaknesses in IT controls? Yes, there is weakness. What is the impact of this weakness on the overall audit? Then what will you do? You will tell the parents of Sadiq. So reported deficiency to management through internal controls. Memo and management letter. Now you will also have to tell the girl's parents. Communicate in writing any significant deficiency to TCWG. Are there any weakness? What is the impact of this weakness report? Deficiencies to management. Communicate in writing the significant deficiencies to TCWG. This is the answer of reporting. This part is finished. Part B. Explain audit risk, ROM, components of ROM. It's all one question asked in different ways. As per Essay 200, so the definition of audit risk is written where? In Essay 200. Audit risk means a risk. The auditor gives an inappropriate opinion. When FS are materially misstated means there was a mistake in FS. There was a mistake, they couldn't give clean, I gave clean. So the mistake that we did is called audit risk. Audit risk has two components. One is ROM and one is detection risk. ROM and detection risk. What is the meaning of misstatement? It means what should have been shown and what has been shown. What will we call the difference between the two? The difference between the two is misstatement. So the difference between the amount, classification, the presentation and the disclosure of a reported FS and the way it should be reported is called as misstatement. Misstatement can arise from fraud or error. For example, refer module page 3.5. These are some examples given, so read them to understand what can come in exam. Next, ROM may exist at two levels. One could be overall FS level and other the assertion level. It can be an overall level and an assertion level. Where can the assertion level be? At the transaction level. On account balance and disclosure, transactions on account balance and disclosure. Transaction account balance disclosure, transaction means P&L, account balance means balance sheet, disclosure means notes to accounts. ROM has two children, one is inherent risk, one is control risk. So students, no matter how much I try, I do not have the system. What is going to happen will happen, what is going to be wrong will go wrong. You cannot avoid it. We call that inherent risk, meaning I don't have the system. There is a system, it is a system but it's not able to detect. There's a system but it's not able to detect what will we call the risk that arises, control risk. We will call the risk that arises as control risk. Students, I have applied everything. I have put in my full value, life and effort, and even despite that, I could not detect the risk, I could not detect the fraud and the error. What do we call that? We call that detection risk. There is a system in control risk. There is no system in inherent risk. What would we say in detection risk? We put everything yet we still can't detect it. We call that detection risk. Next, audit risk or ROM or materiality, all three. Audit risk or ROM or materiality is inversely variable to detection risk. It is inversely variable to detection risk. Next, what is not included in audit risk? Now it does not include business risks like loss of litigation, adverse publicity, like some notification came from Modi ji or notification from Nirmala and company's business got shut. That's business risk that will not be included in my audit risk. It does not include that the auditor might express an opinion that the FS are materially misstated when they are not. It doesn't include that auditor might express an opinion that FS are materially misstated. Okay? Then what did I say? Refer illustration 1, 2. From your module, TYU 1, 2, 3, page 3.10, all these are exam questions. They are from the past because the chapter hasn't changed. Next. Question number 16 is objective of 315. You can skip it. Question 17, what is included in RAP? What is included in RAP? IO. A is analytical procedure, I is inquiry with management, O is observation, inspection. So IO, analytical procedure, inquiry with management and others, and observation and inspection. Let's read each one. Analytical procedure. This is my SA 520. The SA 520 I taught you in audit evidence. This is part of that. In assessing the ROM, in order to provide basis for opinion of auditor, for designing and implementing a response to the assessed risk, AP is performed as a RAP may include both financial and non-financial. It helps to identify the existence of unusual transaction or any event or any amount or ratios and trends that might indicate matters that have audit implications. Unexpected relationship will be visible. Means your marketing expense is increasing but sales is falling and creditors are rising. Different relation is going on. And results of AP will provide a broad indication whether a misstatement exists or not. Inquiry with management and others. The auditor may obtain information from different person within entity. This is a separate example given in module. From whom can we do inquiries? Example of inquiry. Examples are given on module page number 3.14. I have not written the examples here only because a list is given there and you directly need to learn it. Then O is for observation and inspection. It may provide information about the entity and its environment. So what will we observe or inspect? It's given in module page 3.15. We just need to read that. What does this says? IO, analytical procedure. Inspection. Sorry, analytical procedures, inquiry with management and others, and observation and inspection. Okay. So here, small part of SA 315 ends. Okay. Risk related few things ends. Then two more essay will come. We will read them later. Okay. Now you will run through from question number 8, 9 are module. You have to read from 10. Okay, let's read 8, 9, 10. From 8 to which we just read. Read. Done? Now. Next question 1 is explain materiality. So this is essay. Now it says, misstatement as per essay 320, what does it say? Including omissions are considered to be material if, whether individually or in aggregate, they are expected to influence economic decision of users taken on the basis of FS as a whole. It means that there are some such mistakes due to which the decision of the user will change. So what do we call it in English? Misstatement. Now, the judgment of materiality are affected by these because of size, nature, or both. Of misstatement, what is it, where is it, how big is it, according to that. Now some of you might think that please tell us this according to the profit, and someone will think that tell us according to sales. Some stakeholder will say tell us according to net assets. So I will not fulfill anyone's specific need. I will always look at the common needs. Judgments about matters that are material to users of FS are based on common financial information needs of user as a group. That is, effects on individual users are not considered. Then, in planning the audit, the auditor makes judgment about the size of misstatement. That will be considered material. Auditor has to apply what? Their professional judgment to know whether it's material or not. Level below the materiality level, like I said, for me materiality level is 1 lakh rupees. Anything above 1 lakh rupees, I will check it properly. That is my material. Below 1 lakh, immaterial. Okay. Now what does he say? Set a level below materiality. I set a PML of 60,000. PML means performance materiality level. 1 lakh is ML. 60,000 is PML. Now I see a problem of 30,000. So it's below my materiality level. It's even below my PML. Then in purchases, I found a misstatement of 40,000. Then again I found 45,000. So it is fine if it is below 1 lakh. And if I try to do it with small amounts, then it is going to be above 1 lakhs. We call that PML. So performance materiality level means the amount or amount set by the auditor at A, at less than the materiality level. For FS as a whole to reduce to an appropriately low level. So the probability that the aggregate of uncorrected misstatements and undetected misstatement exceeds materiality for FS as a whole. Meaning 30,000, 30,000, 30,000, 30,000, add them and it will go above 1 lakh. So what level am I setting? I am setting PML. It is set at a value lower than overall materiality. Its definition might come. Then explain the use of benchmark. It is very important answer. Its code is INOR. Refer point 2.6, page 3.20 module. This INOR answer is very important. You will have to read that from there only. With examples, like the elements of the FS will be there. And nature of industry, where it is in their product life cycle. Okay, investments, how it is financed. Relative volatility of benchmark. So this answer is very important. You have to read it from module 3.20. Then, how would you document materiality? First, I'll document materiality for FS as a whole. Then I will document materiality for TABD. Then I will document the performance materiality and then changes revisions. Materiality level, materiality TABD, performance material and revision of above matters. Now, how as an auditor you will understand the entity and its environment? How as an auditor you will understand the entity and its environment? As per essay 315, what do they say? Identifying and assessing the wrong. Understanding the entity and its environment, its name of essay. Auditor shall obtain the understanding of the following. Where is she working in the company? I mean, in which industry? What regulations are applicable to us? What are the factors including applicable FRF? Is Schedule 3 applicable or not? If banking, then banking format will be applicable. Nature of entity including its operations, ownership and governance structure. Types of investments the entity is making. The way it is financed. Then selection of entity, application of accounting policies including the reason for changes. Then entities, objectives and strategies and those related businesses, what are they? And measurement and review of entities' financial performance. If you have to understand the company, then you have to pay attention to these. This also used to come in exam. It's part of 315. Next, define internal control and techniques to evaluate internal control. The definition is $A. What will be the techniques to evaluate ICS narrative records, checklists, questionnaires, flowcharts? What will be their narrative records, checklists? Questionnaires, flowcharts, narrative records are detailed description of ICS. Checklist means we give instructions to whom? To our management. Questionnaires means to ask, like the question answer we do. Checklists are given to the team and questionnaires are given to the management. Checklists are for team engagement and questionnaire will be sent to client, and flowchart means graphical presentation. Then, please read question 24 directly. I do not have that in sheet, it's missing. Okay, read that directly. I think it's inherent limitations of ICS. You can read that directly. Then, what are the components of internal control? The code is CREAKIM. This came in exam. Control environment means my classroom. If theft happened, then it's risk assessment process. Then control activity, we installed CCTV. Staff is talking to me, it's called information and communication. If I am checking on mobile, it's monitoring CREAKIM. Control environment, risk assessment, control activities, information, communication, monitoring. Any entity will create its own internal control, then it will be for these 5 factors. Read 1, 2, 3. Do thoroughly from the module. Page 3.33 description of 1, 2, 3 may come in exam separately. What are the factors which affect the judgment about the internal control is relevant or not? What is the code cards me? It came again. Complexity and diversity of entity corporation. From a applicable legal and regulatory requirement. From R, it will be the ROM. Size of the entity and materiality. Materiality cards me, from me. Nature of entity's business. If it's jewelry shop, then it has more risk. If it's footwear shop, then the risk will be less. Cards me. Then, there are some questions you have to do them directly from module because they are examples. How as an auditor you will decide whether it's a risk of fraud? Meaning how will you judge whether it's error or fraud? This module is on page 3.41. When I taught question number 28, it is also written here. It's very important. This is also given in module because it's question from behind the module. What are the examples of ROM? For non-routine transactions and judgmental matters. I think there are 3-4 examples in non-routine and 2 examples in judgment. He either asks about non-routine or about judgmental. This is separate question. It's very important. Then, how would you test internal controls and what do they include? Test internal controls. Test of controls are performed to obtain evidence about effectiveness of ICS. We check from internal control system. We'll check the design and whether it is effective or not. Design of the ICS and operation of the ICS. It may include ORAII. We have read that, right? Inspection came, inquiry came, reperformance came, and testing of internal control. So it says use ORAII. Whose inspection will be done? Documents supporting and transaction. Inquiry about and observation of internal controls. Inquiry and observation. Reperformance involves auditor's independent execution of procedures or controls. Testing of internal control operating on specific computerized applications. Like we are using Sept. If someone is using HR software or salary software, there my internal control is happening or not, I will test it. This is an exam question. Last question. By what procedure the auditor should collect audit evidence? One is test of controls, which is used to evaluate ICS. Substantive procedures has accounting system. We did it in SA 500. There we check the TOC and SAP. TOC. Then watching is P&L items, verification is balance sheet items. This direct question is part of SA 500. It's not important. We can skip it. Understood? Go through it once. Read Done? Great. So we have completed the entire revision series. Okay, we did all the chapters. I bring many videos for you. So like the channel, subscribe to the channel, also like the video and comment below and forward it to your friends so they also get the benefit. Because guys, this time is the last time. It will be done this time. I will say it one last time. Aim for a rank or 70 plus, whichever comes first. Bye guys, take care. Hi guys, what's up? How are you? Myself, CA Abhishek Bansal. I am from Mumbai and today we are doing our one-shot revision for your respective attempt. Today the chapter we are going to revise is audit evidence. Many students are scared that this chapter is so lengthy and long and they have their own assumptions about it. So students, today we are going to do the audit evidence chapter. So those students who have my book and my notes, please take them out. If you have from some teachers or if you have studied from some other author outside, so if you have your teacher's books or notes, please take them out because I will be revising the same content, but in a different manner. Okay? We have many standards here. I think 500 and 501, 505, 10, 20, 30, 40, 58 standards for studying. Other is 610. Okay. 9 standards are there to cover approximately 10 to 15 minutes every standard takes. Some are small, some are big. If we do this roughly according to my calculations, it should take about 45 minutes to an hour to finish this chapter. And we'll revise it well. Handwritten notes is a must. People who have watched my regular lectures, people who have watched my Fastrack lectures, you must have seen that I made you solve the previous term's paper. When we solved the previous term's paper, from my notes only, we gave answers after reading the question. It gives confidence. All those people who still are looking for classes, if you have next attempt, if you are giving the next attempt and you need a regular class or a fast track class, then you need to visit www.letslearnindia.in, or there is a number that you will see rotating there, 844-844-8919. You can call. You will get the batches in Hindi language plus in the English language also. When you go to www.letslearnindia.in, go to courses. There is an issue going on with my Wi-Fi. As you go to the courses, then go to the CA Inter. After clicking CA Inter, now when we go to the Inter Audit, can you see this regular batch? This is in Hindi and English language, like the way we are talking now. This is 100% English batch. It's in full English. It's for South students. Hyderabad and Chennai, Karnataka. Those who know little bit of Hindi and those who don't, because they always speak in English. This is our fast track batch, which is only in Hindi English. Its English recording is not currently available. So you can buy, watch and recommend to your friends all these batches that are available. Now when you go to free resources, many notes are here. You can download those that are applicable to you. Like accounts and auditors are applicable below. And then there's question bank of CA Interlaw. In the last CA Interlaw question bank, you can download it below. Okay, now when we talk about, we are starting essay 500, which is audit evidence. So please take it out. First question. The first question is explain audit evidence. Audit evidence is the information used by the auditor in arriving at the conclusions on which the auditor's opinion is based. The only objective as an auditor is to give opinion to give an opinion. Auditor need to gather information and the information will be gathered through documents. What do we call that paper in English? Audit evidence. It includes both information containing accounting records underlying the financial statements and other information. Things related to FS and non-FS will be there. For example, how many employees are working. This is not shown in the FS. If this is not shown in FS, then it will be other information. So I'll gather evidence for that. I will check the salaries. Number of fixed assets. Number of fixed assets is not shown in the FS, right? Even then I'll check fixed asset register, FAR, that will be the other information. Now accounting records includes invoices, contracts, general subsidiary ledgers, journals, bank book, passbook. Records such as Excel sheets, meaning word worksheets, spreadsheets, these all are the definition of the accounting records. Question number 2. What are the types of audit evidence? It depends upon the nature and it depends upon the source. What would you say? It depends upon the nature and the source. Let me tell you first, this is not a regular batch. It's not a fast track batch. It's an exam oriented revision. I mean, my full assumption here is that you all know what the content is. Therefore, Let's just get straight to the point and focus on the revision for the exam. Remember, if anyone needs class, you need to call and you need to visit the website. Okay, now answer. Types of audit evidence depends upon the nature and it depends upon the source. Types of nature are visual, oral, documentary. Visual means seen, oral means spoken, and documentary means written. Out of visual, oral, and documentary, which one is more reliable? Documentary evidence is more reliable because it is a written evidence. Okay. I added some reference from the module to read definitions. Refer 1.3. Page number 4.6. Read this from the module. Source. Internal, external. Internal means generated within the organization. External means generated outside the organization. There is sales invoice vouchers in internal and in external. Purchase invoice, bank statements, confirmations. Check its origin. Not the source, like purchase invoice will be received from the company, but it is not generated within the company or client's place. It will be generated outside. Bank statement will be also generated outside. The company will give. Most of the students think it depends on who is giving. No, it depends on where it is being generated. Between internal and external, which one is reliable? External. However, internal can also be reliable provided that the ICS is efficient. Okay. Next is, what are the generalization about the reliability of evidence? I just told you. Audit evidence is reliable if it is obtained externally. Okay. Evidence obtained internally may also be reliable if the ICS, internal control system, is efficient. Evidence obtained in documentary form is more reliable. Then orally written ones are more reliable. Evidence obtained in original form is more reliable as compared to photocopies. Evidence obtained directly by the auditor is more reliable than obtained indirectly. Between article and boss one is more reliable. Explain SI. What is the meaning of SI? Sufficient appropriate audit evidence. What is it? Sufficient appropriate audit evidence. What's the meaning of sufficiency? Quantity. Like we say, if the food is sufficient or not. Is this much studying sufficient or not? Quantity. Appropriate is about what? The quality of audit evidence. Appropriate is quality. So again, I have given a reference here. Page number 4.11, 1.5.1. There is some content. Just read that. Next is, explain the factors affecting auditor's judgment regarding the sufficiency of audit evidence. Mark this as important. Following are the factors. So our code is Mrs. C. M is materiality. R. Risk of material misstatement. S. Size and characteristics of the population. Materiality. R. Risk of material misstatement. S. Size and characteristics of the population. C. If something is material, meaning it is important or it is significant, then the audit evidence will be more there. If it's immaterial, then I'll not collect it. Risk of material misstatement, cash, inventory, high value items. If the risk is high, then I will do more work and gather more evidence. This is directly related, not indirectly. So if it's high risk, there will be more evidence, okay? S stands for size and characteristics. Size and characteristics of the population. Size and characteristics means, for example, a company called Reliance, a company called AB Limited. Use common sense. Where will the audit evidence be more? Reliance, because it's a big company. The explanation is given here in 1.5.3, page number 4.13. Remember the heading materiality, risk of material misstatement, size and characteristics of the population. After that, write the same thing. Things are important, things are risky, the company is large, so evidence is more. If it's not there, it will be less. Same is written in English. Okay? Explain audit procedure for obtaining audit evidence. It's very simple. One is RAP and another one is FAP. What will be in FAP? TOC, test of controls. 1 minute. RAP is done and FAP is done. What will be in the FAP? TOC. TOC is test of controls and other is substantive procedure. Substantive procedure has two things: TOD, test of details, and analytical procedure. TOD has two things: test of transactions and test of balances. Test of transaction means vouching and test of balances means verification. So these are the procedures. RAP and FAP. FAP has TOC, substantive procedure. Substantive procedure has TOD, analytical. TOD has vouching and verification. Okay, next. What are the methods or techniques to obtain audit evidence? What are the techniques or methods to obtain audit evidence? The code is ORAICAI. O is for observation. R is for reperformance. I is for inspection. C, external confirmation. A, analytical procedures. And I, inquiry. Code is ORAICAI, observation, reperformance, recalculation, inspection, external confirmation, analytical procedures, inquiry. Observation, we observe our procedure. Reperformance, recalculation means checking something again. We checked it once, we'll have to check it again. I is what? I stands for inspection. We look at things like books and the paper. C will be external confirmation, speaking to outside parties. A is for analytical procedures, analyzing some things, and I is inquiry. If something is not understood, we will inquire. Next is, now explain inquiry. This is a separate descriptive answer. Explain inquiry. So, inquiry can be oral or it can be written also. And formal or informal, within the entity or outside the entity, it can be anywhere. Inquiry consists of seeking information of knowledgeable persons, both financial as well as non-financial, whether within the entity or outside the entity. Inquiries are used extensively throughout the audit, meaning from the starting, during, and at completion. We'll inquire the entire time. Inquiries may range from formal written to informal oral. It's opposite, formal informal, written oral, within outside the entity. Evaluating responses to inquiries is an integral part of the inquiry process. But still, when I asked, I got the answer. Is that answer necessary for me or not? Whether I am getting audit evidence from that answer is also very important. Responses to inquiry may provide the auditor with what? Information which he did not previously possess, or with some supportive audit evidence. Supportive means corroborative audit evidence. Okay? Supportive audit evidence. Next will be explain audit trail and its advantages. Now, what does trail mean? A series, when everything moves in a line. For example, when we make purchases in companies, then what happens? First, the production department sends a request to purchases, and then they invite quotation. When the quotation is invited, then PO order is placed. They place the order according to the PO order. Then the goods arrive, then the payment is made. So all things are documented, whatever steps I told you. So this whole step is known as trail. An audit trail is a documented flow of transaction. It is used to investigate how a source document was translated into an account entry, and from there it was inserted into the FS of an entity. The procedure I just explained to you, accounting entry will be purchase to creditors. Pass the accounting entry, purchase to creditors. Then the purchase and creditor ledger will go into the trial balance, which will go into the financial statement. Okay? What is the benefit? It is used as evidence to establish the authentication and integrity of the transaction. It helps in maintaining the records of system and user activity. It is a step-by-step record by which accounting trade details are entered in financial statements. Audit trails are used to verify and track many types of transactions. See the source where it starts and where it ends. It can help in finding the responsibilities, rebuilding events, and in through analysis of problem areas. So what is the disadvantage? Money, cost, expensiveness. Because it takes time and cost. The cost is not only in terms of system expenditure, but also in terms of time involved in analyzing the data made available by the audit trail. So it takes too much time. Next is, what are the factors which affect the NTE of the audit procedure where information to be used as audit evidence has been prepared using the work of a management expert? The code is CARS-ME. Complexity of the entity. Audit procedure performed, risk of material misstatement, size and complexity of the entity. M is for methodology and tools used, and E is audit evidence obtained. Okay? So for reference, 1.10.1, page number 1.28 module. It is written in the module. Okay? What are the factors to be considered by the auditor while relying on the work of management expert? I will show you where it is written. 4.32. 1.13. 4.32. Here it is. When information to be used as evidence has been prepared by using the work of a management expert like lawyer. Valuer gratuity expert. Who are these people? Management experts appointed by management. So if we use their work, then the auditor should consider QA. The auditor should consider QA. Whether that expert has the intellect, competency, capability, and objectivity. How does that work? Obtaining the understanding of the work of that expert. A. Ensuring the appropriateness of the expert's work as audit evidence for relevant assertions QA. Competence, capability, objectivity, understanding the work of that expert and the appropriateness of the expert's work. Okay, so we will be considering the QA. I think the competence capability came in the exam this time. It came in the latest exam. You can check it in the past papers. So with this, the essay 500 ends. Okay, that's it. 11 questions. Clear, right? Okay, let's move on. Now, next is 501. 501 is also audit evidence, but this is specific consideration for selected items. Okay, specific consideration for selected items. There are three items: inventory and litigation claims and segment reporting. There are three items: inventory, litigation claims and segment reporting. In 501, if a question on audit evidence comes in exam, then you will write essay 500. By chance, if a question comes in exam on inventory, on litigation claims and segments reporting, then you will write 501. Okay, right. This essay is not on inventory, this essay is not on litigation, this essay is not on segment. This essay is how do you collect audit evidence for three items. What do we check in inventory? We check existence and condition. In litigation and claims, what do we check? Completeness. Which assertion do we check? Completeness. In segment information, check the presentation and disclosure as per FRF. These can come in MCQs. In inventory, check existence and condition. In litigation, check completeness. In segment, check presentation and disclosure. The first point is about inventory. How will you collect audit evidence for inventory? It's very simple. Generally, counting inventory is the management's job. Management counts it on the 31st March. But as an auditor, I will also see it, right? So, the auditor should attend the physical inventory count unless it is impractical. Evaluate management's instructions and its working, and their procedures for recording and controlling the account, the results of entities' physical inventory counting. Okay, check the management's procedure. Which one? Count procedure. You can also inspect and perform test count. Test count means you can also check sample. Observe the performance of management's count procedure. Inspect the inventory if it's there and perform test count. Next point is performing audit procedure over the entity's final inventory records to determine whether they accurately reflect the actual inventory count results, meaning check if the count done by the management is correct or not. Management counted, we counted. If there is a difference, then investigate. Now there are four independent situations. What does the first one say? Inventory counting is conducted at a date other than the balance sheet date. For example, if management is counting on the 31st March and we are not there, for any reason we'll go on 3rd April. We counted on 3, management counted on 31st. So whatever the difference will be, we have to apply an audit procedure on it. Inventory counting conducted at date other than balance sheet date, perform audit procedure to obtain evidence whether the changes in inventory between the count date and the date of FS are properly recorded. Count date and date of FS 31st March and 3 April. Unable to obtain inventory count, by chance lockdown was declared that day or there was a flood. So the auditor shall make an observe, then we will go on 4th or after 3 or 4 days. So you should count on alternative dates and perform the same audit procedure on the intervening transaction to assess whether the changes in inventory between physical count date and periodical date correctly recorded. Check if 31st March and 3rd April changes are equal. The auditor would verify the procedure adopted, treatment given for the discrepancies noticed during physical count. Okay, see. Attendance and inventory accounting is impractical. For example, if there is a factory in Afghanistan, Jumri Talaya Naxalite area, you will not go there. If you send someone else, that is alternative audit procedure. Now, if that's also not possible because nobody wants to go to Afghanistan as it's a Taliban area or Syria, then what will you do? You will modify. You will modify as per 705. Okay? So you will modify the audit report. Next point is inventory under the custody and control of a third party. The inventory is with a third party, with a warehouse keeper, with bank, with consignee. You'll request confirmation from the third party and perform inspection and other audit procedures. If I have doubt about the management's integrity, I have doubts about the objectivity about the third party, suppose he is a thief. What to do? This part also came in the exam. If doubt arises regarding integrity or objectivity of third party, what should be done? Attend or arrange for another auditor to attend. Either you go or send someone else to count. Get the report from his auditor, the one who is providing service to us, meaning the warehouse keeper. Take a look at it. Paperwork would have gone from here for inspection. It would have been received. There will be a copy of the receiving. Check it. You can check the transport receipt and request a confirmation from third party. Okay? From a third party. Okay? What does question number 4 say? It says, what are the matters relevant in planning the attendance at physical inventory counting? The module has 12 or 13 points. Read 6 or 7. Refer 4.5 module page 4.69. 4.69 has answers. Matters relevant in planning the attendance at physical inventory counting. This is the answer. What is the inventory? How much is the WIP and what is the risk there? Is there any internal control? When do they count? What's the timing and what are their procedures? Whether the entity maintains a perpetual inventory system location at which inventory is held. Whether the assistance of an expert is needed to obtain SI. This is the answer, 4.5, page number 4.69. You'll find this below. Okay. Now come to litigation and claims. Audit procedure for litigation and claims. The auditor shall resign. Sorry, it's design. The auditor shall design and perform the procedure in order to identify litigation and claims involving an entity which may give rise to ROM, risk of material misstatement. What will you do? You'll inquire with management and others within the entity. Reviewing minutes of meeting of TCWG. Third, reviewing legal expenses. Inquiry with the management, review minutes of the meeting and review legal expenses. So this is 2 mark or 3 mark answer. If the auditor assesses ROM regarding the litigation and there is a problem, then what should we do? We need to speak with the lawyer, the management's lawyer. Now to speak with the lawyer, we need their number, but they are not giving details. They are not giving the details. But the lawyer is also refusing. You will do an alternative procedure. If an alternative procedure is not possible, then you will modify it. Auditor should modify opinion as per 705. If management refuses to give permission to communicate with the entity's legal counsel or legal counsel refuses, and auditor is unable to obtain SI by performing alternative audit procedure. Written representation, the auditor shall request the management and where appropriate, TCWG, to provide WR. Okay. Question number 6 is audit procedure for segment information. Okay. So here we talk about presentation. If you have learned AS70 segment information, this is the same. Auditor shall obtain SI regarding the presentation and disclosures of segment information as per FRF. How will you do this? Obtaining an understanding of methods used by the management in determining segment information. The methods. Evaluate whether such methods are relevant for disclosure as per FRF. Where appropriate, testing the application of such methods. Next, performing analytical procedures. Perform analytical procedures or other audit procedures appropriate in the circumstances. So this is segment reporting. Okay, next. Then, what are the methods used by management for segment information? What methods are used by management for segment information? 4.76. Here it is. Methods used by the management are first, sales transfer charges between segments. You may have read this in AS70. Charges between segments and elimination of inter-segment amounts. Number 2. Comparison with budgets and other expected results. Expected results, for example, operating profit as a percentage of sales. Third. Allocation of assets and costs among the segments. Fourth. Consistency with prior period and the adequacy of disclosure with respect to inconsistency. This is same as AS70 content. After doing this, the 501 is completed. We completed SA 501. Next is 505. This discusses about external confirmation. Talking to any third party is called external confirmation. Is evidence reliable or not reliable? Most reliable. You will say evidence is most reliable. It's written define external confirmation. It is an audit evidence obtained as a direct written response to the auditor from a third party. We also call that a confirming party, either in a paper form or in electronic form. Whether it is in physical or electronic, it's external confirmation. There are 2 types. One is positive, one is negative. I sent it in writing. I'm auditor. Dear third party, comma. You will reply to me in all the cases. What will you say? You will reply to me in all cases whether you are agreeing or disagreeing. You will write this. Whether you are agreeing or whether you are disagreeing. Okay. Which request it is? Positive. In the negative, what will we say? You will say, dear third party, you will reply to me only if you disagree. So which request would this be? This will be negative. I wrote to him, dear third party, you will reply to me only if you disagree. And so he replied to me. It means balance is mismatching. He is disagreeing. It's not matching. This is negative. Okay. I wrote to him, dear third party, you will reply to me only if you disagree. His reply did not come. What will you think? Balance is matching. You'll think the balance is matching? I said no. He did not even see it. He saw the paper, tore it and threw it away. It could be possible. Your assumption can be correct and mine too. So there will be doubt and it's a risk that it's not known whether he saw it or not. How will you know? From positive and negative, which one is reliable? Positive is reliable. Which one is reliable? Positive. Exception. What is the meaning of exception? What I asked for and what the reply was, what is the difference between them? What do we call the difference? Exception. A response that indicates a difference between the information requested to be confirmed or contain the entity's records and information provided by confirming party. What was requested and what was received? What is the difference between the two called? Exception. We call it exception. Then, factors to be considered when designing and performing positive confirmation requests. Please plug in your earphones for this. Here the code is Marale. What is the code? Marale. What does it depend on? The method of communication. So the first will be your method of communication, like the assertion being addressed. Like what assertion are we checking? Is it existence, valuation or ownership? R4. R for risk of material misstatement. Risk of material misstatement. A for ability of the confirming party to confirm the requested information. It means that or how will he respond, like these are big people. For example, Reliance is someone's creditor. My client's debtor is Reliance. I'll ask Reliance to confirm. Why will they reply? They are big shots, right? Ability of the confirming party, L. Layout and presentation of the request, E. Prior experience of the auditor with third party. The code is Merale. Method of communication, assertion being addressed, risk of material misstatement, ability of the confirming party to provide. Confirmation request, L for layout and presentation, E for experience of the auditor with third party. Now, we'll be talking to third party, no matter who it is. Debtor, creditor, banker or lawyer. We have to talk. Who will give their details to us? Company will give. Only the company will give them. When we go to the company and say, give us their details, they say, we won't let you talk to them. This is wrong. This is an important answer that comes in exam. If management refuses to allow the auditor to send a confirmation request, what should be done? Ask them. Why are you refusing? Inquire with the reason and seek the evidence regarding validity and reasonableness. They say, you can't speak with debtors. That's their lame excuse. You cannot. That's a lame reason. Please look into this. They have no debtors, meaning the company is finished. Now, please check out the company's liquidation statement. Or when it was a factory, fire broke out in the factory, there is no one now. That's a genuine reason. Inquire with the reason and seek evidence regarding the validity and reasonableness. Evaluate the implications of refusal on assessment of ROM. Include the risk of fraud and NTE of other audit procedures. NTE is nature, timing and extent of other audit procedures. Because of your refusal, I will not get the data confirmation right now. I have to understand the impact of this on my audit. Third, perform alternative audit procedures to obtain relevant and reliable audit evidence. If one way is blocked, we'll find another. If the auditor concludes that management's reason is unreasonable, it's completely lame. The auditor is unable to obtain evidence from other alternative procedures. He shall communicate with TCWG as per SA 260. What should we do? Modify as per 705 and evaluate the effect on the opinion as per 705. If management refuses, don't disregard it directly. You must understand the reason. Is the reason valid or invalid? If the reason is unjustified, so talk to the big shots, meaning communicate with the TCWG as per SA 260. If that also seems necessary, then what should you do? Modify it. Just modify. What are the steps for external confirmation? What is the code? D2S2. Steps for external confirmation. We won't be talking to everyone. We need to get in detail. We must talk to debtor creditor. Determine the information to be confirmed. You want to talk to big shots or whom? Select the appropriate third party. Third, design the request. Fourth, send the request including follow-up. Send the request including follow-up. D2S2. Determine information to be confirmed. Select appropriate third party. Design the request. Send the request including follow-up. This came in exam. Next comes limited use of negative confirmation requests. Negative confirmation requests are less reliable, right? When will you use it? When all of these are present. You have to read this entire thing again. First, understand. The population consists of a large number of small homogeneous account balances such as petty cash expenses. 15 rupees, 22 rupees, small amounts are there. Low risk of material misstatement. The auditor has obtained PSI regarding the operating effectiveness of control, meaning the system is strong and the risk is low. So you can also use negative, no problem. Low exception rate is expected. I taught you about the exception rate. The difference between what we requested and what we received is called the exception rate. Low exception rate expected means what I request and response I receive will have a low difference. Meaning, the mistakes are few, so I can use a negative request. An auditor is not aware of the circumstances that the third party disregarded the request. The auditor is not aware of the circumstances that third party may disregard the request, meaning I'm very confident that they'll respond. He will not respond. I have no evidence of that. So if all 4 of these are present, then what we'll do? We will use a negative request. 7 questions. Okay. Come on guys, read this entire essay quickly. This is also done. Start reading. I'm right here, I'll scroll slowly. Those who have notes, read from notes. Done? Okay. Next, we are coming to what? SA 510. This is audit evidence. Sorry, initial audit, initial. Audit engagement opening balance, initial audit engagement. Initial audit engagement, O for opening balance. SA 510, O for opening balances. When does this happen? When either no audit is performed, or if it's performed, it was done by someone else, not by us. Someone else did it, meaning the predecessor did. An engagement in which FS for the prior periods were either unaudited or audited by a predecessor auditor. What is the objective? To check whether the opening balance contains any misstatements and whether the accounting policies or accounting policy are reflected consistently. If not applied consistently, whether it is proper or if there is change. Any changes should be accounted for, presented and disclosed, accounted for, presented and disclosed. First objective, whether opening balance contains misstatements. Accounting policy should be consistently applied. The changes would have been made consistently, right? Then no issue. Changes made should be properly accounted for, presented and disclosed. Then, audit procedure in respect of opening balances. Okay? So, if you look at the scope given here, there are two scopes formed, A then B. A actually contains your procedure. Then B contains your reporting. When I speak to you about the procedure, what will come here? About opening balance. Then, consistency of the accounting policy. Okay. Third, modification in the auditor's report, right? A1, A2, A3. The best part. B1, B2, B3, it's same. Opening balances, consistency of accounting policy, modification in the auditor's report, same. A1, A2, A3, B1, B2, B3. See here. First, audit procedure in respect of opening balances. The auditor should read the most recent FS financial statements, if any. Predecessor auditor report thereon. If any information is relevant to opening balances, including disclosures. Completed reading. You should obtain SI regarding opening balances, whether it contains any misstatement or not. How will you do that? Were the balances from last year correctly brought forward or not? Determine whether prior period closing balances have been correctly brought forward to current period. Determine whether opening balances reflect the application of appropriate accounting policy. Then perform one or more of the following. What will you do? If the prior period FS were audited, then obtain the copies of that audited FS. Check the audit procedures that have been applied in current period. Provide evidence regarding the opening balance. And do some specific processes regarding opening balances. Is this procedure providing any evidence regarding opening balance? Or do something specific to check opening balance? If the auditor concludes that opening balance contains misstatement, if the opening balance contains misstatement, then you will perform additional procedures. But if he is saying mistake exists in the current period, mistake is visible to me because of opening balance this year too, then you will communicate with TCWG. If the opening balance has a misstatement affecting current period, then FS will perform additional procedures. If misstatement exists in current period, we'll communicate with TCWG. B. What will be the procedure for accounting policy? Only 2 points. One is apply it consistently. If there are changes, just do accounted, presented, disclosed as per applicable FRF. Then, predecessor auditor's report procedure. The previous auditor has given a modification. Modification means any opinion other than a clean one, meaning qualified or disclaimer opinion. Were the prior period FS audited by a predecessor? There was a modification in the opinion. He shall evaluate the effect of the matter giving rise to modification in the current period FS. So basically here we will be checking out what difference does the previous opinion is making on this year's report. Move to reporting. If the opening auditors, conclusions and reporting. Regarding opening balances, the same B1. If SI is not being obtained, he is unable to obtain SI, what should be done? It should be qualified or disclaimer. Should be qualified or disclaimer. If auditor concludes that misstatement, opening balance contains misstatement, then it should be qualified or adverse. If evidence is not found, then I will just qualify or disclaimer. I saw a discrepancy there, then I'll qualify or adverse. B. Consistency of accounting policy. If the order concludes that current period accounting policies are not consistently applied, reverse it. Or if changes were made, changes were not properly accounted for or disclosed, what would you do then? You will qualify or adverse. What will you do? Qualify or adverse. There is a modification to the old one. Check out if, because of that modification, should we modify it this year as well? Auditor should modify the auditor's opinion on the current period FS accordingly. If there was adverse in previous one, then it cannot be clean this year, right? If it was qualified previously, then it can be clean. But if I have to qualify, then modify the auditor's opinion in the current period FS accordingly. What difference is made this time due to the previous modification? So my A1, opening balance is very important. The reporting part B1, 2, 3 will be useful in the MCQ if the evidence is not found. Qualify or disclaimer. If there is a mistake, then qualify or adverse. That's it. Clear? So SA 510 is done. 500, 501, 505, 510 was done. Now we're going to do 520. What is AP? AP actually means analytical procedures to do an analysis. So what we do here is we look at the financial information, then do an analysis both through the financial data and non-financial data. So if I am looking at the employee's salary, so I'll also look at his calculation. How much is the gratuity and bonus? What is the PF mentioned? I'll also look at his non-financial data. When did he come and the time taken by him to make one unit? What is the work done by him and his productivity? So evaluation of financial information through analysis of plausible. Plausible means predictable. PLAUSIBLE. They have written the spelling wrong. Plausible means predictable. Predictable relationships among both financial and non-financial data. Now if there is any discrepancy, this reporting procedure is not like this. If there is revenue, from which product is it coming? In which month revenue is more, in which month it's less? In which month were the cash withdrawals and expenses higher? We reach our conclusion after doing all that analysis. AP encompasses such investigation which is necessary, of identified fluctuation or relationship, are inconsistent with other information, or which differs from expected information, or which differs from expected value by significant number like 2-3%, it fluctuates above or below. 2-3,000 rupees is fine. And if it is more, then in that case, we'll have to analyze it. Analytical procedures include consideration of comparison of the entity's financial information as well as consideration of relationships. So this is an example of financial information. This is an example of a relationship. It came in the exam. Comparison of the entity's financial information. What will you do? Comparable information for prior periods. You can compare this year's balance sheet to last year's. Relationship. Among the elements of financial information that would be expected to form a predictable pattern based on the expense such as gross margin. Generally, the gross margin GPM should increase every year, right? Then it's a relationship. How will GP increase? When sales increases. Expenses decrease, all this is through relationship. Or for example, the payroll cost. Between the financial and non-financial information like payroll cost and number of employees. If number of employees increase, that's not financial information, right? That doesn't come under FS. Payroll cost will also increase. Compare financial with non-financial. Then, what are the objectives of SA 520? Just read from the module. How does AP help in the planning phase of an audit? Now, what happens in AP? There are 3 phases. We call it PTC planning, testing, completion. PTC planning, testing, completion. In the module, they have asked about planning. Basically, AP is used in all phases. All phases of audit, planning, testing, completion. But we only have a descriptive explanation about planning. In planning phase, AP assists the auditor in understanding the client's business, identifying the areas of potential risk, indicating the aspects, and development in entity's business which he was previously unaware. So during the planning phase, if AP is done and we get information that we didn't know before, then first we'll get the information. This information helps the auditor determine NTE of audit procedures. AP is helping in planning the audit for both financial and non-financial. 3-mark and 4-mark descriptive answers. It's used everywhere. Descriptive answer of planning. Question number 4. Question 4. How are APs used as a substantive test? What would you say? The code is Shreya. What is the code? Shreya. So this is the answer in exam. Now Shreya has one more answer in it. Point number 2. Both these answers are very important. The question 4 and its. Point number 2. What is Shreya? We'll know the SAP. Suitability of a particular SAP. SAP is substantive analytical procedure. For example, if I'm auditing a hotel. So if I have to analyze a hotel, I will extract their revenue. Now what will we check in revenue? Occupancy rate, vacancy rate. Season wise. Season versus non-season. Room types, deluxe room. Versus a comparison with suite rooms, super deluxe room. So this is the procedure of analysis, suitability of SAP. If I'm doing any coaching academic analysis, what will we do? Number of students versus fees. Foundation, inter and final course. Right? Group 1, group 2. Boys versus girls. Physical versus online. So this is more like my SAP. How will you do it? First, let's see SAP. What should we check? Our reliability of data. If the data is being provided by accountant, data is being provided by a chartered accountant. My reliability will be higher when a chartered accountant provides it, right? Meaning CAs work at the client's place. If CAs create data, then it would be proper, right? If done by BCom graduate, it's trusted less. Its code is, it comes in exam SENC. Where did source of information come from? Comparability of the information available. Nature and relevance of information available. And control over preparing the finance of information available. SENC source, comparability, nature and control over preparation of information available. Read this once. These are all examples. This is the example of SCNC answer. Read this example. Then suitability of SAP, reliability of data is done. E for expectations, development of expectations of recorded amounts or ratios. Evaluate whether expectations are precise to identify misstatement. My expectation would be 10%. This became my expectation level. A, acceptable difference. Determine the amount of difference of recorded amounts from expected values that's acceptable without any further investigation. So if it comes up to 10%, I won't do anything. If I see a problem above 10%, then I will not go very deep. I'll do an investigation. So if there is any difference in the amount up to 10%, no problem. If it goes above 10, then I'll go deep checking it, Shreya. Suitability of check, then SAP, reliability of the data. E for expected information. A stands for acceptable difference. Now, if I have to do investigation, how will you investigate if APs are performed less per 520? Which identify fluctuations or relationships that are inconsistent. I find a problem by a significant amount. Then the auditor shall investigate such differences, okay? But how is that? Inquiry with the management. And obtain appropriate audit evidence. Number 2, perform other audit procedure. This is 4 marks answer. Inquiry with management and perform other audit procedures. Inquiry with management and perform other audit procedures. Question 6, what are the techniques to be used by the auditor? I will apply substantive analytical procedures. This is TRAS. T stands for trend analysis. R stands for ratio analysis. R for reasonableness test and S structural modeling. TARAS. What are the techniques for SAP? TARAS. Techniques for audit evidence, ORI ICI. Techniques for audit evidence, ORI ICI. Techniques for SAP are TARAS. Trend analysis, ratio analysis, reasonableness test and structural modeling. This comes separately in exam. Be mindful in everything we use past data. Only in the reasonableness test we do not use past data. So this also came once in an MCQ. Reasonableness test in the sense, for example, if there are bad debts, then I will compare the bad debts with sales. I would compare marketing expenses with sales, wouldn't I? So things should be reasonable. Reasonable things. Why would you compare marketing expenses with creditors? There is no relationship. Read this answer. Read TARAS. Done? Next. Now we come to SA 610. Okay. What does 610 say? It says using the work of internal auditor. So let's see here. Here we'll read directly from question number 2. Keep in mind the internal audit will be applied when my section 138 is applied. Remember 130, the DP1. Then we have to appoint an internal auditor. If internal audit is applicable in the company, then there will be an internal auditor. If I am a stat auditor, it will have to be used. The first question is, how would you evaluate internal audit function? Function means department. The following should be considered. You will consider 3 things. The extent to which the internal audit function, organizational status, and relevant policies and processes support objectivity of internal auditors. We learned that internal auditor comes from outside, meaning it could be anyone. Okay? But if he's a CA, then he could be a CA or anyone. It means anyone, either BCom or MCom. If he is a CA, then my reliability, my trust will be more, won't it? The extent to which internal audit function, organization status, and relevant policies and processes support the objectivity of internal auditors. The level of competence of the internal audit department for thought whether they are BCom or CA, whether the internal audit function applies systematic and disciplined approach including quality control. If they also work properly, then my confidence will be more. Okay. What are the functions when the work of the internal audit function cannot be used? Nothing needs to be done, just reverse this. This needs to be marked. I'll show you 4.39. Cannot be used. Nothing is done. Read the ones wherever you can see not is written. What was read from the answer above? They repeated that. Done right? Then, what are the examples of the work of the internal audit function that can be used by the internal auditor? Where can it be used? Guys, the code for this is GD. Substantive procedures involving limited judgment, where there's need in deficiency. Then I say we can use it for inventory count. We can use the R to check the regulatory requirements. We can use I for testing of effectiveness of internal control system. And tracing transaction through information system relevant to the financial reporting. Here we can use important answer. So here and all we can use. Then, what are the areas in which the stat auditor cannot use the internal auditor to provide direct assistance? Which involves making significant judgments in the audit. In limited judgment it will work, but not in significant judgment. Number 2, which relates to higher ROM, such as stock inventory, cash. There you will not use these. Relate to the work with which the internal auditor have been involved and which will be reported to the management. The internal auditor directly reported to the management that matter. So for that, he'll not directly assess the stat auditor. It relates to the decision whether the stat auditor makes as per SA 610, means as per SA, it will take the decision. In that, you cannot directly use the internal auditor. So question number 4 and 5, both. These are the examples where we can use this, and these are the ones where we cannot. Then if question number 6 comes in the exam, you'll read this entire thing again in 7 or 8 minutes. I will teach you. Factors to be considered to determine the coordination between the stat auditor and internal auditor. Look, stat and internal working together. Even if you are two different professionals, someone could be a CA, CS or MBA or even BCom graduate, you are an internal auditor. I'm an stat auditor. What will we do? We will discuss. Discussion will take place at appropriate intervals throughout the period. The meet will be in 2, 3 or 6 months. An external auditor informs the internal audit function of significant matters that may affect the function. You see that if there's a problem in their inventory, then stat auditor will say they have a problem there. There's a problem in their cash or in their sales, then stat auditor will say to check their GST calculation properly. The stat auditor is advised of and has access to relevant records of internal audit function and is informed of any significant matters that come to the attention of internal audit function and which may affect the work of external auditor. If the internal auditor finds anything wrong, they'll report it to the stat. See, all his papers documents can be seen. Like this, it's written there. So these 3 points came as question in exam, the internal audit function. And how's the relationship with the stat auditor means how they can work with each other. Internal audit function, internal auditor, internal audit department, all 3 mean the same thing. The same thing, okay? So 4, 5, 6 are important. Read this. Start reading. All right, done. Then next is SA 550 related parties. Okay. These 5 related is a related party. So question number 1 is the definition. It's only for understanding. It doesn't come in exam. Okay. Question number 2. Here it's written, give examples of related party relationships and the transactions which may give rise to higher ROM of the FS and the transaction with unrelated parties. So if I do the transaction with an unrelated party, then the risk is low. But if I do it with a related party, the risk is high. So these are 3 examples which will have to be written in the example. Related parties may operate through complex range of relationships and structure. Information system may be effective to identify or summarize transaction between entity and its related parties. If it's ineffective, it could not detect, say, I have a transaction with my brother. That vendor creates and records it. How come my brother will know which transaction at what price happened in the system? The system won't know, right? Related party transactions may not be conducted under normal market terms and conditions and maybe without consideration given for free. So these 3 examples are important exam questions. Then how would you understand the entities? Related party relationships and transactions. The auditor shall inquire with the management regarding that who is your relative. The client will tell us, it won't be us who would know it ourselves. What is the relationship with them? And the period, the type and the purpose of the transaction. Identity of the related party, nature of the relationship between the entity, the period and the type and purpose of the transaction. Okay, there is an answer for small entities. Because for example, consider a small grocery store or a small shop. There is no maker-checker concept. The owner is only responsible for everything and does all of his work. So there the related party transaction will not even be detected. It has to be read only for MCQ purpose. Then this is an exam question. How as an auditor you will verify the existence of related party relationships and transactions? 4.96. It is here. 4.96. Read the entity's income tax return. Information supplied by entity to regulatory authorities. Shareholders register to identify entity's principal. Which shareholder? The ones who must have taken an insurance policy. Here it is. There would be some significant contracts or internal auditor reporting something. And the documents associated with the entity? It's SEBI, and if prospectus was submitted to SEBI, then disclosure would have been given in it. So in the exam, this comes up. Where will the source of the related party be found? Which ones and how will we know? Read this document. Just read any 6 or 7 from it once you go through. This work is important. So question number 2 is the example 1 in this answer. He may inspect the following documents that may provide information about the related party. Read. Is it okay? Next, last essay, audit sampling. Okay. Guys, audit sampling means what you are doing is applying it to your audit to less than 100% of the items of the population. Note it down. Okay. So application of audit procedure to less than 100% of items of the population such that all sampling units have an equal chance of getting selected. I say if the company has debtors and the debtors are of 15 types. So in that case, I will check few of them out of 15, right? Everyone like 1, 2, 3, 4, everyone has a chance of getting selected. Anomaly, misstatement or deviation which is not representative of misstatements or deviation in the population. I was checking one debtor, but I found mistake, where? In marketing expenses. So in the essay language, we call it as anomaly. Now misstatement or deviation, which is not the representative of the misstatement or deviation in population. There was no mistake in my debtor. I found the mistake because of debtor, but it was found in the marketing expense. So we call that as anomaly. There are 2 approaches to sampling. One is statistical and one is non-statistical. Point to remember is that in statistical sampling, we use maths. If maths is not used, meaning random number tables and probability theory are not used, then what will happen? Non-statistical. It's more scientific approach because it involves mathematical laws of probability in determining the appropriate sample size in varying circumstances. Okay, so if maths is being used, then words like maths, calculations, probability are shown, then it's statistical sampling which has a chance as it came in exam this time. If not maths, then it's non-statistical. Guys, the risk that will arise because of the sample is sampling risk. Risk that will not arise because of sample is non-sampling risk. I applied the wrong audit procedures. I had to apply a technique, but in inquiry I'm making the observations. So that is non-sampling risk. I took a sample and according to my calculations, I gave a wrong opinion in it. If I had checked something else completely, my opinion could have changed. That is sampling risk. It is a risk that the auditor's conclusion based on a sample may be different from the conclusion if the entire population was audited by the same procedure. What can it be? Two types of errors, error 1, error 2. So remember it's error 1, error 2. In the case of TOC, that is test of control, what would you say? ICS is huge. When article is gone, sample is checked. And I would say this system is actually very effective. And guys, there's no misstatement in that. In case of test of details, MMS, that is material misstatement, does not exist. Whereas a misstatement is there. My article took multiples of 5 such as 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Many bills were checked. While there was a mistake in bill number 7, 9 and bill number 3. I trusted my article as correct. I said if everything is correct means a clean opinion. While if we check that completely, then my opinion would have qualified or adversed. It results in inappropriate audit opinion. It affects my audit effectiveness. These are all MCQs. Inappropriate audit opinion. It affects my audit effectiveness. Error 2. I said in my article the samples I selected are very messed up. I'm not able to find them. What is it saying? Controls are less effective. Whereas there are many controls which are highly effective. It says that it is a misstatement. While there is no misstatement there. When I went and saw, I found it. And then it realizes, act sorry for giving the wrong information. The company made no mistake. So what happened? It results in additional work. It affects audit efficiency. What will we say? The article is useless. Affects audit efficiency. Effectiveness, efficiency, these are all MCQ. Error 1 results in audit effectiveness. Error 2 results in audit efficiency. I am more interested. See, I am interested in both errors. But I am more interested in error 1 audit opinion because my objective is to give an opinion. I'm more interested in error 1. Non-sampling risk means which the auditor reaches an erroneous conclusion for only reason not related to sampling risk. It's not related to the sample or it's another risk, then it's non-sampling risk. Question number 4. Methods of sampling. Random, systematic, haphazard, block, monetary unit. You can check a question came this time on this in the exam. Random means going in various directions but used random number tables. In systematic, every nth unit 10, 20, 30, 40. Haphazard, haywire. From wherever it is picked, either from above or below or from any side, it's haphazard, haywire. Block. A block of 5 lakhs. One block from 5 lakh, 1 to 15 lakh. One block above 15 lakh is basically your block sampling. Monetary unit. We will check the bills above 5 lakh, okay? The bills above 5 lakh, that's your monetary unit. Okay, please read this. Methods of sampling. Done, right? Next. You just have to read question number 5 and 7 from the module. I'm teaching you 6th. Define sample design, sample size, and selection of items for testing. For selection of items, you would say that auditor shall select items for sample in such a way that each sampling unit has a chance of getting selected. Each one should have a chance to be selected. Sample size 1 to 10. I have a size of 10 units. Okay, I'm saying from 1 to 50, so my size is 50 units. So the auditor shall determine a sample size sufficient to reduce sample risk to an acceptable low level. See, 0 is not possible. But we can reduce it, right? Sample design. Guys, how should I do the sample design? It depends on what judgment I need. If I need to check the revenue, then I'll have to show the sales figures. I'll have to check the numbers for data. We'll have to take number if it's unit. When designing a sample, consider the purpose of audit procedure and the characteristics of the population from which the sample shall be drawn. So these definitions can come for 2 marks each. Question number 6. Then you have to memorize this question number 8. Factors affecting sample size. You can see wherever it's written as decreases, increases, and negligible effect, only those ones are different. Factors affecting sample size, you have to memorize it. It's tough to understand this because this will be understood only when you do articleship in your final exams. Better you memorize it. Question number 8. 9 and 10 exam questions. What are the factors that should be considered for deciding the extent of sampling plan? Our code is Sita Devi. What's the size of organization in the audit? How big is it? Then from I, how is their internal control? From T, what is the tolerable error range? 5% or 10% will be acceptable. From A, adequacy and reliability of books and records. From D, degree of desired confidence, and my code is Sita Devi. Size of the organization, what is the state of internal control? What's tolerable error range? Adequacy and reliability of books and records, and from D, degree of desired confidence. Question number 10, advantages of statistical sampling. This also came in exam. Where maths is used, that's statistical sampling. What is its benefit? The amount of testing does not increase in proportion to the increase in the size of the area. So if you have to check the entire population, then if you use maths for the sample size, it will be checked properly. It is more objective and thereby more defensible. The chances of errors are less. This method provides a means of estimating the minimum sample size. We can know how much we are going to check. I'll take one from 1 to 10 and one from 11 to 20. And then from 30, like that, I could check 7 to 8 units. It provides means for calculating risk and the corresponding precision. Precision means sampling error. So how much risk it can be and how many errors can be known. It provides a better description of large mass of data. Okay, this is the best method to check lots of data. This is a widely accepted way of sampling as it is more scientific. Without any personal bias. There's no judgment, right? Now what happens in haphazard? 100 students are sitting, making them stand like one by one and pointing out, that's my biasness. If student is my favorite, then he's picked. But if I use the method like for every 10 students, okay, like at 10th position, that student should come. Similarly, them sitting at 20th or 30th positions. What happened here is we used the scientific method, so there will be no biasness there. Then, explain stratified sampling. This is also a short note. This method involves dividing the whole population into a few separate groups, which is called strata, and taking a sample from each of them. Each strata is treated as if it was a separate population. Assume there are 1 lakh students. So what I did is, there are 1 lakh students, I made 10 strata of 10,000 each. From 10,000, some samples were taken. From 20, some were taken, and then from 30. Then the number of groups into which the whole population has to be divided. It will be on the basis of auditor's judgment, meaning as per my terms. So the definition of stratified sampling, that you will divide the whole population into strata. Now each strata is a separate population. You will pick data from it. What do we call that in English? Stratified sampling. It's done. That's finally completed properly. 500, 1, 500, 5, 500, 10, 500, 20, 500, 30, 550. And 610, that is 610. Everything is done for you. Each essay is completed. The audit evidence is very interesting. I think I covered it in 1 hour and 13 minutes. The complete content is in front of you. Read from the notes. The question and answers are there. If anyone doesn't believe me, I gave a crash course. You can go and check it out. Those who took it will know. In the regular batch, I solved previous year's papers that were available. So it comes from that only, from the handwritten notes, the Bhagavad Gita and the Bible. That's it. Okay? In the next class, I'll start the next video. If you liked it, you can comment, like, share, and be sure to write in the comments below. Let this time be the last time. Okay? Aim for a rank or 70 plus, whichever is earlier. Bye guys, take care. So hi guys, good morning, welcome to the class. So we had covered some 6 chapters, we need to complete more and study further. Okay, quickly write it in the chat and tell me. What is the form number for the removal of an auditor? Write in the chat and tell me. What's the form number for the removal of an auditor? It's ADT2, correct. I have to report fraud to the CG only when the amount of fraud is dash. Only when the amount of fraud is dash. 1 crore, correct. It's not more than, it's minimum 1 crore. Meaning if it's exactly 1 crore, you still have to report it, okay? Then how many days are there to report fraud to the CG? Report fraud to the CG within how many days? $60 days, correct. It is 60 days. Perfect. Okay, students. So now tell me, is it possible for the legal heir of the member demand a copy of the supplementary audit report? Answer me yes or no. A copy of the supplementary audit report. Yes, he can certainly ask for it. Is getting the supplementary audit done mandatory or voluntary? If it is voluntary, CAG will do it. CAG will have to take a call whether it should do supplement or not and within how many days. Very important MCQ. 60 days. Whether to get supplementary audit done or not, that call has to be taken within 60 days, 60. Okay, keep that in mind. Okay, so now tell me this. The reopening of the books of accounts can be reopened for how many years? Any of the last 8 years. Correct answer, student. Any of the last 8 years. But if the CG says that the company can maintain books for 15 years, then for how many years book can be reopened? Any of the last 15 years. How many years? Any of the last 15 years. Okay, now, when you talk about the power to reopen the book rests with 5 people, keep this in mind: the CG, the income tax, and the SEBI. The CG, the income tax, the SEBI, and any other regulator and any other person concerned. Any other regulator, any other person concerned. Perfect. Then when we talk about unpaid dividend, tell me for how many years the dividend will remain in the unpaid dividend account? For 7 years. After 7 years, it will go to the IPF. The company has to sell the money and it has to sell shares also. My question is, can the investor claim the money from the IEPF account? Yes, students. He can claim without any hesitation. Okay, now tell me. Gathering meaningful information from raw data. Gathering meaningful information from raw data is called as dash. It is called as data analytics. Okay. And the techniques which are used in data analytics are called as dash. It is called as CART, computer assisted audit techniques. What do we call it? The techniques are called CART, computer assisted audit techniques. Okay, students, let's move on. Okay, next. So, tell me now, CARO is applicable to whom? All companies including foreign companies. CARO is not applicable to whom? BIPS, banking, insurance, private, Section 8, OPC, small. BIPS is checked on which date? Students, we check BIPS on which date? As on 31st March, balance sheet date. And when do we check the loan conditions? In a private company? In a private company, when do you check the loan conditions? At any point of time, correct. There are 21 clauses in CARO. The first clause is F. You can answer yourself at home or quickly write it in the chat. F is for fixed assets. I is for inventory. I is inventory. Okay, D is debts given. Debts given means loans given. All three are very important and repetitive. Keep that in mind. So, in inventory, there is an amount in working capital. How much is the amount? It is more than 5 crore. Okay. In fixed assets, there's a point about revaluation that if minimum 10% revaluation is upside or downside, report it. Okay, this is inventory debts A is adequacy of 185, 186. It is adequacy of 185, 186. It's FIDA. P is for public deposits. C is for cost records. This is a small clause but important. The amount for cost records, how much is the amount, students? Please write it in the chat and tell me the answer. So how much is it? 35 crore. Okay. PC cost records, then statutory dues and unrecorded income and defaults. There are two types of statutory dues. Undisputed, disputed. In undisputed, how much is the amount? How much are the amounts in the undisputed? The amounts are outstanding for more than 6 months. Outstanding for more than 6 months should be reported. And then FIDA, PC, statutory income, and then default. Default in repayment of banks and borrowings. Okay, this is the first 9. 10th, money earned from public. 11th, enjoyed the fraud. Public offer through IPO or debt capital. Debt capital is also covered in that. And then 11 is fraud. 12, Nidhi was given. 11 is what? Nidhi was given. There were two things in Nidhi. 1:20, I had told you 12. 1:20 should be the maximum net owned funded deposit liability ratio. And minimum of 10% should be invested in unencumbered term deposits. Unencumbered term deposit, and after this it is 13, which is the related party transaction. Next, 14 is internal audit. 14 is what? Internal audit. Shared amongst themselves. Then 15 is non-cash transaction. Perfect. 1645 IA of RBI Act 1934, these two are important. 17 is cash losses. 18 resignation. Last time 18 came in the CA final. 19 is material uncertainty. 20 is transferred to CSR fund. And then 21 is qualification adverse remarks in the Caro report. What will we call it? Qualification adverse remarks in the Caro reports of the subsidiary. Its cross-reference will go here. Will you remember these? Confidence is increasing, right? Okay, very good. Today, first we are doing a big topic. We are starting with the audit of different entities. Students, wait 1 second. The pencil got disconnected. Audit of different entities. Audit of different types of entities. Okay. Now see, the thing that I will teach you. This technique is tried, tested, trusted from past 10 years. Students, write this. What we have discussed so far, we have always talked about the company, the audit of the company. Whose audit are we doing? We are auditing the company. Now, when we are auditing a company, we have to follow the Companies Act, right? If it's a profit-oriented entity, then you'll have to follow the Companies Act. But this chapter is about the audit of different types of entities. Now, when I say audit of different types of entities, then which entities will be included? Schools can be included. College, theaters, cinema hall. Okay. Schools and colleges. So students, now tell me, who runs these? Who runs them? Company runs schools and colleges. No, students. Generally, schools and colleges are run by either an NGO or a trust. By a trust, right? Profit oriented or non-profit oriented? Profit or non-profit? Non-profit oriented, okay. There are also profit oriented like Dhirubhai International Billabong Vibgyor in Bombay. These known schools are also a profit entity. But we will always, even now, for this chapter, for our exam, we will say that these are run by whom? For the exam, we will say these are run by trust people. Theatre, cinema hall, this is wrongly written, it's not hall, it's hall. Cinema hall. Theatre, cinema hall. Theatre, cinema hall can be a proprietorship, partnership firm or a private limited company. PVR is public listed company. A public company. Anyone can run theatre or cinema hall. Okay. Students who runs a restaurant. Restaurant. Tell me. Students, it could be run by an individual, a partnership firm, a proprietorship firm, or private limited companies. It could be run by a public limited companies also. Same for the club. In the club, there will be two clubs. One will be the gym club. Okay, students, the gym club. Another one is the dance club. Okay. It could be anything. A hotel is always run by anyone, individual, proprietor, partnership firm, or private limited. Hospital and NGO is run by trust. Hospitals can be private, like the Kokilabin Hospital. Many hospitals are private also. But what will we say for the exam? Schools, colleges, hospitals, NGOs, who runs them? A trust. The rest are run by private entities. So here there's a code. Now look in the exam 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 9 items. The ICEI won't ask all 9. It will ask any one of the 9. Earlier when the IPCC was there, the old syllabus, at that time this chapter had a weightage of at least 16 marks. When the new syllabus came, the Inter, the weightage of this chapter is reduced. Now it comes for 5 to 8 marks. It always comes in exam for sure. This will be question number 6. So, what is the code here, Galis? What is the code, students? It is Galis. Now the module has long answers. There are very long points in the book that I gave you. There are like 20 to 25 points. The question can be of 4 marks or 5 marks. Anything can come. Okay? What do we call this? G is for general. The code is Galis and G is for general. The auditor has to check the constitution of the entity, that is, if it is run by a partnership firm, check partnership deed. If it's run by company, check AOA and MOA. If it's run by a trust, check trust deed. For trusts, check the trust deed. So G stands for what? General. G is general. Auditor has to see the constitution of the entity, that is, if it's run by partnership firm, check partnership deed. If it's run by company, check MOA and AOA. MOA is what? Memorandum of Association. AOA is Articles of Association. If it is run by a trust, check trust deed. G is general. Number 2, evaluate the internal control system. Every entity will have an internal control system. Right? Every entity has an internal control system, right? What is that system? For example, if I say, is there CCTV access? Is there card access? Is there any approval needed before making any entry or any passwords? Evaluate all the internal control systems. Third, obtain certificates from the management like the loan confirmation certificate, turnover certificates, and many other certificates, etc. So in G, we will write 3 subpoints. General. A. A is assets. Now this is important because when we will do the next chapter, audit of items of FS, you will find this there also. A is what? Assets. So what do we need to do in assets? In assets, what should we do? So now in assets, check the valuation is done as per relevant AS. So my code is verify here. Very, very, very important. In the module, many different points will also be given. I am saying that ICI will ask only one answer. Don't read different answers, read only this answer. So the code for assets is verify. What does V mean? Valuation. The auditor should check the valuation as per the relevant AS. I mean, almost every asset has an AS. For the machine, it's 10. 10 is for the computer, 13 is for investment. The government gave machines as a gift. It will be government grants, so 10 and 12, it will be both. So we will do this when I'll teach you the audit of items of FS. So check the valuation is done as per AS. E, check the asset is in existence. How will we check this? By conducting physical verification. Check assets is in existence by conducting physical verification. R, check the asset is the right of the entity. What is right of the entity? Okay, here, company is not written. I have written right of the entity. C, because a company may or may not exist. Like the trust. NGO, who is running all of this? There are different people running it, right? That's why I wrote check the assets is the right of the entity. How do you check that? By checking documentary evidence. Because assets should be in the company's name, or if it's a trust, school or college, it should be in their names. They bought it, and how will we know that? By checking documentary evidence, bills, invoices, check all of that. V is for valuation, E is for existence, R is for the right of the entity. I check, is there any charge on the asset? If yes, it should be disclosed. Also, it should be registered with ROC. Okay, should be registered with ROC. Now, what is charge? The company takes loan. When they take loan, bank acquires a right. The company cannot sell. If a loan is taken, according to Schedule 3, it has to be disclosed in the balance sheet. You must have seen that it was written secured by motor car, secured against HDFC loan. In the HDFC loan section, you will see secured by motor car. If you read chapter 3 of Schedule 3 in accounts, company final accounts, you must have seen this disclosure of charge. F. Check whether Schedule 3 requirements are followed. So there is presentation requirement for Schedule 3 for balance sheet items. Like in cash, we say cash and cash equivalents. In the debtors, we disclose like outstanding for more than 6 months and others. Whether Schedule 3 requirements are met or not. To create a code with Y, I added yo here. What can we write here? Check for frauds. The auditor should check for frauds. So students, my code is verify. V stands for what? Valuation. Check the valuation. E stands for existence. Check the existence. R stands for right of the entity. How do you check? By documentary evidence. Is there any charge on the asset? F. Schedule 3 is followed or not. Why? Yo check for frauds. Verify. This is the same code that I use for liability. So what will be the code, students? This is the shortcut. There are no extra points here. It is same. It's V. V, same as asset. V is for valuation. Check the valuation is done of the liability. E. Now we cannot see the existence of liability by touching it, right? So how do you do that? Take confirmation from the third parties. Okay? Confirm from the third parties. If an asset is my right, then what will be the liability? Obligation. If asset is a right, then liability will be obligation. The I point will not be applicable, that is related to loans. F. Check Schedule 3, followed. Y is yo. Check for fraud. It's the same check for fraud. So same as asset. E is existence. We can check the existence how? Through confirmation. If asset is right, liability is obligation. I is not applicable. F is same and Y is also same. Liability is rarely asked in the exam. Usually they ask about assets. This entire answer and even Galis is not asked. It's not in trend. Either it will ask you about income and expenses or assets. These two are important. Okay. I stands for income and expenses. Listen carefully, students. My code was Galis, where G stands for general, A for assets, L for liability. The code for assets and liability is verify. Then what will I be? Income and expenses. So now, a company or any entity earns income, corresponding expenses are side by side, right? This profit and loss statement is long. There are so many items and ICI can ask about anything. Anything? We shouldn't take risk. We have the common answer. This is what we will write everywhere. Check the vouchers like bills. If payment is made, there will be bills. Payment vouchers will be there. If there are sales, then there will be sales invoices, bills, agreements, contracts. Write down all the synonyms. Check the vouchers like bills, invoice, etc. The word invoice seems a bit heavy. Okay? Check that the transaction has occurred. Check the transaction. Transaction will either be a question of income or expense. Check that the transaction has occurred over the current period of time. Check is it occurred over the current period of time. U. Check it is approved under competent authority. So what is written here? Check it is approved under competent authority. C. Check proper distinguish is made. What is written? Check proper distinguish is made between capital or revenue, expenses or receipts. You can say income or receipts. Check proper distinguish is made between capital, receipts, revenue, expenses and income. Check it has been recorded in BOA. H stands for check it has been recorded in BOA. So students, my code is vouch. V stands for vouchers. I'll teach you how to use it. Right now I am only teaching you framework. V is check the vouchers like so and so. O. Check if it has occurred over the current period of time. U. Check if it is approved under competent authority. C. Check proper distinguish is made within capital, revenue, expenses or income. H. Check it has been recorded in BOA. Special points. What are special points? First, check whether there is any earmarked investments for earmarked funds. Earmarked investments for earmarked funds. You must have done NPO chapter in accounts in 12th or foundation or intermediate. In that, the tournament fund is also in liability. Tournament fund is also on asset side. Did you see it? So what is this? Tournament fund means it is a specific donation for a specific purpose. We call it earmarked. So if a question comes in the exam about an NGO or a trust, this will be the point. If question comes about a hotel or a hospital, a hotel or a club or restaurant, so don't write this. Earmarked investment, earmarked fund is not there. Only in NPO it is there, okay? Check the corpus, that is capital fund, if any. For a company, we call it share capital. Here we call it capital fund, if you remember. When we tally the income and expenses account, we get surplus or a deficit. Then that surplus or a deficit, we take it to capital fund. So that is it. This also won't come. This will only apply to specific NGOs. Check any income from special events and corresponding expenses. Now students, what is special events? Which is not a normal event. So what is normal event? For example, there's a school. A school is built to earn money. For what? Fees. So bus fees, term fees, admin fees, ATKT fees. This is a normal income. So what will be the special income? Like in schools, there is an annual day. In colleges, annual fest. The money that is earned from that. So now, we didn't build schools for annual days. Right. That will be the special event. Okay, by chance. Let's say that. Suppose the playground of the school or the entire school is given on rent. Or the ground is given for weddings. So that will be the special income. So you have to write here. Check the income from special events and their corresponding expenses. This is the complete answer of what? Of Galis? This answer is of Galis. The complete answer isn't trending in exam. It will ask, what are the assets of the school? If the school's assets is asked, you have to write one or two specific assets. What are the specific assets of a school? Benches and what else is there? Board. Then write some sophisticated word, furniture and fixtures. Furniture and fixture, books, library. Everyone will say check the valuation of the assets like books, library. Sorry, only books. Library will be included in premises. Furniture, fixture as per relevant AS. Check whether the stock of books is in existence, right? So write down one or two specific assets. Tell me, what would be the assets for a restaurant? The assets of a restaurant will be tables. Don't say tables, use sophisticated words. Furniture, fixtures. Computer. Liability, no, sorry. Computer. Furniture and fixtures. Stock of food. Stock of food. Write few specific assets. Don't just write tables, use sophisticated words. Now tell hospital's assets. Assets of hospital. Furniture, fixture are common. Equipment and stock of medicines. There are lab equipment, stock of medicines, perfect. You have to write some specific assets like this. Write it specifically, okay? In assets section. Similarly, in the liabilities section, write loans and outstanding expenses. Write loans and outstanding expenses in liability. Okay. For income and expenses. So tell me how schools and colleges earn income. How do schools and colleges earn income? From fees, donations, now you'll say check the vouchers. Like for the income from fees, donations, like donation receipts and fee receipts, etc. Check the fees received over the current period of time. Check whether any payments made under competent authority. Check proper distinguish between capital revenue expenses or receipts. Check whether it has been recorded in the books of accounts. So you have to check these. Right. So you have to write one or two specifics or read the module. Module has approximately 100 pages of chapter. It's of 80 to 90 pages. So in the module, this is at least 50 to 30 pages. Everything is given in the module. You want to read all or one common answer? What is your view? One common answer, guys. Out of 4, you will get 2.5 to 3 easily. Okay? I will roll the screen in front. You will read the whole Galis now. Sarita, you are not answering. Please answer them. Read Galis. Let me know when to scroll, okay? I hope there won't be any confusion in Galis. So G is general, A is assets, L is for liabilities, I is for income and expenses, and S is for special points. Okay. Now I'll show you something else, how it's given in the book. See, in the book it's given audit of educational institute. So schools and colleges, right? So as you can see, this part is very long here. Let me show you. This is very long. See this from here to here. It is this long and it is given up till here. We have divided that into Galis. Now, if you have the time, like if you are giving exam or if there is exemption and if you are giving only one group and you have time, then read this once. Then if you get something specific, then write that. Rest Galis is fine. Because only one answer will come in the exam. Earlier there were 2 or 3 answers. Now only one answer will come, so mark any point according to yourself. Below you can see hospital. Galis, we will use this term Galis everywhere, right? We will use it everywhere. Similarly, there are many like the NGOs, right? And what I have said, there are 9 things in the syllabus. The audit of hotel is also given. Audit of clubs, recreational clubs. Okay, so wherever the common answer fits, I have told you those 9 things: school, college, theatre, cinema hall, restaurant, club, hotel, hospital, and the NGO. So what will be at these 9 places? These 9 places, it will be common answer, Galis. Okay, write anyone. Okay, anyone. If you have time to read, then read it. You will find such items in module also, but half of the people say how we'll write. You should write because marks will be given. Rather than remembering the 9 different answers, it is better to write one good answer, right? Okay, now we'll write Galis. If you have the time, then read it or else leave it. Then see below. See here. Next comes the government audit report. Again, you will get it. Government audit report. One is central government audit report and one is state government audit report. You will get it later. Central government audit report or state government audit report. See here. So my first half of the chapter was about school, college, theatre. The second half of the chapter is about the PSU audit. PSU means public sector units or public sector undertakings. There are 3 types of entities. So the first one is the government company. One is the government corporation. One is the government department. Government company, government corporation, government department, right? Government company, government corporation, government department. So the government company means an entity in which 51%, how much students? 51% is held by CG, SG or both. 51% held by CG, SG or both. For example, Bhel and Gale. Bhel and Gale. Gas Authority of India Limited, BHEL is Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited. Sail Steel Authority of India Limited, MTNL, BSNL, VSNL. These are government companies. If it is a company, then which act will apply? If it's a company, which act will apply? Which act will apply if it is a company? Companies Act 2013. Perfect. So Companies Act are governed. Government corporation, so corporation means that they have special acts. They are formed under that act. For example, LIC's corporation, Life Insurance Corporation, Oil and Natural Gas Corporation. They have their own specific acts. IDFC, Industrial Development Financial Corporation. That is also of government. The government's stake is 40%. How much was the stake? 40% this was held by CG, SG or both. For example, IRCTC, LIC, it's written here for understanding. Then there's government departments owned by government like Police Department, IT Department, GST Department. ED and all other are from government departments. And Income Tax Department. So altogether these 3 becomes the PSU, right? Altogether these 3 will become PSUs: government companies, government corporations, government departments. Either it is a company or it is a corporation or it is a department, right? Either it is a company or corporation or the department. Who appoints the auditor for all 3? CAG. Who appoints the auditor for all 3? CAG. It is appointed by the CAG. Okay. Now, my third question is about the appointment of the auditor of a government company. See, do you know this? First auditor, subsequent auditor. See, have you done? 60, 30, 60. subsequent within 180 days from the commencement of financial year. And he is auditor in next EGM. If you've read it, same is copied in auditor chapter. The content of government company is exactly same. Then, tell me, have you read the answer of the supplementary audit? Now, quickly recall and tell me the days of the supplementary audit. How much is it? So there's only one day mentioned, that is for passing the order. The number of days is 60 days from the date of submission of the original audit report. 60 days from the date of submission of original audit report. Now, here also I've said refer point 18, section 143.567, auditor's notes. You'll get it in auditor's chapter. It's same. Okay. So now, write a short note on CAG. What is CAG? Okay. Write a short note on CAG. It can come in exam. CAG is appointed by the POI. What does POI means? The President of India. His salary, terms and conditions are fixed by the President of India. CAG is appointed by POI. His salary, terms and conditions are fixed by POI. He is appointed for 6 years or 65 years of age, whichever is earlier. He is appointed for 6 years or 65 years of age, whichever is earlier. Okay, 6 years or 65 years of age, whichever is earlier then. So, the age limit of the CAG, I mean the maximum age limit is of 65 years. He can be removed only when each house of the parliament, when I say each house, tell me how many houses are there in parliament? Yes, each house. 2, right? Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. Both will have to give approval by a majority of votes of a minimum 2/3 members of the house present and voting. 2/3 members of the house present and voting, right? 2/3 members of the house present and voting. 2/3 means how much? 66.67. How much will it be? 66.67. When they'll give approval, then only CAG can be removed. Okay? Is that correct? So it's a very simple answer. Appointed by President of India, salary, terms and conditions fixed by President of India. Appointed for 6 years or 65 years of age, whichever is earlier. He can be removed only when each House of Parliament decides to do so by minimum 2/3 of the numbers of members present and voting. Is this clear? Then, what does the important constitutional provisions say? So we have 3, no, we have 4 articles. Article 148, Article 149, Article 150, Article 151, Article 148, 149, 150 and 151 MCQ. See, it is written here. Note point 5, which we are reading for MCQ purpose. It can come in exam. What is it? So Article 148 will talk about appointment, removal, salary of the CAG. Everything is written in Article 148. 148 of whose? Of our constitution. So Article 148 of our constitution. Is this clear? If you want to know about CAG appointment, removal, salary, all that is written in Article 148. What is written in Article 149? Powers and duties of CAG. What is it? Powers and duties of CAG. Where is it written? In Article 149 and 150. What is 150? On the advice of CAG, the President will prescribe the form of accounts of central government and state government. So accounts of CG or SG is given in Article 150. The format of audit report is in Article 151. So audit report of CAG. Relating to the accounts of CG or SG, the format of accounts is in 150 and format of audit report in 151. 140 is about appointment, removal and salary of CAG. A small MCQ. 149 is powers and duties of CAG. Okay, now who will explain the accounts work? On advice of CAG, President will prescribe the format. Where is it written? In 150. Okay, where is it written about the audit report? In 151. About the audit report, it is written in 151. Okay. So, the basic things about government ends here. In this, the CAG's answer is important and the article's answer is important for MCQ purpose. Okay. So, we'll quickly go through this and then we'll learn new part. Read it, PSU audit. Now students, tell me that in which article is the format of the audit report written? Yes, tell me in which article it's written. (151). Absolutely fine. In which article is the CAG's appointment, salary, terms and conditions? Tell me in which article all these points about the CAG is mentioned. Article 148. Yes, Article 148. Perfect. The format of accounts is given in which article? (150). Okay. So, who prescribes, who will prescribe the format of the accounts? Who will prescribe it? President on the advice of CAG. President on the advice of CAG. Absolutely perfect. Okay. Now come to the second half of the chapter. So, we were discussing government companies. We've already discussed how CAG handles everything within a company. Supplementary audits and test audits. We've covered all that in the chapter of auditor. Now we are discussing about audit of government. Government, right? Government. Can anyone tell me how many types of governments are there in India? When I say audit of government, means how many types of government? Are there in India? Basically, it is of two types. Central government and state government. How many state governments are there in India? Yes, tell me. There are many governments. There are many, right? Like, there are many in East India. The government of East India is combined. Maharashtra government and Gujarat government are separate. How many central governments are there in India? Yes, tell me. Only one government. Right? And someone might be saying that there are some local authorities also. So local authorities are part of state government. You'll find that further. It's a part of state government like BMC, Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation. In Ahmedabad, there is AMC. Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation. So it is different in each one. So it becomes a part of its state government. Now, when we talk about government audits, the Gali's answer won't work. What will work here? It is conducted by CAG. Three things need to be checked. Audit of receipts. Audit of expenditure, audit of stores and stock. 2 attempts earlier, stores and stock came in the exam. Audit of receipts, audit of expenditure, audit of stores and stocks. Now what we'll check in expenditure? In expenditure, we'll have to check 5 things. These are fixed. We have to check audit of rules and orders, audit of sanctions, audit of provision of funds, propriety and performance audit. Audit of rules and orders, audit of sanctions, provision of funds, propriety and performance audit. Audit of rules and orders, audit of sanctions, provision of funds, propriety audit and performance audit. Now let's take them one by one. In exam, answer starts from here. From this page. Here it is. You can see this one is this big. Generally the answers are not that big, but you can see this one is very long. This one is up till here. The chapter will continue. Yes, below till here. Okay. Such a long answer. From this chapter will not come, only one point will come. Is that clear? Yes, it's clear. So first we are studying the audit of receipt. Now understand how we'll write about it. Try to understand it. This is an important component of government audit. So here we are talking about government audit. It is an important component of government audit. Who will do it? It will be conducted by the CAG. It is conducted by CAG. I hope it's clear. Then what you will say? It shall be the duty of the CAG to check whether the receipts are properly realized, assessed and credited to consolidated funds of India. It shall be the duty of CAG to check that receipts are properly realized, assessed and credited to the consolidated funds of India. It means property of India. Basically RBI, it should go in that. He should check. Now I say he. So here he means CAG. He should check whether the rules and procedures with respect to revenue are secured and effective, and there's a proper allocation of the revenue. What is in capital is in capital and what is in revenue is in revenue. And you have made the equal bifurcation. If this was receipts answer, it will be of 4 marks or 3 marks. Very short questions are coming. So write this much. Audit of receipt is important component of government audit. It is conducted by CAG. It shall be the duty of the CAG to check receipts are properly realized, assessed and credited to consolidated funds of India. CAG should check whether the rules and procedures with regards to revenue are secured and effective, and there is proper allocation of revenue. in the exam, I would say don't just write CAG, write everything. Don't take any risk in the exam. Write completely. Comptroller and Auditor General of India. Okay? Then, expenditure audit. Next is expenditure audit. Now see. The pattern will be same. It is an important component of government audit. It is an important component of government audit. Then we'll say the same point. It is conducted by CAG. Write the full form of CAG. He has to check the following, right? He has to check the following. What we have to tell? 5 components. Now, in the exam. This is a separate 2 marks question. 2 marks, 2 marks, 2 marks, total 6 marks question. 3 marks, 3 marks, 6 marks questions. Provision of funds and propriety are of 3 marks each. 2 marks, 2 marks. Propriety performance. 3 marks and 3 marks. This is complete answer of expenditure audit. It's a 4-mark answer. Okay? The propriety audit is of 2 marks, or of 3 marks, or of 4 marks, or of 5 marks, or of 6 marks. Propriety audit is the most important answer in this chapter. The most important answer is propriety audit. We'll do further. So you might get the expenditure audit, or you might get individual components. Anything can come, or it might ask 2 components together. I've written it in very simple language. Audit against rules and orders. So if a question comes in the exam, how would you write it? Tell me. Audit against rules and order. See here, audit against rules and order. It is an important component of expenditure audit, point number 1. Expenditure audit is an important component of government audit, point number 2. Okay. It is conducted by CAG. Point number 3. So 3 points are common. If you get 5 out of these, it is an important component of expenditure audits. Expenditure audit is an important component of government audit. It is conducted by CAG. 3 points are common. You have to write them always. What is 4th point? The explanation of this is given earlier. See that explanation. The auditor has to see that the expenditure incurred conforms as per the relevant rules, provisions framed by the competent authorities. The auditor must see that any expenditure incurred conforms as per the relevant rules and provisions framed by the competent authorities, whichever order or authority is there. There must be some written record of the expenditure where you can check copy of rules and orders. Audit of sanctions. So, let's suppose the government has said to build the metro in Mumbai, right? Build a metro in Maharashtra. So here the local ministers and the chief minister's approval have been taken, and of fire department also. And the approval of infra and everyone else is also taken. Go and check in notebook. The auditors has to see that each item of expense is approved by a competent authority, right? By a competent authority. Third, audit against provision of funds. What would you call this? Audit against provision of funds. The auditor has to see that there is a provision of funds for every expense and the amount of such expenses does not exceed the appropriation made. It means if the government has to spend 5,000 crore rupees, it won't do it all at once, right? It'll do in parts. So what would be the provisions? Auditor will go and check provisions. There are 3 points. First, audit against rules and orders. Number 2, audit of sanctions. Number 3, audit against provision of funds. 4th, and what is this? This is propriety audit. Here, this is a propriety audit. What does propriety mean? It is not proprietor. No, this is not the sole proprietor. Propriety is different. So propriety means that the CAG will tell the government ministers that whenever you will spend money, spend the money in such a thoughtful manner as if it is your own money. Spend money thoughtfully as if it is your own money. Because if you will spend the money in such a manner, then you will spend very carefully. But the problem in India is that they think too much. Like you have to travel means traveling expense. So for traveling expenses, what do we always say? We will check the bills. There would be travel bills, and if paid, a bank statement will follow. And if you have traveled by flight, then boarding pass would be there. And if in P&L it shows that 1 lakh rupees are spent in traveling, then as an auditor, it's reasonable to take assurance that this is spent on traveling. So I checked the bills and the payments. This was of normal company. But in the government entities, yes, here, the CAG will check that the ministers have traveled. Yes, we have traveled, and the auditor, you can also see the bills as well. With the payment receipt, everything you can check. But here the CAG will not only check that, right? But along with that, it will also check, was it necessary? Was it necessary to do that expense? So you have traveled by plane, but you could have also traveled by train, right? So you went by train. Why did you go by train? You could have gone by bus. And why did you go by bus? You could have walked either. But why have you gone walking? Why did you only go? Whether the expenses were necessary or not. Okay? So see, in this the auditor aims to bring out the cases of improper, avoidable or infructuous expenditure. Infructuous means unnecessary expenses. Okay? Even though such expenses have been incurred as per the rules and regulations existing. Whatever expense was incurred, it was all according to the rules, but was it necessary? That's called as propriety audit. And in this B, principles, and this is separately exam question, means propriety audit is separate exam question. Within that it asks to explain the principles of propriety. So this is it. This is principles of propriety. These 4. Remember point B, it's very important point. He should see that expenditure confirms the principles of propriety. What are those principles? First, the government officials should treat public money as if it is their own money. Government officials should treat public money as if it's their own money. They should not abuse the authority. Right, they should not abuse the authority. Abuse means not to scold or insult. Misusing of power. They should not abuse the authority. Third, apart from agreed remuneration. What a point. No other avenues kept open for them to earn money. It means that whatever money is discussed, you will get that only. There is no other avenues of earning money. It's baseless. You also know they are government officials, so give bribe. It won't work without that. Fourth, the money should not be used for a particular section of society. For example, if I'm spending money on Gujaratis and not on Maharashtrians, I'm doing wrong. Money can't be spent as per caste, creed or religion. Right? Suppose if I am spending on children, not on adults. Is it allowed or not allowed? We are spending on children, not on adults. Allowed or not allowed? Tell me. It is allowed. There is no problem. Okay boys, you need to answer. Now suppose, if I am spending on the women and not on men, will it be fine or not? Tell me, will it be fine or not? Yes, sure, it will be perfectly fine. There is no problem. But why? So you would have seen that Sukanya, it's allowed. Yes, it's allowed. Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana. These kind of Yojana, all these are for women. And like in Maharashtra, in Mumbai, the girls have got the free passes for travel. Like if you are studying in Delhi, then there is free education. Girls, is it till BCom or till 12th? Free travel. Half bus charge. Yes, just that. Even half fare is charged in bus. And in railway also it is free. You will know these things when you are in college. This will work. Yes, it will work. On the women and not on men, right? Now it says that generally the money should not be used on a particular section of the society unless a BCD. So this has came separately in one exam, right? It's 3 marks answer. So you're saying that you do not want to spend money on a particular section of society, but you can. There are 4 exceptions that are visible to you. First is, the amount of expenditure involved is insignificant. It is very less. For example, there was a community in Maharashtra. Let's assume Koli community. Who are Koli community? They are the people who do fishing. What did the government do for them? The government said that in your entire community, there are 200 or 300 people, so we are giving you 2 lakhs rupees. To preserve the Koli culture. Is it okay? It is a country with 130 crore population. On that the government has spent 2 lakhs rupees. It's cash. It is only done on the Kolis and not on everyone. Yes, it will work, no problem. A claim for the amount could be enforced in a court of law. So, for example, there is a particular Adivasi community. Their land was encroached by the government. Land encroaching means grabbing the land. It's taking away the land. You'll get the compensation. Now the government has given the money to them only. We also have the land, but the government has not given to us or to you. Rather, it has given to them. Why? Because the government took over the land, so compensation will be given. So it can be enforced in a court of law. Now, we have point number C. The expenditure is as per the recognized policy or custom, right? It is as per the recognized policy or custom. For example, let's say in Rajasthan, for protecting and preserving Rajasthan's dance culture, the government has tried different ways, as nobody looks at the culture, right? Everything is freely available on YouTube. So for seeing their dance, what did the government do? It has spent 10 lakhs rupees on them. It will work. No problem. But why? Because it is a custom, it's going on for many years. It's been going on for years. It is as per the recognized policy or custom. Okay, all right. Here it is. It is as per recognized policy or custom, like our practice. Then D point. The amount of allowances allowed to meet expenses are not, on the whole, sources of profit to the recipients. Like for example, your articles. If you went by auto, you spent 50 rupees. Expense was only 22 rupees, 23 rupees is the meter reading, but suppose you claim 50 rupees. Now, if you have spent 50 rupees, actually 50 rupees was spent, then I will repay you 50 rupees. I am repaying it to you and not to anyone else. Same way. What happens is, the government ministers traveled from Delhi to Mumbai. Their expense was 2000 rupees. When they spent 2000 rupees, the government reimbursed it. They fully reimbursed it. So is 2000 rupees profit for them? Tell me, students, is that profit for them? No, not at all. They spent the amount and in return, they got a claim back, right? So then it wasn't given to everyone else, but only to government ministers who have spent money. It's allowed for them. So in the exam about propriety audit, there will be separate question. And principles of propriety, these 4 points that you can see here, this will be a separate question. Then fourth point, that generally you cannot use money for particular sections, but you can spend it on these 4 things, A, B, C, D. It's separate exam question. Okay. Then performance audit. In this we check government's performance. In Bombay it was said metro will be constructed in 2014 but built in 2016. You saw Western Express Highway, completely dug up. Can't tell if it's road or just potholes. Link road is also dug up. Digging is happening everywhere. Alright, so we check the government's performance here. In a performance audit, the auditor will cover 3 things. Efficiency, economy, effectiveness. What are all those, students? Efficiency, effectiveness and economy of the government schemes, programs. Projects, midday meal program in which lentils are separate and water is separate. Okay? And you know there is also one accident insurance in just 2 rupees. These are all different schemes, projects and government programs. We'll check them. Then all 3 E's. So if you ask me what does the efficiency mean? Means are expected benefits coming or not? Now the efficiency audit looks into that various schemes, projects are conducted economically and yielding benefits which is expected out of them. Yielding benefit which is expected out of them. Number 2. Economy audits look into whether entity has acquired financial, human and physical resources in an economical manner. Meaning, best quality at low price. If it's about money, then it's economy audit. So what will we look at in effectiveness? Its outcome. Result. Okay, result. Effectiveness audit is the appraisal of the performance of government schemes, projects and programs. So you'll write all 3 E's, economy, efficiency and effectiveness. So that's your complete answer for performance audit. So performance audit or complete expenditure audit both can come separately in exam. It has 5 components. Rules and orders, sanctions, provision of funds, propriety, performance. You have to remember these. They are very, very important. Then the audit of stores and stocks. So what does stores and stocks means? The government's inventory. Can anyone tell me what kind of inventory the government might have? Think and answer. What kinds of inventories might the government have? Furniture, pictures and so on. Guys, food grains that we buy from farmers, right? Stock of medicines like polio medicines and then the COVID vaccine. Arms and ammunition. Bombs, AK-47 bullets. Alright? So how to write an exam? It came in exam. It is an important component of government audit. Same point. It is conducted by CAG. It's same point that we've read earlier. What is next? Following should be verified. Following should be verified. Okay. Why do we need to read new answers? We've already read them. What is my code? Very. Means short form of verify. Very. Check whether the valuation of the stock, whatever stock of medicines, stock of food grains is proper or not. Check the asset as in its existence. Whether an asset is owned by government, how would you check? Documentary evidence. Oh, sorry. We can check the existence through physical verification. Next is R. Check the asset is a right of government by checking documentary evidence. I. Check if there is any charge against the assets. Check whether there is any charge against the asset. Alright? Full stop. EPS disclosed ROC. This point will not come. It should be registered. This point will not come. Why? Why will it not come, guys? Why will it not come? Because it is not a company. Things about ROC apply to the companies, but we are talking about the government. Correct? It's Government Matter Companies Act don't apply to government. If Companies Act were applied, then we would talk about ROC disclosures and following Schedule 3 will be discussed, but there won't be anything here. Its format is explained by President on advice of what we've studied earlier, Article 141, 140, 150. Article 150 will also explained by him, right? So it's 4-mark question in exam. This came 1-2 attempts ago. Audit of store and stock. It's an important component of government audit. It is conducted by CAG. Following should be verified. V stands for valuation, E for existence, R for right. I stands for is there any charge, full stop, and finished. Okay, bye-bye. Done. So the biggest, most important answer of this chapter is this only. So tell me, how will we conduct a government audit? There are 3 components: receipts, expenditure, stores and stocks. Only one of 3 component will come. Expenditure has 5 components: rules and orders, sanctions, provision of funds, propriety, performance. Not all will come, only 1, 2 or 3. Or only 1 can come, or 2 or 3 can come, out of which propriety audit is the most important one. Okay? Let's move on. Please, all of you, read this part slowly. Okay, start reading. And this content is written here for reason that in exam you will write this only. That's why I am reminding you here. This is what you have to write. You will get the marks. In module and book, the content is lengthy. We've made all our notes from there. Whatever is relevant for the exam is covered here. Okay? Only this much is needed. Any doubts on any of the concept? Understood everyone how to write the answer? The most important is expenditure audit and 5 components of expenditure audit: rules and orders, sanctions, provision of funds, propriety, and the performance. In propriety, separate questions can come to you, like explain the principles of propriety, or money cannot be used on particular sections, explain its exceptions. So in that answer, 3 separate answers are hidden. Cool. Stores and stock has already come in exam. First, it's an important component of government audit. It is conducted by CAG, then verify. In verify, use VERI. Valuation, existence, rights, is there any charge? Full stop. Cool. Now, after all this, your next answer is the duties of CAG. So for duties of CAG, I have written here, read page 122 main book. Read it if you have time. Otherwise, even if you write like this, you will get a 2 or 3 mark answer. So what is the duty of the CAG? Duty means responsibility. So what is it? Why to study new one? We will use what we have already studied. So tell me, what work will they do? To compile and submit accounts of CG or SG. Okay? To compile and submit the accounts of CG or SG. Number 2, to conduct audit of government companies, government corporations, and government departments. To conduct audit of government companies, government corporation, government department. All right. Then to conduct an audit of receipts. We have read this earlier. To conduct audit of expenditure. You have read this. To conduct an audit of stores and stock. We've read this too. Haven't we read answer of government audit? Who will do that? CAG. To conduct an audit of grants and loans of the government. There are 6 points. Do you really want to read? Do you have time? So read it, because these are headings but actual details are inside. Write in a single line. Otherwise, write in your own words, since we are BCom students. The CAG has a duty to compile and submit accounts of central government and state government. Then number 2, to do government's audit, CAG has power and duty to conduct audit of government companies, government corporations, government departments. CAG also has duty to conduct audit of receipt of government, that receipt are properly realized as per created to consolidated funds of India. The CAG has the power and the duty to vouch the and to audit the expenditure of the government that it has incurred economically. The CAG has the power and the duty to conduct an audit of the stores and stocks of the government to see whether the stocks are in existence or not. So use each line that you had read. CAG has duty to conduct audit of grants and loans of the government. Answer completed. It is very easy. Did you understand? Next is government audit reports. I taught you this before. I said it would come up again. There are 2 types of governments in India, central and state government. Central government audit report, it is finalized in parliament. Here it is finalized in legislative assembly. It is submitted to President of India. It is submitted to the respective governors. It is finalized in parliament, in legislative assembly, Vidhan Sabha, Vidhan Parishad. It is submitted to President of India. It is submitted to respective governor. Parliament has 2 houses, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. Legislative assembly means Vidhan Sabha, Vidhan Parishad. Alright. So here your complete government audit part ends. Okay. After doing answer number 7 and 8. Okay. Then there is a separate topic, that how would you conduct the audit of a partnership firm or an LLP. Now in the exam, they will ask only one, either a partnership firm or LLP. What do you say? Why to read the new answer? Common answer. The answer is same. If LLP will come, then only 1 point will be changed. For example, there the liability is unlimited, here the liability is limited, right? One is this and the second point. There will say, check the provision of Indian Partnership Act 1932. If LLP comes, then check the provisions of LLP Act 2008. Rest the answer is same. Rest the entire answer is same. Look, the auditor should check the partnership deed. What will we check in partnership deed? PSR. PSR means what? Check the profit sharing ratio. Check the capital and its interest. Check the loan and its interest. Check partners and their types. There are different types of partners. Partners in profits only, partners in losses. Okay. Dormant partner. Check the active partners and inactive partners. Check the drawings and its interest. Okay. Drawings and its interest. All right. Also check the BOA. Books of accounts. Check assets, liabilities, income, expenses. What would you say? Check assets, liabilities, income, expenses. Check remuneration to partners given as per Income Tax Act 1961. Okay. Check remuneration to partners given as per Income Tax Act 1961. Then check the duration of partnership. But Partnership Act is the one, right, which is a particular partnership or it is an infinite partnership. Check any pending legal cases. check the goodwill valuation, check the provision for the admission, death, retirement, dissolution clauses. Check provision of Indian Partnership Act 1932. If there's question on LLP, then check provision of LLP Act 2008. Okay, if a question about partnership comes, then you'll write one more point. Check. Partnership firm is registered or not. Check whether it is registered or not. Write freely in your own words. Write at least 6 or 7 points. And check, I am repeatedly saying check, right? Normal students write check. We are Ultra Pro Max. We will not write check. We will write check, but we will use different synonyms. Vouch, verify, examine, ensure, comply, scrutinize, ascertain, evaluate, study, see, determine. These are some synonyms. Whatever you feel like writing. Same is given in model. I'm not lying. It's same. Each line has new word. Check pending legal cases, vouch goodwill valuation. Verify provision for admission, death, retirement clauses, ascertain provision of Indian Partnership 1932. Check whether partnership firm is registered or not done. Every line has a new word. Use new word. Okay? We will do local body answers later. First, I'm going to give you all LLP answers. LLP answers. We will do later. Let's move on to audit of LLP. Look at this. Audit of LLP. We just finished partnership next. We'll go straight to audit of LLP. Then last part remaining is municipality section, the local body part, which we'll do later. Okay? So what are the important points for LLP audit? First point is a minimum of 2 partners can form an LLP, right? And at least 2 partners. It was multiple choice question. And they would be designated partners, okay? And who would be required? To have a DPIN. DPIN means what? Designated Partner Identification Number. DPIN is Designated Partner Identification Number. 2 partners are required, out of which at least 2 must be designated partners. Then, following books shall be maintained by LLP. What is written? Following books shall be maintained by LLP. What are those? Students, details of income and expenses, details of assets and liabilities, details of cost records like cost of goods purchased, inventories, finished goods, cost of goods sold, and any other particulars as the partners may decide. What books are to be maintained? Details of income and expenses, details of assets and liabilities, details of cost records, details of any other particulars as the partners may decide. Okay? Then company's audit is mandatory. That's why we call it statutory audit. LLP audit is not mandatory. Now you will say that the audit of an LLP is mandatory only if the turnover is more than 40 lakhs in any financial year. If last year it's more than 40 lakhs, so next year we need to do it. Or my contribution is more than 25 lakhs. Turnover means sales. The things must have been sold. Services also. Goods and materials must have sold, right? What does contribution mean? Contribution. Anyone? What's contribution mean? Capital contribution plus. You see, the partners bring in money. They bring goods also, right? Someone might have brought a machine, someone a bicycle, a car, everything, its monetary value. So if partners' contribution is more than 25 lakhs, then we have to do LLP audit. Partnership is not mandatory. It's about LLP. If turnover is more than 40 lakhs or contribution is more than 25 lakhs, then one has to do audit. Then every LLP is required to file with ROC. Why did you say ROC? Because LLP is a body corporate. And if it's body corporate, then who will be its parent? ROC. If it was partnership firm, then it would be registrar of firms, ROF. Here registrar of companies understood LLP logic since it is a body corporate. Then you have to fill form 11. It's all part of the MCB. It is your annual return within 60 days from the close of financial year. Financial year ends on 31st March. 60 days means 2 months. So ideally you have to fill the return by 30th May. For exams, there's no need to memorize this. Within 60 days from end of financial year. Form number 8. What will come in form number 8? Statement of accounts and solvency. When? Within 30 days. What will you say? Tell me. 30 days from the end of the 6 months. Within 30 days from the end of 6 months. From the financial year to which such statement of accounts and solvency relates. So within 30 days from the end of 6 months from the financial year to which such statement of accounts and solvency relates. Meaning April to 31st March. Financial year. It's 6 months. When will it come? 30 September. From 30 September, you have to count 30 days means until 30th October. You have to fill it by 30th October. Until when? 30th October. What is form number? Form number 8. Statement of account and solvency. There are 2 forms, 11 and 8. 11 must be filled within 60 days. 8 within 30 days from the end of 6 months from the financial year to which such a statement of accounts relates. Then appointment of auditor shall be done by designated partner. Appointment of auditor shall be done by designated partner. Mandatory. Who appoints auditor in the company? Who appoints the auditor in a company? How many times I have to tell you? Now you tell me who appoints the auditor. Always the members. We generally says that, right? Who's the parents of the auditor? The member. Okay? Member. Who is the owner? Member. Keep this in your mind. Who is our owner? Member. Who does it? The member. See, the board does it on first. I always said if word auditor is used, always assume substitute auditor is of non-government. Member does it. Okay? Here, appointment of auditor shall be done by designated partner. It's mandatory. If DP fails, if designated partner fails, then only partners may appoint. The normal partners will appoint. First right is of DP. If the DP fails, then the partners will appoint. Then, so first, listen guys, he will be appointed during the first financial year. Okay? Before first financial year, during the first financial year, but before the end of first financial year. We appoint the order within the year, not like we appoint it first. For example, when we talk about Companies Act, so my appointment happens first, then I start the audit. During the first financial year, but before the end of first financial year means you have to do it before 31st March. Subsequent auditor. Students, let's read this. 30 days. Prior to the end of financial year. 30 days prior to the end of the financial year means by 28 Feb. Financial year will end on 31st March. 30 days prior means 28 February and you have to appoint by then. This is the entire MCQ. Okay? Many students do not even read about LLP, but this is in the syllabus. So read the answer for LLP. And we will solve the municipality question later. Don't worry. Let's read here. 7, 8, 9 and then the LLP answer. I will scroll and check, don't worry. Read. So are you. Through with the entire LLP part? Remember that the auditor is always appointed by the DP. If the DP fails, then the partners will appoint. First auditor is appointed during first financial year before the end of first financial year, subsequent 30 days prior to the end of financial year. Okay. Now, let's do the local body part briefly, then I will give you a break. So, as soon as the answer of auditor partnership from LLP ends, after that comes the answer of local body. The stupid answers don't fit in with the local body's answers, although what is local body? For example, the municipality, here we have Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation, BMC. Okay. So it says, write short note on audit program for local body. There are 3 or 4 answers which are very specific. Remember it exactly as it is written. We cannot make any changes to this. So I had told you about the local fund audit wing of SG. Shall be in charge of audit of municipal accounts, so state government will always have power over municipality. MCQ correct, incorrect. The state government provides for the municipality. First point, the auditor should check the authenticity of the appointment. So he should check who appointed him. So first he will check the authenticity of the appointment. Number 2, the auditor, while auditing local bodies, will report. So who will he report on? There are approximately 5 points to remember. He will report on the fairness of the content and presentation of the FS. Fairness of the content and presentation of the FS. Number 2, what are the strengths and weaknesses of system of financial control? Strength and weakness of system of financial control. Third, adherence to legal and or, listen here students, adherence to legal and or administrative requirements. Fourth, whether the value is being fully received on money spent. I mean, is there a benefit from the money spent? And detection and prevention of errors, frauds and misuse of resources. Okay? Detection and prevention of frauds, errors and misuse of resources, you have to remember it. There is no other way or logic. The auditor, while reporting local bodies, should report on these 5 things. Let's read. These 5 things. Reporting on fairness and content and presentation of FS. Reporting on strength and weakness of system of financial control. Reporting on adherence to legal and or administrative requirements. Reporting on whether value has been fully received on money spent. Detection, prevention of frauds, errors and misuse of resources. These are the 5 things you need to report on, okay? Now, the answer says, third, fourth, fifth, sixth point, like the first 2 points you have written here. Where will the next 3, 4, 5, 6 points come from? It is same as expenditure audit. You know, expenditure audit used to have components. What components? Expenditure audit used to have components. What components? Rules and orders. Sanctions, correct. It's not rules and regulations. It's rules and orders, sanctions. Provision of funds. Performance and not propriety. Propriety will not come. Okay, so look 6B, 1, 2, 3, 5. By chance if confusion happens when you are reading by yourself. So where is this written? Come look here. The page number is 132. It's written there. First point is here and second. So this point 3, 4 and 5 is the same as expenditure audit. Look, the auditor should ensure that the expenditure incurred conforms to the provision of law and is as per the rules and regulations frame. The auditor should see that all types of sanctions are accorded by the competent authority and expenditure incurred as per provision of funds. Propriety will not come, then performance. He should see that different schemes, projects and programs are yielding benefits. That's it. Right, in propriety, it's same point. Okay. So if the answer to auditor program will come, then there will be 6 points. First point you have to mention is check the authenticity of appointment. State government has power. Number 2, reporting has 5 subpoints. First, strength and weakness of system of financial control. 2, adherence to legal and administrative requirements. Third, value has been fully received on money spent. Sorry, I missed. Fairness, content and presentation of affairs, then detection and prevention of frauds and misuse of resources. 3, 4, 5, 6, where will expenditure audit come from? Rules and orders, sanctions. Provision of funds and performance audit and propriety will not come. Which answer is this? Audit program for local bodies. What is it? Audit program for local bodies. Then one more answer. What is it saying? What are the important objectives? It's very repetitive. Read this. What are the important objectives of local body audit? What are the important objectives of local body audit? There is nothing new to read. Same as question 10, which was previous one. Point 2, A to E. Okay guys, here it is. Point 2, A to E. What I wrote with the red pen, I must have changed the numbers in class, that's why I wrote it. Otherwise your mapping is correct. Of these 5 points. Write these 5 points if the objective comes. First answer is audit program. So 6 points. If question comes about important objectives of local body audit. So just write reporting on fairness, content and presentation of affairs, reporting on strength and weakness of system of financial control. Adherence to legal and administrative requirement. Whether value is being fully received on money spent. Prevention, detection of fraud and errors and misuse of resources. Okay? Then next answer is, what are the salient features of the financial administration of local bodies? Financial administration of local bodies. So I told you 3 questions. First question will be audit program, so 6 points. Number 2, important objectives of local body audit. It's the same and there is no new answer here. Third, salient features of financial administration of local bodies. Have you read this? Have you ever read this? You haven't reached this. It's the chapter number 13 of module. This question came in the exam. The code is B. The code is B. The code of financial administration of local bodies is B. B, budgetary procedures. So here B means budgetary procedures. What did we say whenever our friends discuss about going to go after exams? Although whether we all go on the trip or not doesn't matter, but we sure make the plan, right? So we will spend according to our budget. So who will present the budget to municipality? To the local body? Tell me. State government. So you will have to spend according to budget. The objectives of local bodies' budgetary procedures are financial accountability, expenditure control. Funds are raised properly and the money is spent by the executive department as per the rules and regulations. Which means whatever the commissioners and officers there are, they will spend the money according to the budget. A. Accounting system. Municipal accounting systems are followed on accrual basis, although earlier it was on cash basis. E. Expenditure control. Someone makes the law and someone spends. For example, parents make the law and you guys spend. Similarly, the legislative assembly makes the law here, or call it legislative wing. In municipal account, there is a clear demarcation, which means separation between the legislation and executive. Here it was written executive. And executive, which means who will do the work. The legislative powers are vested. Listen, the legislative powers are vested with their council who will make the law. Whereas executive powers are delegated to the officers and commissioners, means the municipality commissioners and the municipality officers. They will work. It's fine if you don't write. It's okay. It's enough. The code is B. Those who check the paper, they see the headings only. You will say in the financial administration of local body B. Budgetary procedures. A. Accounting system. E. Expenditure control. Budgetary procedures, accounting system, expenditure control. Fourth answer. Types of grants received by local bodies. Who will give? Central government will give to state government and they will give to them. The code is GSS. And one is general purpose, guys. And what does general purpose means? General. General purpose means general. These grants are given to bridge the gap between the needs and the resources of local body. Anything given to be spent. Specific purpose grants, these are given in certain services for performance of certain tasks. For example, the grant was given for COVID to get a bed made. It was given for COVID. See, for example, it was just said that we have received a grant for Green Mumbai. Okay? Or listen, we received a grant for Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, means for specific purpose. There are statutory and compensatory grants. For example, earlier you must have heard about octroi. Octroi and VAT. This was state government's income. Now everything stopped since GST came, right? They will be given a grant to compensate for it. These are granted as compensation. For LB means local body. On account of loss of revenue, on taking over a tax by state government from the local government. So the taxes that they took away, like octroi, which was levied earlier. Okay, so then earlier it was the municipality's income. LBT, local body tax, used to be there. It's all finished. So the grants they receive is called statutory and compensatory grants. There are three types of grants, GSS. General, specific, statutory and compensatory. General, specific, statutory and compensatory grants. There are these four answers. I'll tell you another answer from the model later. There are five and you have to remember four of them. First one is audit program. Second, reporting objective, meaning objectives of local body. Third, salient features of financial administration. Fourth, type of grants. Fifth is definition of municipality, we'll discuss later. So try to read it once. This is a separate part of the chapter. One part in the chapter was of the government company, where we discussed supplement, which we had already read. Then we discussed government receipts, expenditures, store and stocks. Then we talked about LLP. Then we talked about the local body. We will read cooperative society later. It's a separate chapter in its book, but it's included in this chapter in the module. There are five things in entire chapter. Government company and government local body, LLP, corporate society. I created a separate chapter for corporate society, but it's part of this chapter. Okay? Read this much. All 4 answers are done. Now a little bit about hire purchase and lease is left to read, which is also in the syllabus. Questions at the back of module. And past paper questions, I think half an hour worth of content is left. So let's take a break. Okay? Let's meet at 10:35. Cool? Okay, bye guys. Take care and enjoy. Aim for rank or 70 plus, whichever is earlier. Bye. Take care. So look, we had almost finished the entire chapter before the break. There are a couple of answers pending and we need to pass the paper in module. So, next answer is about hire purchase and lease transactions. It's given in module. Many people don't know, but it is useful in MCQ and descriptive exams. We can also get it in descriptive. Look here. Audit procedure for hire purchase transactions, lease transactions. I've written here to refer questions 4 and 5 on main book, page 133. So you will find this on question number 4 and 5 on the main book, page 133. Here I created short version of the procedure. Now let's understand what happens in hire purchase and lease. Look, I needed an iPhone, so I went to Chroma. Does everyone know that Chroma is an electronic store? Perhaps those in other cities also know. Okay? I told the person at Chroma that I need an iPhone 14 Pro. 1 TB phone that costs 1.5 lakh rupees. But person at Chroma chases me away and then it gets me into trouble. So I told Chroma that I can't pay 1.5 lakhs. So I started taking the crash course on Inter. And I got admissions and money. And I told Chroma that I will pay the lump sum amount as of now and will eventually pay off the rest in installments. So what did Chroma give me? An iPhone. Okay? What did I tell Chroma? I told Chroma I will repay in installments. Right? So when I very gradually pay back the rented amount, what do we call that? Hire purchase. And today I made a lump sum payment to Chroma. And when I made that payment, what do we call that in English? We call that as down payment, DP. Have you heard this? Down payment. Now, am I the owner of iPhone? Tell me yes or no. No. No, I'm not the owner yet. I will become the owner of the iPhone when I pay the last installment. When I pay the last installment. If I don't want to pay any installments, there is no problem. They will cancel the contract and take the phone away. This is your hire purchase transaction. What is this? This is your hire purchase transaction. Okay. Now, what is a lease transaction? Now suppose that I want a BMW car on rent. My current BMW is broken, so I need a new BMW car, but this time I want it on rent. So I went to Navneet Motors in Bombay, who are authorized BMW dealers. What did Navneet Motors give me? A BMW. So I will have to always pay him the rent every month, so we will call this as a lease rent. And I will give him lump sum amount. So the lump sum amount that I'll pay, what is that lump sum amount called? Deposit. Both of it might look similar to you since both of it includes a monthly payment as well as a lump sum amount, but both of them are different things. What will this be? Lease transaction. Whoever or anyone who gave the property, one who gave the property, we fondly call it lessor. It's lessor. To whom it was given, he is lessee. What will this person be called? Lessee. Hire purchase lease transaction. Now I have to audit this. The institute can ask you anything. He might ask you about hire purchase or about lease. Okay? Look here. Look how I have made the pointers. Where will you find the exact answer? You will find the exact answer inside the book. So what will we check first? Only one of it will come in exam, right? check the agreement. Check the hire purchase agreement. For a lease, check the lease agreement. Check the invoice. So there is no invoice, there is only the agreement. Check the number of installments paid. Here is the rent paid, the lease rent paid. Check the down payment. Here is check the advance or deposits. Check the repayment schedule. Check the physical verification of the asset. Then next is check the insurance. Check the bank statement. Check the taxes, depreciation, etc. You don't have to write check for everything, but write verify, voucher, examine, ensure compliance, valid, and more. This is the answer. So use the answer whatever you have studied. Okay? Once you read hire purchase, lease will be easy. Now, there are two types of leases in a lease. One is financial lease while other is operating lease. You will know this if you have done AS 19. Reliance Industries wanted to build metro in Mumbai and they needed JCB for it. So Reliance went to L&T to take a JCB on rent. The life of a JCB is about 10 years. Reliance said we'll take JCB for 8 to 9 years out 10 because we need time to build it. Reliance will pay rent every month. One who gave the property, they are called as the lessor. One to whom the property was given is called lessee. So out of 10 years, the JCB was with Reliance Industries for about 8 or 9 years. So the maximum term of the asset was with whom? With the lessor or with the lessee? Tell me, with lessor or lessee? It's with the lessee, right? So this is called as financial lease. What do we call this? Students, financial lease. What is operating lease? Suppose that I gave you BMW. What will I do? I'll bring a BMW for 15 days or 10 days. Whom will it be with for maximum time? It will be with the owner. Which lease will it be? Operating lease. The only difference here is that the life of the asset remains with whom for maximum time? It remains with the lessee. So which lease is it? It's financial lease. It is kind of a loan. Meaning it's not loan, but it looks like loan, right? Let's take an example. If I take money from a bank, then I buy a JCB and I pay EMI to the bank every month. What am I doing here? Every month, instead of paying the EMI, I'm paying lease rent to whom? To L&T. If it's with us for the maximum term of the asset, then it's financial lease. What's the difference now? Lessee uses asset for maximum part of its life, similar to Reliance example I gave. So remember examples and your answer will be formed. It's for smaller part for 10-15 days. We consider this as a kind of loan agreement and we consider this rent agreement. So this will come in MCQ. And it looks like a loan agreement. Okay? The risk of obsolescence is with the lessee. Risk of obsolescence means if JCB becomes outdated in future, whose risk is it? It's lessee's risk because it's with you, right? It's lessor's risk here. Risk and reward will be transferred to the lessee. Behalf of government. Whoever has this JCB of this number or this series will give them 5 lakh rupees. Lessee will get it. It does not get transferred here. Similarly, one with BMW will get 2 lakh rupees. So owner will get money, not lessee. Who will get the repairs and maintenance done for JCB? Lessee will do it here and on other hand, it's done by lessor here. Okay? Towards the end, when that life ends, when the 10 months ends. So if the life remains, then they have the option to buy it. So lessee has an option to buy the asset. The lessor will definitely offer it. You can't buy if no offer is made. If you're offered, then you can buy. There's no such option here. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 4 marks for 6 points answer. Distinguish between financial and operating lease. Financial lease looks similar to loan agreement. It is for a long period. Meaning out of the entire life of the asset, we keep the asset for maximum time with us. It's called financial lease. Okay? Let's read this also. Read. Is it done? Okay. Let's go through module questions once, then we'll get confident. So there's one question from the previous attempt. Students, in case if you have a case book, or in case if you have your own book, then you can write. So right here, refer page 13.19. I'll repeat page 13.19. Wherever audit of different types of entities chapter starts, write it there. Whatever book you're referring to, handwritten notes or Xerox copies, or anywhere above. Right. Refer module 13.19. Right. Audit of local bodies. Audit of local bodies. Dash definition. Dash 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. Dash definition. And then write 1, 2, 3, 4. Is this clear, students? Look here. What's the definition of municipality? This came in exam. Municipality can be defined as a unit of local self-government in an urban area. That's the definition. I'll repeat, municipality can be defined as a unit of local self-government in an urban area. It's local self-government in urban area. That's all. Then, municipal government in India covers 5 types of different urban local authorities. This can also come in exam. It hasn't come yet. There are municipal corporations, municipal councils, notified area committees, cantonment committees, and town area committees. So what are these? All of these are name of the municipalities, which are the different types of authorities. Municipal corporations, municipal committees, notified area committees, cantonment committees, and town area committees. Then, what will they do? Municipal authorities are endowed with special local functions. What can they do? Regulatory, maintenance, development. Just read this. Point number 4 is important. This came in exam. Expenditure incurred by municipalities and corporations is classified under following heads. We have 6 points. Now you will have to remember these points, although it is okay if you change the order of these points. First is general administration and revenue collection. Number 2 is public health. Number 3 is public safety. Number 4 is education. Number 5 is public works. Number 6 is others, such as interest payments. General administration, revenue collection, public health, public safety, education, public works, others such as interest payments. I am repeating. General administration, public health, public safety, education, public works, others. You have to remember this. This 1, 2, 3, 4 and definition is done. Authorities. The third one is useless. The fourth one is different bifurcations. Okay? Let's solve the correct incorrect now. No need to see module. I completed it for you. Let's start. First, Article 150 of Constitution provides that accounts of Union and States shall be kept in such form as Finance Minister may on advice of CAG prescribe. Correct, incorrect? It asks for reason. Give reason if it's incorrect. President? Correct. As a president may on the advice of the CAG prescribe. 2. According to the propriety audit, the auditors try to bring out cases of improper, avoidable, infructuous expenditure, even though the expenditure has been incurred in conformity with the rules and regulations. Tell me correct, incorrect. Correct. Third, this was just taught. Tell me the answer. This was just taught, right? Correct. Okay, look here. So whenever the sentence looks enormous, at the time of correct, incorrect, then as I have said, 6 out of 8 is incorrect. And if it's written in such impressive English, then you should know it must be correct. Okay? If only and all is written, then it's incorrect. 4. Let's see if you know this. Expenditure control of municipal expenditure is exercised by central government through appointment of auditors to examine municipal accounts. I'll repeat, external control of municipal expenditure exercised by CG. Incorrect. State government, correct. 5th. Tell me its answer. It is correct. This is written in fancy impressive English. It's correct. Sixth, the accounts of every LLP shall be audited in accordance with Rule 24 of LLP Rules 2009. It's tough. What's your answer? If audit is based on Rule 24, then it's correct. But we read a condition in it, right? Turnover more than 40 lakhs. Or contribution more than 25 lakhs. Turnover more than 40 lakhs or contribution more than 25 lakhs, then the answer would be income. It will be done as per Rule 24. Provided condition should be met. Okay. This is incorrect. It is very easy. The auditor of LLP may be appointed by the DP or other partners. Whoever is available at the time of appointment, available person will do. Incorrect. Who appoints the LLP? DP. If the DP fails, then other partners. 8. CAG doesn't have authority to audit accounts of stores and inventory kept in any office or department of union or state. The CAG does not have any authority. Tell me its answer. Incorrect. CAG has the authority to audit stores and stocks. Let's see. 9th question. An operating lease is a kind of financing agreement. Tell me, operating lease is a kind of, no students, no it's not. Financing is a kind of a financing agreement, like a loan. It's not operating lease, right? What kind of loan is it? Financial lease. It's incorrect. This 9th came in exam. Okay, 10th one is very easy. So tell me its answer. Tell me the 10th one. As you can see, vacancy rate, occupancy rate of hotel is written. So if such fancy and impressive words are used, then the answer is correct. Correct. Let's check the answer. Incorrect. Correct. Third's answer correct, fourth is incorrect, fifth is correct, sixth is incorrect, seventh is incorrect, eighth is incorrect, ninth is incorrect, 10th is correct. Every answer is right, is it not, students? I am impressed by it. Everything is right. Every answer is right. Okay. So we will use Galis in all of the answers. Is this clear? Okay. Skip question 6. It's about cooperative societies discussed in separate chapter. We'll revisit this when we'll do that chapter. We'll only read 10th question from this because it's a direct answer. Define government audit and explain its objectives. We have to memorize this here itself. You can write this above question, refer question 10 module. Page 13.75, we have to do this. Don't trust ICAI. Rest of questions has Galis. Question 6, which I boxed, is corporate society question. We'll do it when we get to it. There was just one new question. Question 10, define government audit and explain its objectives. So, whether you have a handwritten notes or if you have Xerox copy or if it's a main book, wherever you can keep this in mind from, then mark this question 10, define government audit and explain its objectives. Look here. This is completely different. It's systematic professional independent examination of financial administrative other operations of public entity made subsequently to their execution for purpose of evaluating, verifying them, presenting report. Containing explanation, comments on audit findings. It's government audit's definition. Reading this is enough. It has 3 objectives. It's 4. Public funds accounting is done, government policy appraisal is done, corrective action are taken for mistakes and administrative accountability. Heading is important. You can write body in your own language. Public funds. Government policies, corrective actions, administrative accountability. You just remember the headings, then you can write the body by yourself. Finished. Module is completed. It's all covered. Look, this chapter has 85 pages. It has 85 pages. Can you answer this for me? Ban LLP is formed during the year 21-22. They are not sure about the types of books of accounts to be maintained. What are books of accounts that LLP is required to maintain? We know which chapter this is from. It's from this chapter. Which books of account we maintained? Tell me. Details of income and expenses, assets and liabilities. Purchase and what else? Cost of material, cost of goods sold, and any other as may be decided by the partners. Here it is. Income and expenses, assets and liabilities, results of cost records like cost of goods purchased, inventories, FG, COGS and any other particulars as partners may decide. It's 3-mark answer, exam question. It's exam question. It's not first time, it's repeated question. Nothing new, it was there before. Then, CA Sevak is appointed as auditor of municipal corporation of a big smart city. He wants to verify the expenses of municipality. What's asked? Define the term municipality, one we just marked. Municipality is type of local self-government in urban area. That's the definition. What else is asked? State what are the heads under which expenses incurred by municipalities and corporations can be broadly classified. How can you bifurcate the expenses? I taught, right? Public health, public safety, public education. Right? That answer, 3-mark answer. I will give you one tip. If you want to pass the exam, then only easy way is check the previous attempts paper to see what kind of questions come and what are the trends. You will find question number 6 behind for majority of time. Okay? We covered more 6 marks. Questions doesn't come from outside. Everything comes from here. Can you answer this? Question D. What will you write? What will you write in D? Tell me. Whose is asked? Corpus, not only corpus but all. On sum of investment, income tax is deducted. What are special points to be considered by TN company while auditing such transaction of treatment hospital? So the answer for the hospital, I taught you Galis in the course. GALIS, right? G is general, A is assets, L is liabilities, I. Income and expenses, and S is special points. What are the points which will you write in the Galis? In the Galis, which point would you write? Tell me. Anyone? Over and above the receipts of treatment of patients during the year, trust received donations from various donors. Okay? Income and expenses. What was our income and expenses code? Do you remember our code? Vouch, that's it. Just as B is. So the following points should be considered by the auditor for the treatment hospital. Okay? First, we say vouchers. Auditor should verify the vouchers, such as donation receipts. What will we say? We'll start with V from vouch. We will say receipts by that. Patients, etc. Then O, issue check. Transactions occurred during current period of time. Receipts and expenses belong to current period of time. U, check whether that all the payments are approved by the competent authority. C, proper distinction between capital and revenue expenses or income. H, check all transactions is recorded in books of accounts. We wrote vouch. If you want, you can write something else like income tax is written here. On sum of investment, income tax is deducted. To check 26 AS. Because tax is deducted, it will be shown there, right? Okay. Check whether the donations are genuine and are not bogus. So you can write couple of extra points, but your main answer is income and expenses. What's your answer? It's income and expenses. The complete question will never come. As I said, entire garage doesn't come. Either you'll get asset point or I point. So you have I point here. I think it was for 3 marks back then. It was for 3 marks. Did you understand the full chapter? Are you confident in this chapter? Don't skip. Cool? Okay, the chapter is over. That's all you had to do. Okay? Okay, bye guys. Take care and aim for around or 70 plus, whichever is earlier. Bye. Let's look at it. So now we are starting with a new topic called the audit of items of financial statements. Audit of items of FS. This chapter has the most marks. Concept is easy. However, the topic is very important in terms of marks. This chapter holds significant weightage. Okay, now see. This is the chapter number 9 of your module. 9th chapter of the module. FS items. Can anyone tell me what FS means? Right meaning of FS in chat. What do you mean by the word FS? Please answer, guys. Guys, what does FS means? Balance sheet, P&L, cash flow, notes, SOKI, perfect. Now, we mainly have 2 important things here, the P&L and the balance sheet. Guys, how many items are in P&L? How many items are in P&L? Many. There are in fact many items within the P&L. Left side, right side. No, it's debit and credit. In the balance sheet, again, so many. Many means that a lot of items are present there. Assets, liabilities, many items. Now, what will ICI do? It can question you about any of the available items or about any single item that provides the details. What will be the audit procedure for this? Come on, guys, tell me this answer. What is the audit procedure for this? So the P&L will have around 100 to 115 items and the balance sheet will have 40 to 50 items, right? 100 to 150 items. For 100 to 150 items, we'll not read 100 to 150 answers. We'll read only one answer. Which answer will we read? Tell me fast. So, should I teach 100 answers or just one common answer? Single answer. Here it is asking us about importance of 100 to 150 items that we have to provide multiple or single answer. Of course, one common answer is needed in this situation. Guys, there's only one common answer. The best part is you already know the common answer. I have taught you this. You just won't believe how remarkably fast this chapter will be completed. This chapter's completion will be incredibly fast. It will be finished very quickly in no time. You all know everything. If you remember, we created a code for P&L. A code was made for P&L. Students, what is the code? The code for P&L? P&L means income expenses. The code for income and expenses, that was vouch. What's in balance sheet? Assets and liabilities. And what was the code for the same? It was verify. And you all know it. You definitely know it. It's that only, nothing else. I'll teach you in this chapter how to use it. Mostly you know about it. So, what's first? Distinguish between vouching and verification. Vouching is an examination of transactions. Here it's examination of balances. P&L verification, P&L balance sheet. If there is P&L, then the procedure we will do for that, it is called vouching. When we refer to balance sheet items, we call it verification. Then, number 2. Vouching is basically checking of the P&L items. Verification is checking of items in the balance sheet. It is conducted by checking documentary evidence. Here, it is conducted by checking documentary evidence and conducting physical verification at regular intervals. This is conducted by checking documentary evidence as well as physical verification at regular intervals. Let's say, for example, there is rent expense. What would you check for rent expense? Tell me. What will you check? Rent agreement. That's documentary evidence. Now, if you see a computer in the balance sheet, what will you check for that? In documentary evidence, the invoice bill, right? But just looking at the bill, will your work be finished? No. You will need to go and check if there's a computer or not. What do you call that? Physical verification. It's conducted by checking documentary evidence and performing physical verification at regular intervals. Okay? And it is done throughout the year. It is done at the end of year. One is throughout the year and one is at year end. It is done by the junior staff, like we check articles and tick them one by one. It's done by senior staff or by auditor himself. This is by junior staff and this by senior staff or auditor himself. Answer is done. Vouching, verification, examination of transactions, examination of balances, checking docs, P&L items, checking balance sheet items. How to do that? Checking documentary evidence and physical verification. This is done throughout the year and this at the year end. It's done by junior staff, it's done by senior staff. Clear? Now, you have to examine in question that which item it is. If it's P&L item, then the answer is vouching. What exactly is written here? It's how to vouch. It's simple. Refer to audit of different entities, income and expenses. Now try to answer without looking. My code was vouch. Tell me what was it from V? It wasn't valuation. It is voucher. Valuation was in verify one. Check the vouchers like dot 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 dot. If rent expense is here, then you will check the rent agreement. If there's electricity, check electricity bill. Okay. For example, if it comes like income tax paid, what will be the voucher for income tax paid? What is voucher? If question asks income tax paid or GST, then what? Challan. Yes, that's it. It's challan. SAT. Then it's O. Changes are then to be made accordingly. Auditors to check the vouchers and so on. Then O. Check it has occurred in current period of time. Perfect. U. Next, U. In U, it is approved under competent authority. Approved under competent authority. C. Capital or revenue, expenses or receipts. H. Has been recorded. It has been recorded. In BOA. Has been recorded in BOA. Alright, this is same. After that, there are some extra points in it. What are they? Check whether as per 143.1. Write this extra point. I didn't make you write it there deliberately. As school or college. Don't need Companies Act. Right? So, check that the transaction is genuine and not bogus. It should not be fake. Check whether personal expenses are not charged to the P&L account. Then check if there are any frauds, then qualify audit report. I've explained it already. We will modify the report. It has 3 extra points. 143.1, check transaction is genuine. Check whether any personal expenses are not charged to P&L account. Next, check for frauds. If yes, then qualify. Okay. If in question there is income, if it asks about income, then what to do? Check the provision of AS9, revenue recognition. Is it complied or not? AS9 revenue recognition is complied or not? Borrowing cost. Check whether the provision as per AS16 borrowing cost. Whether or not you understand AS9, it doesn't matter. Just write its name and number. Whether you know AS16 or not, just write its name and number. AS16 borrowing cost. Alright, now I will teach you on how you should use this. One second. Look now. If a question comes in the exam, electricity bill, like electricity bill or telephone bill or any other general expense of P&L, if there is any revenue nature expense, then how will you handle it? Check the vouchers, like if electricity, then electricity bill. If for payments, then bank statements. Check vouchers like electricity bill, bank statements. All right. It's same for sales bill. Okay. And by chance, if there is rent agreement, remember rent agreement. I mean rent expenses. What voucher will be created? Check the voucher like a rent agreement. Bank statements, rent receipts. Rent receipt. Okay. Oh, check it has occurred over the current period of time. So the question, check the rent expenses occurred over the current period of time. If electricity, then check the electricity occurred over current period of time. Then you check it is approved under a competent authority. Check that the rent expenses are approved under competent authority. Check that electricity expenses occurred, I mean approved under competent authority. Students, if I say that there is dividend income, what voucher is created for dividend income? Can you all tell me that what voucher is made for dividend income? On what basis do I receive the dividend? Shares and yes, bank statement. It's correct. Money comes and goes, but always note it in your bank statement. I receive dividends based on shares. How can I find out that how many shares I have? Number of shares I have. How would I know? Share certificate. Check the share certificate, the demat statement, then it becomes voucher. So, students, accordingly, you all should know that how to change the voucher. Alright? You have received the dividend income or any other income is received. Will the U point come in that case? Tell me, do we use the U point for income? No. Since we've created this code, we can modify it accordingly. So it won't come. Okay, if I say discount given. Discount given. So what will be voucher? Check the sales bill and check bank statement. Will the U point come for discounts given? Yes, it will. So you must know how to make changes. I'm just teaching you a structure right now. Either you read 100 answers by opening module or do it the way I am teaching you. See, in a 4-mark question, you'll get around 2 marks, not more. So U is under competent authority. Now see, check proper distinction between capital and revenue, expenses or receipts. Do check distinction between capital and revenue, expenses or receipts. H. Check the electricity expenses, income tax paid. Dividend received has been recorded in BOA. Then check whether dividend received is genuine and not bogus. Electricity expenses are genuine or not. Check whether personal nature electricity expense are not charged to P&L. Dividends won't come as question is on expense. Only personal nature one will be included. Check for frauds related to dividends. Whatever question asks, write it. What do we do with words? We need to fit the words very carefully into the question. 5 points for vouch. 143, 1/6, 141, 7th, 142, 8th. When it comes to income, I have AS9. So I have 8 to 9 points. Write about 6, 7 there. In 4-mark question, you'll get around 3. Understood vouching. V is voucher, O is over the current period of time, U is under competent authority, C is capital revenue, expenses receipts, H is has been recorded in BOA. Alright. For the P&L item, use vouch code, and for the balance sheet item, use verification code. We will do the verification code after the break because there some items appear in both like bad debts, depreciation. How will we do all that? I'll tell you that after the break. Did you understand vouching? Easy? Cool. Okay, let's take a break. We'll meet in 30 minutes. By 10:30. Vouching is done. There are still many things left to be done. We'll do it later. And let's not write check. Check everywhere. Do not write it. Use its synonyms. Vouch, verify, examine, ensure, comply, scrutinize, ascertain, evaluate, determine, study, see. Write whatever you want, but make sure to write new word in each line. Cool. Let's resume after break. Bye. So we had completed the watching part before the break. Now we are doing the verification part. So it's very easy. Do you know the code for verification? The code was verify. Okay. Now let's say verify without looking. If question comes on assets or question comes on liabilities, let's say, what was V? What was V? What was V? Yes, great. Valuation. V stands for valuation, then E. Valuation as per AS. Here to valuation as per AS. E. Check the asset is in existence. How do you check their existence? By conducting physical verification. It does not come here. What comes with R? If you remember, check the asset is the right of the company. If asset is right, then what is the liability? It is our obligation. I. What was I? Is there any charge? Is there any charge? Okay, if there is, then what will you do with it? Disclose it. And also it should be registered with the ROC. That won't come here. F. Schedule 3 followed. Schedule 3 followed. From Y it's yo. Check for frauds. Here also Y is yo. Check for frauds. It's done. Answer is done. Now, if question comes about machinery, how would you audit machinery? Then what would you say? The auditor should see whether the valuation is done as per AS, which one will come for the machinery. Tell the number. AS10. PPE, plant, property, equipment, right PPE. So if any tangible fixed asset comes, then you will say AS10, meaning machinery, computer. Even if it is the furniture, it's AS10. Check whether the machinery is in existence by conducting physical verification. Check if the machineries are the right of the company by checking documentary evidence like bill, invoice, agreement, etc. Check is there any charge on machinery. If yes, it should be disclosed. Also, it should be registered with ROC. Check whether the relevant Schedule 3 requirements are followed for the machinery. Check whether there is any fraud on recording of machinery. Answer is done. Answer will be same. Like if we talk about daters. There is no AS for daters. There is no AS. So what will you say? Check the valuation is done properly. That's it. E? Okay, we cannot physically see daters. So physical verification is not possible. So what will you say? Check whether the data is in existence by confirmation. By what? By the confirmation. If any question of data creditor come where we cannot touch it, then what to do? Confirmation talking on the phone, no touching, only talking. Or check whether data are the actual right of the entity or right of the committee. Check is any charge on data. If yes, it should be disclosed. Also, it should be registered with ROC. Check Schedule 3 requirements are followed for daters. Check for fraud. Answer is done. Now if some provision comes, provision for bad debts or income tax or anything else, now it's P&L item and also balance sheet item. So what will we have to do? First, we will start with watching, then we will go to verification when both things come according to item. Then do both. Let's start with V. Valuations, no, it's vouchers. If provision for income tax comes, then check the challan, income tax computation. If it is of bad debts, then check the sales bank statement. So you have to write relevant voucher. Check the provision related to current period of time Q. Check if it is approved under competent authorities C. Check proper distinguish. This is provision. Capital review will not come. Leave that H. Check provision in recorded books of accounts. Check amount of provision. E will not come. There is provision, but it's not an obligation. Check right. Obligation, check the charge will not come. Check Schedule 3 requirements are followed. Check for frauds. So if such confusing items come which are in P&L and balance sheet, then start with vouching and end with verification. You don't have to write all the points, only write relevant points. If 4-mark answer comes, then write 6 points there. Did you understand watching and verification? You take out any item, okay? All of them will come here. Everything will come here. If we take another item in exam, assume bad debts come. It's favorite of institute. If bad debts, provision for bad debts, recovery of bad debts, anything came, the answer is the same. I'm talking about the bad debts, okay? It's watching or it's verification. Use your mind and tell. Bad debts. What will come? Minus it from daters. We minus it from daters. So check the valuation of the bad debts is proper. Check. And its amount goes into the P&L, right? Check whether the data are there. No, bad debts existence will not come. Right will also not come. I is not there. Schedule 3 requirements are followed. That is reduced from the data. Check for fraud. Then check now if there is bad debt. Then check bank statements. Sales ledger. How much bad debt was there? Check whether the bad debts relate to the current period of time. Bad debts have been approved by competent authority. Capital revenue will not come. Check it has been recorded in books of accounts. So write. Watching and verification, wherever there is confusion, write both. This code was created by us, not by the ICI. Our answer should be correct. Half of you still won't believe that even if you have studied from expensive teachers. They will think that we have lots of content, so do it. It doesn't matter to me. Smart people will study only once. Okay. Understood? Now, open your book once. Please open your book once. Open watching verification chapter. Audit of items of FS. In this, you have to come to page C21. Page C21. Look. So what is here now? I have written the names and numbers of AS. Because we say check the valuation is proper as per the relevant AS, so you have to write the name and number of AS as it's given here. Like a S1 is disclosure of accounting policy. There are 3 fundamental accounting assumptions in it. Going concern, accrual, consistency. Going concern, then accrual, and then consistency. What does going concern mean? It will continue during and after life. Accrual means book it the same way like it happened. Consistency. We are following the same policy that we followed last year. Inventory. AS2. Check whether inventories are valued at cost or NRV, whichever is less. Okay, cut the AS3. AS3 is in your syllabus, but it has no relevance in audit paper. It has no relevance in audit paper. Then AS4. Contingencies and events occurring after balance sheet date. You know, there are 2 events, adjusting and non-adjusting. If I know the amount, so what will you create? You will create the provision, right? If the amount is not known, you will disclose it by way of note, AS7 construction contract. AS7 construction contract. Check whether construction contracts are valued as percentage completion method only. AS10 PP. Plant property equipment. Okay. Plant property equipment. 11. Accounting for fluctuation in foreign exchange. You just need to remember name and number. Accounting for fluctuation in foreign exchange. Bought machinery from London. So PP and 11 both will come. If there is government subsidy in machinery, then 10 and 12 will come. 12 is government grants. Then AS13. Check with long-term investments are valued at cost. Amalgamation for goodwill, you can always write either 10 or 14, but be safe, okay? Write only 14. 14 and 26 intangible assets. 14 and 26. Check whether goodwill is shown in BO if it is purchased. This section, is borrowing cost. This section is the borrowing cost. Then AS19 leases. This will have to be written later. First, let me read it. AS19 leases. AS26 intangible assets. AS29 provisions contingent, assets contingent liabilities, and AS9 revenue recognition. So, write these 4 there, please. Write these 4 there. Done? Okay. Giving you 5 minutes. Read name and number of all AS. It will help in writing answers. Don't read it ever again. Just read it once. Let me know once it's done. Let me ask questions you have to answer. AS. What is AS9? Tell me. Revenue recognition, right? Now tell me which AS is for amalgamation. For amalgamation. 14, if I have to write intangible like patent, trademarks, copyrights, which AS is for that? For patent, trademark, copyright, 26. For intangible, 26. 26, okay. Right. If I have to tell someone about the provisions, contingent liabilities, which AS is it? (29) and 4 also. In 4 we do provisions of adjusting and non-adjusting events. Which AS is there for stock? AS2. Which AS would you write for a laptop? For computer and laptop. 10. Machinery. We bought from London. We bought machinery from London. Check the valuation is done properly as per AS 10 and 11. Perfect. It's good that you remember. Now, you will see the schedule 3 requirements below this. Okay. Now, can you see this here? Teaching this entire thing is very difficult. This is the entire concept of accounts. So I will tell you how useful it is for audit paper. 3-mark question always comes in the exam. It will always come in exam. Anything can come. The entire schedule 3 is here. So you need to remember it according to 3 marks only, right? So you must have seen schedule 3. I'll show you bare schedule 3. Company final accounts is in accounts 1 or accounts 2. It was in 1, right? Okay. No issues. How the schedule 3 looks? It looks like this. First main heading is equity and liabilities. Then shareholders funds number 1. It has subtypes share capital reserves and surplus money received against share warrants. Equity and liabilities is main heading. Shareholders funds. Share capital reserve and surplus money received against share warrants. Now, share application money pending allotment number 2, then 3 non-current liabilities. What are they? There are 4 points: long-term borrowings, deferred tax, other long-term liabilities, long-term provisions. Number 4 is current liabilities, and we have short-term borrowings, trade payables, other current liabilities, short-term provisions. Now, if ICI will ask you anything like what are the requirements of schedule 3 for reserve and surplus, what are requirements for schedule 3 for share capital? What I will teach you from books, you have to write it here. Okay? One will come, it's fixed. Then what will come after equity and liability assets, and what will come under assets, non-current assets. Under assets, non-current assets will come. Under non-current assets, plant, property, equipment and intangibles, this is separate heading. Assets. Non-current assets, PP and intangibles, then PP. PP and then below that intangibles, capital work in progress, intangible assets under development. Then in one non-current investment will come. See, non-current investments are part of non-current assets. What happens there is, non-current liability is separate main heading, but it's not same in assets. What is in assets? Asset. Non-current assets is main heading. Under that there is PP and equipment, PP and equipment. PP and equipment intangible. Capital WIP, intangible assets under development. Then B will come in it, non-current investments. Non-current investment do not have separate heading. They are included in non-current assets. Deferred tax assets, long-term loan and advances. It's not liability, it's asset. Another non-current assets. Then what will come in current assets? Current investments, inventories. Trade receivables, cash and cash equivalents. Short-term loan advances and other current assets, and then total will come. Now ICI will ask, what are the schedule 3 requirements for inventories or for trade receivables? Anything can come. Okay? So at least don't bring 0. You will get 1 or 2 marks. Did you study schedule 3? Did you? Write it in the chat. Did you do it? It's in syllabus. There was no new amendment. It was already there. It's not amendment. Look here. Share capital. So for each class of the share capital, different class of preference share to be treated separately. So what to say? Equity and liabilities, if someone asks you, how would you present share capital as per Schedule 3? So how will you write it in exam? Equity and liabilities. Okay. Below that will come shareholders. Funds. Below that will come yours. You see, I'm intentionally leaving small gap. Heading, subheading. Share capital. Okay. Now what will we do under share capital? We will write here A, B, C, D. A, B, C, D. And we should put this in the box. That's it. This is the requirement of Schedule 3. Look, the number and the amount of shares authorized. Number of shares issued, subscribed. Broken English will also work. R value per share and reconciliation statement of the number of shares outstanding at the beginning and the year end. End of reporting period means year end. Now in this C, E, F, G, there are lot of things are there. 4 points are enough, it will be of 2-3 marks. I have not written wrong, I have written less but not wrong. Just make a line under D. Make a line under D. If you remember the whole thing, then no problem, but manually you have to learn 4 points. Mark G point as important. It could appear in MCQ. In fact, it came last time. Shares in company held by each shareholder holding more than 5% of shares, specifying number of shares held. They give separate disclosures. Shares in company held by each shareholder holding more than 5%. If someone holds more than 5% shares, then that has separate disclosure. This is the requirement of Schedule 3 for share capital. Okay. Now, look here in the RTP, it has points till L. So many are here. Don't do it. Okay. 4 points. Reserve and surplus. So the main headings above are same, equity and liabilities. It's hidden. I did not copy equity and liabilities, etc. It's common sense. You have to write it. Equity and liabilities. Shareholders' funds, reserves and capital, reserves and surplus. What will come below that? Write 5-6 things. Write all which you have done till now. Capital reserve, capital redemption reserve, securities premium DRR. Revaluation reserve, share option outstanding amount and other reserves. H surplus, balancing P&L account. Additions and reductions since last balance sheet to be shown under each of specified heads. So mark line here. If you will write this, you will get 3 marks. Rest don't even write all of this. It is complete in balance sheet. If it is completely memorized, it is good thing. For an average student, it is better to write something in the answer instead of leaving it unanswered. Okay, it's reserves and surplus. Then long-term borrowings. Now, how do we present long-term borrowings? See, now this will be equity and liabilities. Then after equity and liabilities, directly non-current liabilities. Equity and liabilities, non-current liabilities, and then long-term borrowings. What will come in long-term borrowings? It shall be classified as bonds, term loans. And you will see that there is different categories. See, alphabet is changing. From bank, other parties. Then C is deferred payment liabilities, then deposits. So from beginning it's bonds, debentures, term loans, deferred payment liabilities, deposits. Loan and advances from related parties. Long-term maturities of financial obligations, other loan and advances. Borrowings shall be further subclassified as secured, unsecured. Nature of security shall be specified separately in each case. Underline means draw a line there. Write this much of 4 marks. This is for what? It is for the requirement of long-term borrowings. Then other long-term borrowings. Long-term provisions can be written in articles. They are very rare in exam. What will go in other long-term trade payables and others? What will come in long-term provisions? Provision for employee benefits and others. You can leave this. In short-term borrowings, what we studied in long-term will come. So what will be the heading? Equity and liabilities. Main heading will be equity and liabilities. Under that, current liabilities. Under current liabilities will be short-term borrowings. Then you have to write equity and liabilities. Then below that will come current liabilities. Then the short-term borrowings will come. Then below that will come A. Loans. This answer that we are reading will be completely copied. Loans repayable on demand. It was same points from bank other parties. Loans advances from related parties, deposits, other loans and advances. Same point borrowings shall be further classified secured, unsecured. Nature of security shall be separately provided in each case. Underline. Draw a line. Did you understood how to do the presentation? Whatever we are reading, these are all below parts. You will always have to write the upper part. Then other current liabilities. Again, equity and liabilities. Current liabilities, other current liabilities. Equity and liabilities. Current liabilities and other current liabilities. Look, what does it say? C. Current maturities of long-term debt and of financial obligations, interest accrued but not due. Interest accrued and due. But not due, interest accrued. And due, then income received in advance. Unpaid dividends. What are all these? Other current liabilities. Then application money. Sorry, just give me a minute. It's issue with green screen. 1 minute. Application money received for allotment of securities and due for refund and interest accrued thereon. Unpaid matured deposits, interest, unpaid debentures and other payables. So here we have till J. Learn 5-6. It's better to learn 5-6. Then, just as we left the long term, you can skip the short term provisions. Provisions for employee benefits and others. Tangible assets. It's needed. Now how will we write tangible assets? Main heading will be assets. What will come under assets? Tangible and no. There is no tangible under the assets. Heading will be non-current assets under assets. The heading will be non-current assets, then plant, property, equipment and intangible, then plant, property, equipment. Now that we've removed name tangible, how will we present it? Look. Assets. Non-current assets. PPE and intangibles. Then PPE. Now below that we have the classification shall be given as land, building, plant and equipment, furniture. We have to write all that and put this entire thing in box. Plant, building, plant and equipment, furniture, fixture, vehicles, office equipment, others. Assets under lease shall be specified, separately classified under each class of asset. Underline it. Draw complete line. Then RTP, intangible. It will remain the same. Asset. Non-current asset, PP, intangible. Intangible. Then this classification shall be given as goodwill brands. Trademarks, computer software, mastheads. Meaning when books are printed, mastheads are made. Publishing titles, mining rights, copyrights, recipes, formulas, models, licenses, franchises, others. Draw a line. Now, there's nothing much to teach in this. Schedule 3 is prepared like this. This is only the presentation requirement. Write as much as you remember, at least 4-5 points, so you'll get marks. Write bottom part RTP. Then, non-current investments are long-term investments. Long-term investments will be asset. Under heading of assets, non-current assets will come. Non-current investments will come under non-current assets. See, there is no separate heading. Assets, non-current assets, and then under it, non-current investments. Remember this, it came in the exam. Along with it, you will learn the short term as well. Non-current investments shall be classified as trade investments and other investments. It may come in MCQ. Trade investments and other investments. And further classified as what? Investments in property, equity, preference shares, government trusts, securities, debentures, bonds, mutual funds, partnerships, firms, and others. Investments in property, equity, preference shares, government trusts, securities, debentures, bonds, mutual funds, partnerships, firms, and others. Draw a line. It's 8. Property, equity, preference shares. Government trust, securities, debentures, bonds, mutual funds, partnership, firms, and others. Then, long-term loans and advances. Now look here, long-term loans and advances shall be classified how? Capital advances will be given, some security deposit will be given, or two related parties, others. Then how to classify everything separately? Secured, considered goods. Unsecured, considered good. Doubtful. Provision for bad debts shall be disclosed under relevant heads. Underline it. 3 are enough. I need marks, not knowledge. As much as we can remember and write, we will mark that much. Same way other non-current assets are there, like we read above about long-term. Long-term loan and advances, it's same below. Long-term trade receivables, others long-term trade receivables shall be subclassified as secured considered goods, unsecured considered goods, doubtful. Allowance for bad and doubtful debts shall be disclosed under relevant subheads. Make the line. Then, current investments which we just studied for non-current. So in this heading will come asset. Current assets. Current investments. Below that answer is same, only one thing is missing. Equity, preference, government trust, securities, debenture, bond, mutual fund, partnership, firms. And others, one thing is missing. First one. Here. Property, rest is the same. B to H, rest all is completely same. Equity, preference, government debenture, mutual partnership, firms, others. Only investing in property is not there. Isn't it logical? Property will always be long term. This came in exam, both current and non-current. How will you show the inventories? Raw materials, WIP, AFG, stock in trade, stores and spares, loose tools, others. Goods in transit shall be separately disclosed under relevant subhead of inventories. Mode of valuation shall be stated. Mode means? Mode of valuation means. Mode. Write FIFO, LIFO. FIFO and LIFO will be allowed. You'll have to show it. Trade receivables means your debtors. How will you show it? Mark trade receivables important. Outstanding for more than 6 months from the date they were due shall be separated, and outstanding for more than 6 months in others. Trade receivables is further classified as secured considered good, unsecured considered good, doubtful. Allowance for these debts shall be disclosed separately. Debts due by directors or other officers of company, where they're partners in firm or a private company director, then you have to disclose it separately. So trade receivables is important. Inventory and trade receivables are included. How will we show cash and cash equivalents? Balance with banks, checks, drafts in hand, cash in hand, others. What is its heading? Assets. Current assets, cash and cash equivalents are free. They shall be classified as balance with bank, checks, drafts on hand, cash on hand, others. Earmarked balance, earmarked means bank has a lien on it, meaning it's blocked. Shall be separately. Disclosed balance with banks held as margin money or security against. Borrowings shall be disclosed separately. Repatriation restriction means money earned abroad cannot be brought back from foreign countries. Disclose it separately. Bank deposits with more than 12 months maturity be disclosed separately. Make an FD for 3 years or 4 years. Disclose that separately. Short-term loans and advances are shown same as in long-term. Loans, advances to related parties, others. Secured considered good, unsecured considered good, doubtful. Allowance for bad and doubtful debts shall be shown separately. Underline this. Then, in other current asset, the rest will come here. This is of no use in the exam. Contingent liability is important. How will we show it? Contingent liabilities shall be classified as claims against the company, not acknowledged debts, B guarantees. See others. How will we show commitments? Estimated amount of contracts remaining to be executed on capital account. Uncalled liability on shares, then we have others. 3 points for contingent liability and 3 for commitment. Okay? Now mark as RTP. Draw a line and mark the part below as RTP. Now I'll tell you some important points. T is important. T. P. Trade receivables important. O. Inventory important. M. N. Current investment important. Non-current investments K important. Then intangible assets will come J. Intangible assets. I tangible. Write PPE here for tangible. Cut this and write PPE. Plant property equipment. Then short-term borrowings F important. C. Long-term borrowing is important. A and B both. Reserves and paid up share capital important. Alright. Take 5 minutes. Go through everything once. Read which is marked important. If you have any doubt, ask me. Please read. Let me know once it is done. Okay? Read it calmly. Is it done? Okay, now let's move ahead. We have completed all the requirements of Schedule 3. Amendment parts, I'll get them marked from module. If no module, no issue. It's all written in the notes. Look at here. Now we will read something from our notes. See these questions carefully. What does question number 4 say? Distinguish between reserves and provisions. Reserves and provisions. This is about accounts 12th standard. What are reserves? Reserves are appropriations of profit. Provision is a charge against profit. Charge against profit. It is a part of shareholders' funds, whereas it is a part of current liability. It is given only when there is a profit, but provision is created. Even when there is a profit or loss, you always have to create a provision without fail. Okay. General reserve. Securities premium, CRR, etc. Here provision for doubtful debts. For doubtful debts, tax, depreciation, etc. All these are examples. Reserves are optional, but provisions are mandatory. It came in the exam. Reserves versus provisions. And now, question 5. Let's see what's written in the question. It asks for examples of capital expenditure. Come, let's reread this question. Examples of capital expenditure. Now again, let's read this. Examples of capital expenditure. It is example. We all are commerce graduates. Our habit is going around the bush. Define capital expenditure. First define there are two types of expenses, capital revenue. So we will define capital, then we will give examples. No, not at all. It directly asks examples of capital expenditure, a question from May 21 or 22. Straight away, it asks examples of capital expenditure. So materials and wages, okay? It will be a capital expenditure when expended on the construction of a building or erection of machinery. Then legal expenses will be a capital expenditure when incurred in connection with the purchase of land or building. Freight. So this will actually be a capital expenditure when incurred in respect of purchase of plant and machinery. Repairs, major repairs of a fixed asset, which increase its productivity is capital expenditure. Wages paid on the installation cost incurred in plant and machinery will be a capital expenditure. Interest paid for the qualification period as per AS 16 before the asset is constructed will be a capital expenditure. Okay, so all this would be a capital expenditure. Cool? Okay, now do one thing, read question number 4 and 5 because then further, Companies Act will begin. This is all in the syllabus, means we don't have to study anything new, it is old. There is no amendment, it was all there before. Read question 4 and 5. 6 to 10 will do together since it's a part of Companies Act. Done? Okay, now see here. Now do you know what you have from here? There's a unit on shares in the CA Inter law. That unit starts from here. It's common. All these things come in the exam. You know that vouching verification will also be useful to you. You might get direct questions like the first question here is, explain the utilization of securities premium account. Now what will you say as per section 52 of Companies Act 2013? The sec prem can be used for the following purpose. RP is bindas banda. R, what is it guys? Redemption of preference shares and debentures. P for writing of preliminary expenses. I is writing of share and debenture issue expenses. B for bonus shares and B for buyback of shares. So besides these five, the code is RP is bindas banda. Besides these five, sec prem cannot be used anywhere else. Besides these five, sec prem cannot be used anywhere else. If you used it, which section did you contravene? Section 52 contravened. Which section did you contravene? You have contravened section 52. Okay. Now in the exam, you'll either get a direct question, explain the utilization of sec prem, or they'll say the company has declared a dividend out of the sec prem account. Company has declared dividend out of sec prem account, allowed or not allowed? Company has declared dividend out of sec prem account, allowed or not allowed? Tell me guys. It's not allowed. As sec prem can be used only for five purposes, you used it for other purposes. Section 52 contravened. Plus you have sources of dividends. For dividends we can pay from three places, right? Either way you can write, or you might get vouching verification for sec prem. How would you check the sec prem account? What is to be said? Answer remains same, auditor should check. It is used for R. Check it is used for P. Check it is used for I. Check it is used for bindas. Check it is used for banda. RP is bindas banda. Did you understand? RP is bindas banda. So they can ask you direct questions or case-based questions. They can ask vouching verification. It can come in any form. Section number 52, it is 52. 53. Prohibition on issue of shares at a discount. Section number is 53. So the company cannot issue shares at a discount today. But if you have issued, it will be void. 10 rupees shares sold at 10 means par. If given at 12, it is premium. If given at 9 means discount, right? Issuing at discount is not allowed. If you issued at a discount, let's see what is the penalty. For the company and its officer, penalty is 5 lakhs. Or amount raised by discount issue, whichever is less. Rupees 5 lakhs or amount raised by discount issue, whichever is less. Also refund the amount with that, undoubtedly penalty will be imposed. The money you raised from discount issue, return that. Along with 12% per annum. What? Along with 12% per annum. The company cannot issue shares at discount, never. Never. If you did that, then you contravene section 53. What's the penalty imposed? 5 lakhs penalty and the amount raised by discount issue, whichever is less. And they'll refund the amount along with 12% interest, 12% per annum. Right? Company can give sweat equity shares at discount. Exception is sweat equity shares can be issued at discount. Okay? Then you know what will happen in internal reconstruction. We give shares to our creditors. We don't have money to pay the creditors. So give them shares. Creditor says your share is worth 100 rupees. It's in market for same price. What's my benefit? So I said, do one thing, take it for 60 rupees. For settling with creditor, I give the share calculation at 60 rupees each. Share worth 100, I give it for 60 cheaply, right? It is allowed. Two exceptions. First is sweat equity shares can be issued at a discount. Number 2, issue in the company. Sweat equity shares and company may issue shares at discount to its creditors when the debt is converted into shares as per the statutory resolution plan. All the debt restructuring scheme has been approved by RBI. That's internal reconstruction. Only 2 exceptions for discount issue. 52 was securities premium, 53 was discount issue, 54 is sweat equity share. Sweat equity share. What is sweat equity share? It is hard earned money. Employees will have to be retained. He is leaving that he is getting some extra money somewhere. You give in start off, you might have seen in Shark Tank. They give shares. They give it in such a way that you tell the employee stop and work. I won't be able to give you the money today. I'll give you shares. What's the use? See, when the valuation increases, you should sell and leave. Today I cannot give you money. I'm giving you shares. It says, some companies may issue sweat equity shares at a discount. Means money comes in. We'll give it for less. You see, in the bonus issue, there's no money coming in. It is for free. If you offered sweat equity, company will get money. Some companies issue sweat equity shares at a discount or for consideration other than cash. To whom? So, it's given for the employees and directors for the value addition, intellectual property and technical know-how. What is the condition? So the code is SWET. The code is SWET. Shares should be of the same class already issued. If we had issued shares for 10 rupees in market, then it will be of 10 rupees here. If issued for 100, then SWET equity will also be of 100 when company is created. If benefits distribute anytime, no problem. E. Employee and director details like number of shares, current market price, consideration if any should be disclosed in resolution. A. It should be authorized by a special resolution. T. Terms and conditions. If it is a listed company, then SEBI regulations. Not a listed company, CG rules. Then an amendment came. What's the maximum percent of SWET equity shares can be issued in a company? 15% of paid up capital in a year, or shares of rupees 5 crores, whichever is higher. Okay, whichever is higher. It is 15% by number wise, 5 crores value wise, whichever is higher. Same point. Maximum 15% of its paid up capital or their value, which is maximum 5 crore rupees, whichever is higher, you can issue that much. Subject to a maximum of 25% paid up capital at any point of time. Right? You can do 15 in 1 year. Next year you do 5. Next year you do 5. It's done now. Maximum 25% in their lifetime. They can issue a maximum of 25%. You cannot issue more than 25%. What's the maximum we can offer in SWET equity shares? A maximum of 25% only can be offered. In a year, 15%. Or rupees 5 crore value, whichever is higher. However, if there is a startup company, if there's any startup company, it may issue SWET equity shares of maximum 50%, maximum 50%. Normally 25 is allowed. Startup can issue 50% of its paid up capital. For how many years? Up to 10 years from the date of incorporation. After 10 years, when they're normal, then the limit of 25 applies. For startups, what's the limit for 10 years? 50%. Because for startups, it will take 4-5 years to generate revenue. That's why. $52 was discount issue. 52 was securities premium. 53 was discount issue. 54 was SWET equity shares. 68 is buyback of shares. Buyback. Is this buyback in account 1 or account 2? Buyback. 2, right? You must have done it. It's about a buyback. Meaning, buying back the shares issued by company, buyback. So, to buy it back, money will be needed. Money is needed. Where will the money come from? From free reserves, from the securities premium, and from proceeds of fresh issue. You can buy back only from these 3 places. Free reserves, securities premium, proceeds of fresh issue. Okay. Proceeds of the earlier issue will not be allowed. No. The company can buy back a maximum of 25% of its fully paid up equity share capital. Company can buy back maximum 25% of its fully paid up equity share capital. Maximum 25%. Buyback should be authorized by AOA. Special resolution is required for buyback. It is SR. However, if the buyback is up to 10%, buyback is up to 10%. And paid up capital reserves, we only need a BR. Generally, we need a special resolution SR. If the buyback is from 0 to 10%, then BR is required. If it's from 10 to 25%, then SR is required. If you want to buy back above 25, not allowed. It is not allowed. These 2 things just came in the exam. Both things which are boxed here. Entire buyback should be completed within 12 months from the date of passing SR or BR, whichever is relevant. So complete the entire buyback within maximum 12 months. You know, I had actually bought back shares for 10 rupees. I have to reissue shares for 10 rupees. Loss is not allowed until the next 6 months. The company cannot issue the same class of shares. Not same clause, it's same class. Same class of shares for the next 6 months. Company shall physically destroy such shares within 7 days of completion of buyback. So in 7 days, you'll have to dispose them off. In DMAT, you'll have to delete it, and all this is done for buyback. Then, after buyback, the debt equity ratio should be 2:1. MCQ. Debt equity ratio should be 2:1. Okay? Now, bonus shares. Section number 63. When a company issues bonus shares, does it receive any consideration? No. It's free. Absolutely free. So for bonus section is 63. It should be authorized by articles. Very important MCQ. What resolution is required? Ordinary resolution is required. An SR for buyback. for 10 to 25. If it's up to 10, we need BR. Now the bonus shares, company won't have money, but there'll be expenses, right? And the source of money, securities premium, free reserves, and CRR. You would have learned this. Capital redemption reserve can be used only for one purpose, for issuing fully paid up bonus shares. Okay. If the company defaulted, on whose money? Bank's money was not given. Public deposits have not been repaid. Taxes, PF, gratuity, and insurance payments have not been made, right? So, if all these defaults have been made, then bonus shares cannot be issued. And why? You don't have the money to pay them, but you are distributing bonus. That's unfair. Not allowed. Bonus shares cannot be issued if the company has defaulted in payment of loans, deposits, taxes, statutory dues to employees. Okay? Bonus shares can be issued only to the existing members of the company. It must be fully paid up. It must be fully paid up. And even if it is partly paid up, it must be fully paid up before the issue of bonus shares. You will have to convert it. Bonus shares shall not be issued in lieu of dividend. In lieu means instead of. Listen, if I say take bonus shares instead of dividend or dividends instead of bonus shares, it will not work. What happens with dividend? Your income increases. Bonus shares increases your wealth. Understood? Which section number is this? 63. Bonus shares. Which section number? 63. Bonus shares. So in this section of Companies Act, watching verification, direct questions, case law, MCQ, correct, incorrect. All these are given in the module and comes in exam. Okay? Now you will read from securities premium. Fine. Question number 6 to 10. Then the rest concepts will be done separately. Read. Clear? Okay. Please give me the section number for securities premium. Section number for securities premium. $52. Perfect. What should the debt equity ratio be after the buyback? 2:1. Is it pre-buyback or post-buyback? Post-buyback. And which resolution is needed for bonus? Ordinary. Ordinary resolution. And can you tell me which resolution is needed for a buyback? What resolution is needed for buyback? For buyback? For buyback, we will need SR. If less than 10, then BR. If less than 10, then BR. But we'll always take SR in MCQ as we consider buyback more than 10. Okay? Then, what's the buyback completion time frame? Entire buyback should be completed in how many days? It should be completed within 12 months. Same class of shares. Until when? We cannot issue the same class of shares? 6 months. Until when we cannot issue same class of shares? 6 months. Perfect. Done. You remember these things well. So section 52 was sec prem, 53 was discount, and 54 was sweat equity. After sweat equity, 68 is buyback and 63 bonus issues. We have done 5 sections. Now other part of the chapter. These contents are from module. These questions appeared in exams. I don't know if you read them or not. All these questions have appeared in exams. Give me 2 minutes again. Lots of trouble going on. 2 minutes. Next one. Next we will be having other income. Now it says explain other income. What is that? Explain other income. So any form of income which is not related to business, it is earned by the entity but not linked to the activities of the entity is your other income. And it's not related to the core business activity. What are its types? Interest, dividend, and gain or loss, the profit or loss on the sale of investment. Now tell me, how do we book the FD? That is on the interest income. Its accrual, it is recognized on time proportion basis, taking account the amount outstanding at the applicable interest rate. FD is of 1 lakh if I've done it in February. So 1 year will be finished in the next Feb, right? But I'll have to book interest in Feb and March, right? So FD of 1 lakh, assume the rate as 7%. So into 7% into 2 divided by 12. So I'll record the interest income in my books on time proportion basis. What about the dividend? Important MCQ, correct, incorrect. Dividend is recognized in profit and loss only when 3 conditions are fulfilled. Entity's right to receive dividend is established. Now use your common sense. We had done this. Tell me who declares the dividend. Who declares the dividend? Board. The board declares, may God give you enough wisdom and knowledge to think. My dear, put this concept deep into your mind. Entity who declares is the member. The board recommends or proposes. Everyone in the class understood? Forgotten? Really? Forgot? How will you pass this? I have taught you this exact same concept just 2 days ago. Can someone imagine? Just 2 days ago. The exam is 1 month away. So I tell you that if it has been proposed, assume that a company has proposed dividend, then it will be in board meeting. Matters of board meetings become apparent because they will intimate the exchange. Reliance proposed a dividend. If our company had invested in Reliance, it hasn't been declared yet. Should we book that dividend amount as our income? Tell me, only proposed yet. No. If we declare, then book it. If proposed, it can also be cancelled, right? We did the same when the percentage was less, right? Members can reduce rate but not increase it. It could even be 0. So when you will recognize its income, only when the right to receive dividend is established. And, not or. It's and. It's probable or confirmed that the economic benefit associated with the dividend will flow to the entity because they will declare it. We have invested, so we will get the money. And what's the amount? Multiply the number of shares by the percentage to get the amount. The amount of dividend can be measured reliably. The amount of dividend can be measured reliably. The entity's right to receive dividend is established. Economic benefit associated with the dividend will flow to the entity and the amount of dividend can be measured reliably. You will get the money. The profit on sale of investment. Now, when we talk about mutual funds, we don't call it the selling price, we call it the redemption price. We don't say cost price, we say carrying value. So what will happen? What do you know about on mutual fund income? It is the difference between redemption price and the carrying value of investment. Difference between redemption price and carrying value of investment is called as profit or gain on investment. That's the answer. It's over. Now, distinguish between provisions and contingent liability. Now, what are provisions? Now, what will come under provisions? I know the amount. Correct? It is a liability which can be measured by using a substantial degree of estimation. It's recognized when entity has a present obligation as a result of past events, such as provision for bad debts. Debtors is already done. Now bad debts. Provision for income tax. Income earned earlier. Taxes will increase now. Provision for depreciation. Asset was purchased earlier. You will charge depreciation. It is confirmed that the money will go and it is probable that the outflow will be required to settle the obligation, and a reliable estimate can be made of the amount of obligation. The amount is known to us. If all 3 conditions are met, create provision. If the above conditions are not satisfied, no provision is required. No provision is required. Then, example, provision for litigation, provision for warranties, provision for taxes, provision for depreciation, write whatever you want. Now, what's contingent liability? It is a possible obligation that arises from past event and whose existence will be confirmed. Either the event will happen or it will not happen, which is uncertain, not wholly within the control of the entity. And it is a present obligation that arises from the past event, but it is not recognized because we don't know, right? It will go or not. It's not probable that outflow of resources will be required to settle the obligation, and amount of obligation cannot be measured with sufficient reliability. The amount to be sent is unknown. Distinction between provision and contingent liability was asked in exam as both are opposites. Okay, let's move on. Now you will read both other income and provisions and contingent liabilities. Okay, read it comfortably. Done? Okay. Now the next answer is your answer to assertions. Okay? Leave assertions for now. I'll explain it later. This is entire schedule 3, which we have already read. Schedule 3, we have completely read it from book. So all of this present here is schedule 3. Full schedule 3. Then, as you will come to the end, at the end of the notes, you will find here, refer 6 amendments from module. Refer 2, 5, 10 module, will do it. Refer question 6, page 9.106 module. We'll do this from module. And these are some items of vouching verification, the alphabets. A, B, E, F, I, K, D, R, T, U, V. K, L, R, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. What is this? These are the repeated items. Let me show you. Wait a moment. It's A, recovery of bad debts. B, goods sent on sale or return basis. These are repetitive items, like we marked for sale proceeds of scrap materials, empties. Okay? Then scrutiny of general ledger. You have to pay attention to only marked items, which are repetitive. Code for vouching and verification is vouch and verify. But I don't want to risk it. During the exam, if any point comes and you are unsure about it, then write at least something that you've read once. It's better to write something in exam than writing nothing. So please read the important items from here. Is that right? Now we'll do assertion. Look, this is an image. I have extracted an image of the notes, so I won't be able to scribble. I would not be able to write. I'll read. Okay, you must be thinking, what are assertions? Assertions are the assumptions. Use your knowledge. When you go to the client's place, the client would have given you a balance sheet. You can see machinery in it. Machinery, computer, furniture, fixture are on asset side. Tell me this. Will you assume this? That if there is machinery in balance sheet, so there will be machinery at client's place? Okay, let's assume this. Right. We will check for it, but let us assume it for once, shall we? Okay, so this means that there is the existence of machinery. If the client has shown this in the balance sheet, then who exactly would have purchased that machine and who is its current owner? Client purchased it. Let's assume that the machine will be on the client's name. Yes, that's why it's written in balance sheet. Right? So here ownership is my assertion. Thus the ownership is my assertion. Okay. The machine, there must be some amount of it. Right? We will assume this. That valuation is my assertion. And they must have charged depreciation on the machine. We'll go and check. But they must have charged it. Net amount is shown. They subtracted PFD from gross amount to get it. Right? Who does all of this work? Management. They must have done it. No doubt we will go and check it. But we will assume it once, right? Presentation is my assertion. So what are your assertion? Nothing. Just write what you have already read. Valuation, existence, right? Is there any charge? What will it be then? It is disclosure. Schedule 3 followed means presentation. Apply that which you have already read. Here I have created 3 columns. You will take this as homework and read it. It has transactions, account balances, disclosures. Can you see? Transactions, account balances, disclosures. Always remember, we will call this as TABD. What? TABD. Transactions, account balance, disclosures. Transaction means profit and loss items. Account balance means balance sheet item. Disclosure means the notes. So, assertions are at all 3 levels. We look them at TABD level. Completeness. It is common in all 3. All things should be complete and recorded properly. Every transaction, if any balance sheet item, then it should be equal. Accuracy. Correct amounts must be there. It's common for all. The institute could specifically ask you to identify which one is it. It can ask like which is an assertion and which is not an assertion. Occurrence. What happens in occurrence? The transaction will occur, but account balance doesn't. Disclosures. It will occur. All the transactions and events that have been recorded have occurred and pertain to the entity. Here, all events, transactions, and other matters which are disclosed pertain to the entity. Classification. Proper classification has been done here. Then, valuation. Next is valuation. The amount is equal. In P&L item, valuation is not done. It's needed in assets, liabilities, and in notes. Existence. It will come in account balance. And whatever is common, I made it in chart form. It's given 8-9 pages in module. This exam question will be worth 4 marks. Completeness is common, accuracy is common, occurrence. And classification does not come in account balance. Valuation is common in both. Existence will only come in assets and liabilities. Then there is rights and obligations. It will be in account balances and disclosures. Valuation, existence, rights, obligations, presentation, classification, accuracy, completeness. Memorize headings and find out what will come in what. It can come anywhere in correct, incorrect questions or MCQs. We'll do a question for it. Did you understand? Therefore, you all will need to carefully read this assertion topic from the notes. So this is the assertion. Assertion means assumptions. Okay. Keep one thing in mind. When we talk about the assertions, we discuss 2 levels. One we do is the overall level. One is the overall one. Level. Next one is the TABD level. What does TABD mean? P&L level, balance sheet, and notes, which we learnt: valuation, existence, rights, obligations, presentation, classification, completeness, accuracy. Okay. What do we say about overall level? If the client has given us the balance sheet and the profit and loss statement, will you believe that it will be true and fair? Tell me, will you believe it? We'll accept that it is true and fair view according to him. But we have to check whether it is true and fair view or not. He must have made it equal in his understanding, right? In accounts, who prepares the FS? The management. According to them, they must have made it equal. P&L is giving the true and fair view of the P&L account. The balance sheet is giving true and fair view of the state of affairs. And cash flow statement is giving true and fair view of the cash inflows and cash outflows. We will assume it. So this is the overall level. When IPCC used to happen, they asked what are overall assertions, specific assertion. We call this specific assertions. Specific assertion on TABD, overall assertion on P&L, balance sheet. Okay? It's very easy. Now, in the module, if you do not have the module with you, you can download it from the ICAI website. There are some amendments, and that will come in the paper. These are some of the amendments that happened in the module. Look at this. I have exactly mapped in the notes given to you that which amendment is on which page. 6 amendments of Schedule 3. Out of 6. I think 3 have been done. 3 done, 3 are pending. 2 in May 22, 1 in November 22. Okay? Remember these amendments. You must keep in mind that its weightage is high. Now, what are requirements for CSR? Memorize this properly and write it as it is in paper. When Schedule 3 ends, what all does Schedule 3 stated? What are the requirements for CSR? You will have to disclose various other things. What will have to be disclosed? Amount required to be spent by company. How much CSR to be done? How much CSR was done? How much is the shortfall? The last year's shortfall? Why is there a shortfall? What all expenses have been incurred? The nature of CSR activities. Like any educational school is built or food given to people. Details of related party transaction. Finished. That's all. That's about it. If you remember, it's fine. Otherwise, leave it. This came in exam in May 22. What is CSR requirement according to Schedule 3? Following should be disclosed. For CSR, amount that is to be spent and that has been spent. How much is the shortfall this time? Last year's shortfall. Reason for the shortfall. Nature of CSR activities. Details of related party transaction done. If you don't remember H point, leave it. Then this can come in MCQs. Look. It says, where a provision is made with respect to the, depending upon the total liability. What does it say? Depending upon the total income of the company. We will have to round off as they are the rounding off provisions. Now, let's see how the rounding off provisions will be. Listen to me. If your income is less than 100 crore rupees, how much? Less than 100 crore. We'll round it up to nearest hundreds, thousands, lakhs, millions, decimals thereof. Like 4676235338. How much is this? 46 crore 76 lakh 23,538. 46 crore, it's less than 100 crore, right? Round off the figure of 530. Make it 5 or 6, 500 or 600. Right highest number, nearest 100. Nearest 100 is 600. So do it. 467623,600. It's done. If you want it in thousands, then it's 5467624. You need to do it in lakhs, 4677. That's how you can round off. This is requirement of Schedule 3. You'll know this if you have done articleship. If it's 100 crore or more, like exact 100 crore or more, what will happen? Hundreds and thousands will be removed. Hundreds and thousands will be removed. What will come? Lakhs, millions, crore, decimals thereof. Lakhs, millions, crores, decimals thereof. You will do this. Whatever unit you are following, you have to do the same in the financial statements, in cash flow, balance sheet and P&L. I showed you Reliance's audit report. See this. Here it's in crores. So it's 292,092. So it is in crores. There may be some more after this in decimals. But I don't know what it is exactly. They rounded off and put the details in their prepared Excel sheet. We only need to focus on this. It's done in crores. Company can do whatever it wants. Schedule 3 requirements are applicable. Just check that whether it's followed or not. It could come up in the exam. What happens in 100 crore and above? Lakhs, not hundreds or thousands, will come. The rest is small income, which is below 100 crore. So you can do it in hundreds, thousands, lakhs, millions, crores, decimals, in any of this. Okay. Then, this also came in exam. The details of Benami property. I told you the meaning of Benami. Right, we did meaning of Benami. There is an issue. 2 minutes, please. Till then, read about Benami. Company will have to provide the details of the Benami property. If company gave the money in the name of the laundryman or maid or any worker or gardener or driver and property was purchased, and income tax has caught it because income tax and Benami properties authorities work together. Company has to give disclosure according to Schedule 3. Details of property. Amount thereof, details of beneficiary. If the property was in the books, then please tell which one. A house, an office, a building, etc. If the property isn't in the books, state why. Tell whether any proceedings are going on. Nature of the proceedings. Its status and the company's view. If you are caught in Benami properties, then disclosure must be given in Schedule 3. If disclosure is given in Schedule 3, then do you remember Caro? Fixed asset point of Caro. Last point. In fixed asset, if proceedings are going in Benami matter, it is to be disclosed in Caro. Company will do in Schedule 3. Auditor will do in Caro. Please read this once. CSR and Benami. This came in the exam in May 22. Read it. Done? Then it's pending. Relationship with struck off companies. Look, what is struck off? Struck means cancellation. People cancel the company name. So who does it? The ROC strikes off the name. When the ROC has struck off the name, guys. So right now, for example, our client is AB Limited. Now AB Limited will be doing a transaction with Reliance. And Reliance's name has been struck off, not our client's. We are auditors. Our client is AB Limited. AB Limited was doing transaction with Reliance and Reliance's name has been struck off. So you will have to give the disclosure according to Schedule 3. Which company's name has been struck off? What was the transaction? You had made an investment. Reliance was your debtor and also it was your creditor. Okay, you had hold some shares. Or there was some other outstanding amount. Okay, what was the balance outstanding and what was the relationship? So you'll have to create this box. The client's name has not been struck off. When is the client required to make disclosure? When he did a transaction with a company because of which its name has been struck off. Struck off means, like we say, winding up. Winding up is a long process. It is a shortcut route for struck off. So name of the company is Reliance Industries Limited. So the register of the company's book, in that the ROC removes its name. Removing means it has been struck off. You can also activate it if it gets struck off once. So you'll have to give disclosure. It's pending and didn't come in the exam. Fifth, following ratios to be disclosed. These are added new. They also didn't come in exam. So whatever you remember doing 5 or 6 according to exam in your FM. Current ratio, debt equity ratio, ROC, ROI, capital turnover ratio, net profit ratio, trade receivable and inventory turnover ratio, disclosures must be given. These disclosures needs to be given. Okay. Now, it has given till K. Remember any 5 or 6. The company shall explain the items including numerator and denominator. The numerator includes turnover, for example, capital turnover. What figure has the capital taken? Denominator turnover. What figure did you take in turnover? Okay. Then further explanation shall be provided for any change in ratio. Mark this down, meaning more than 25%. This can come in MCQ. You'll have to give an explanation if ratio is up or down by more than 25%. You have to give a separate explanation, so it could come in the MCQ. That one, for more than 25%. Further explanation will be given for any change in ratio by more than 25% as compared to the previous year. Crypto matter came on November 22. Now cryptocurrency or virtual currency, whether the company has traded or invested in cryptocurrency or virtual currency, following shall be disclosed. How much profit and loss was there on trading of cryptocurrencies? The amount of currency held as on reporting date, meaning on the balance sheet date. And if you had taken any loan, deposits or advances from any person for the purpose of trading or investing in cryptocurrency. These 3 things were to be given a 3 marks answer. Profit and loss on cryptocurrency. Amount of currency held on 31st March. How much is the amount of currency held with us? And if you had taken any loan for trading in crypto, you will also have to give its details. Do you understand? So these are 6 additional points I have written in the notes as important. Institute will ask for 2 to 3 attempts for sure. Chapter is over. Did you understand? Any doubt? Have you read this before? This was all in the syllabus, Students, you should know. This was all in the syllabus. Yes, it was. And it is still there. Okay, let's quickly do the correct incorrect. It's easy. Alright, let's quickly start. So here it is written that the employee benefits expenses represent the sum that an entity pays to its employees for their labor or efforts only. Okay, alright. Is it correct or incorrect? Incorrect. I have given you the hint. And secondly, what's the reason? Guys, you get the PF money, the insurance, and also get the gratuity. Those are not your labor efforts. Those are additional benefits, what we call perquisites. Those are also benefits. Okay, all right. Dividends are recognized in the P&L only. When the right to receive payment of dividend is established, say, is it correct or not? Is it correct or incorrect? For that, there are three conditions. Let me tell. The right to receive is established, the right can be measured, and our inflow is confirmed. And the amount can be measured, so three conditions. That's why it's and conditions. See, if you know the third question, the third one, correct, incorrect, it will be on discount. Incorrect, the issue is on discount. Fourth, capital reserves represent profits that are available for distribution to shareholders. Held for the time being or held for any? And more purpose, those are capital reserves from which we can do distribution to shareholders. Revenue reserves. So those are revenue reserves. Fifth, this is tough. A capital reserve can be utilized for writing down fictitious assets or losses and issuing bonus shares if it is realized. Writing down fictitious assets or losses, capital reserve if it is earned in cash, so it will be cash. This should be correct. We consider this as revenue. Capital reserve comes in cash to us. So if you have realized, then from this, you can issue bonus shares. I don't know, but I am marking it. Might be I am wrong. Done. Sixth. We will have to answer 6. If a company's Act balance sheet shows building with carrying amount of 100 lakh 1 crore rupees, the auditor shall assume only that one point that management has only asserted that the building recognized in the balance sheet exists. Are we only assuming that the building exists? Exists. It is talking about the assertions. But guys, it can be a valuation or a right. Existence is the same like valuation or right. We said it would be completeness or recorded. There are many assertions. 7th. Check if you know 7. The securities premium account may only be applied by the company towards the issue of unissued shares of company by this. Securities premium account may only be applied. But we can use securities premium in other places also. Which section number will come? It will be substitute. I'm glad you got it. 8th. Material wages are considered to be revenue expenditure when incurred for building construction. I also explained this to you. Incorrect. What is this, students? Can you tell? All right, capital. Okay, that's good. And that's really appreciable of the confidence you guys have built up. That's good. Tangible assets are depreciated when the asset is actually put to active use. Guys, it's incorrect. Why? Because it's ready to use. Even if your machine is just simply kept unused, depreciation still has to be charged. If anything is kept unused, let it be. Depreciation will still be charged. You all know that from the beginning. You might not get the 10th topic. 10th is tough. It says increase in authorized capital of the company required SR. That's no. Increase in authorized capital requires OR. Increase in issued subscribed paid up capital requires an SR. You should always remember authorized capital. See what it is? It's not making difference in the market because the authorized is known. It has not been given to anyone. So if the change is internally, then OR is required. Issued subscribed paid up, meaning it has gone to the market. Now they'll also feel the difference. If you have to make that change and if it makes difference to them, then we'll need higher approval and it means special resolution, that is 75%. This is not in our syllabus for the exam. This is part of the law. It has been given to us and you should be knowing that. This 10th one is incorrect. I have marked it anyways, what you have in your handwritten notes. Which ones are correct, incorrect? Carefully read those from here. Rest is easy. 11th, alright, tell me this. Capital redemption reserve can be used for distribution of dividend. CRR. Okay, tell me this. Guys, it's incorrect. Revenue reserves, free reserves can be used. Now this is opposite, that CRR can be used only for one purpose, for issuing fully paid up bonus shares. You can write vice versa. 12th, when I started the dividend chapter, I told you many students say that dividend is not in syllabus. So where are all these sources coming from? I thought that's why you are getting it. Look at the 12th question. In the 12th question, dividends are recommended by the board declared by shareholders. Correct or incorrect? Now tell me, is dividend in the syllabus or not? So many students message me saying that dividends are not there at all. And they are not understanding. And they were not taught this in their classes. So how am I teaching it? Look at this. Look at these properly. As it's included in the module, that's why I'm teaching it. 13th. This I don't know whether you know or not. Now look, it's very easy. In verifying trade receivables means debtor. The direct confirmation procedure is one of the important activities. Say, correct or incorrect? Correct, right? It's one of the important activities. We also need to check the rest. If it had told only about audit activity, then it would have been incorrect. One of the important audit activities, but the rest are also there. Understood. Okay. See the answer. All are incorrect, except the fifth one being the correct one. This one. Capital reserves can be utilized for writing down fictitious assets or losses, for issuing bonus shares if it is realized, but the amount of share premium or capital redemption reserve can be used only for the purpose which is mentioned in section 52 and 55 respectively. Our answer was correct. Sixth is incorrect. Look. Here 7, 8, 9 and 10 will be incorrect. 11 and 12 will be correct. You can see that 12 is correct. 13 is also correct. Rest all is correct. There are some questions given in module like this. Okay. So you have to do this, and your own watching verification common code is to be kept saying. Like just now, I'll show you one. We will cover that. Sale of scrap. There's a word written beside scrap, it's empties. This sale of scrap or the sale of empties could confuse you. Now many students don't even know what empties are. Here empties means empty boxes. We drink cold drinks, those glass bottles of Coke, right? So that we leave after drinking. Now when it will be sold, those large vendors. For example, like restaurant and the others, what they do is sell them, right? When they sell it, then the auditor there needs to check that. So what will he do? Will he vouch, verify, or do both? What will you write? Tell me. I have taught you what to do when there's a confusion. Let's start with V, like V for vouchers. There will be nothing about vouchers in this, just check the bank statement. Because see, we sell scrap from the house, right? So what we get is 10, 100 or 200 rupees. All big companies sell their scrap like the whole machine is sold. Now in shipping company, the whole ship or an aircraft is sold. So the money doesn't come in cash but comes into the bank. The auditor should check the bank statements for the amount. O means check whether sale of scrap or empty is related to current period of time. U means check sale is approved under the company's goods and how to know what all is scrap. Someone might have given the approval, right? Check whether it's properly distinguished between capital revenue receipts. Check sale of scrap is recorded in books of accounts. Then we will check if it is genuine or not, bogus. Personal expenses won't come, so check for frauds. V for valuation and verify, we have already told the amount. Existence is not necessary, R check. The scrap sold relates to the company only. Charge will not come. Check schedule requirements are followed if any. Last point was fraud that got discussed. The answer is done. Your vouch verification will fetch you marks. There is no need to fear. Marks will be given. Okay. Now, ABC Limited has issued what? You tell me now. Which answer will you write? ABC Limited has issued shares for cash at a premium of rupees 450. That is at an amount in excess of the nominal value of 10 rupees. So 10 rupees face value and 450 rupees premium. Section 52 provides that company shall transfer amount received by premium to securities premium account. This is all illustrated as a story, and what did it ask you? Advise the means in which the amount in the account can be applied. What is it trying to ask in the question? Tell me, students. What is it trying to ask? Utilization of securities premium, section 52, code was RPs, bindas banda. Redemption of preference shares, writing of preliminary expenses and debenture issue expenses, bonus shares, buyback shares. That's the answer. The full story is above. What was written last below? Even if you hadn't read the above, you could still have answered. You should pay attention to the big questions. 3/4 of the question, be it complete waste. What is to be written will be found in the last 1/4. Okay? The 6th question you should do yourself. It's an easy question. The same vouching verification. And it's done. Look at 105, 107 meaning. If we calculate, it comes around 115, 118 chapters. Did you understand? Is the chapter easy? Guys, did you understand that different entities come for at least 12 marks and these for 10 to 12 marks? If you do the paper today, you'll gain confidence. Okay, see this and tell me. This F1. F. A company should disclose in the annual report the shares held by the company. These are the shares held in the company by each other holding more than 10% shares, specifying the number of shares held. Correct? Incorrect? Incorrect. Why? What percentage is it? That's absolutely perfect. It is 5% or more than 5%. So these are your 2 marks covered. Are you seeing this, Vinod? Only 2 correct, incorrect is left for us. Your entire paper is getting mapped. All right. Look here. Do you know this? SN Company is appointed auditor of ABC Company. The engagement partner came across the following while verifying equity share capital. He noticed the shares are held by promoters. Some shares are issued as sweat equity shares to the employees. What is the meaning of sweat equity shares and what are the disclosures of promoter shareholding? So what was asked? It asked you the meaning of sweat equity shares. You know it. Which section number it is? Which section number? 52 was for securities premium. 53 was discount. 54 sweat equity shares. Sometimes companies issue shares at a discount to employees or directors for the knowledge, education for the knowledge, technical know-how. Okay? So we wrote the definition. Then this is disclosure requirement. All right. This was asked separately. Why? Because this had changed. So in the book that you have opened, you write there. This here. This change happens. The institute changed it in the module and didn't mention it in RTP. This was to be added. Shares held by promoters, what needs to be shown? Serial number, promoter name, number of shares, percentage of total shares. And percent of change during the years. This box had to be made. So right there, refer page 9.15. Module, write on this anywhere. You'll remember this as something to study. Okay? The page number is 54. Sarita, you wrote 56 wrong. Page 9.15, section number was 54, sweat equity. Okay? So this one came. 9.15 dash promoters box, write like this, dash promoters box. Then will you be able to answer this? Tell me, are you getting this? Profit and loss on account of virtual currency, amount of currency held on the reporting date, and details of loans or advances taken. For trading of virtual currency, the answer was 3.3 marks. Look at this question from module. So the amendment is here, 3 marks. Are you understanding how important module is? That's why you read the notes before the chapter, then do the module. So let's complete it fully. There is no need to worry. And listen, there's one more question of 4 marks. This you'll tell me what you will write. Messrs. SS and Associates have been appointed the stat auditors of a company. The company engaged in the business of manufacturing. Okay, the story is going on. They are analyzing the monthly trends for other expenses like rent, power, fuel, repair, etc. and also verifying the attributes of such type of expenses. I don't know what you'll write, just think. List down the attributes for verifying such expenses. I need to verify expenses in simple language. What should I write? What to write? Vouch. The auditor should check the vouchers. Check whether all the expenses like rent, power, fuel, etc. as of current period of time it has been approved under competent authority. Capital revenue expenditure and has acquired books of accounts, genuine or bogus. The expenses are charged to P&L. Vouch was the answer. The answer was vouch. Look at the marks, 4 marks, 3 marks, 7 and 2 marks, it makes 9. One more question, the one below. While auditing the books of accounts of Solar Limited, you observed that an amount is due from debtor for invoice issued on 31st March has not been recognized in books. As an auditor, you want to ensure that all trade receivable balance that are supposed to be recorded have been recognized in FS. Like all the trade receivable balances should come. How will you achieve the stated objective? According to you, what can you write in it? What can you write? Tell me. It's the debtor. Which item is it? Balance sheet of P&L. Balance sheet item, right? So ideally, what should be verified? So what is it saying in this? See the answer to the question. I said you'll find it in the last 1/4. You want to ensure all the debtors are there in the book. How will you verify? Will the valuation be proper? You can take confirmation from the debtor, take confirmation. Correct. Here it is right by R. So please check the bills, check the sales letters and check the documents. Alright? Check if there were any charges on the debtor. So what code am I using? Verify. Nothing comes from outside. Look, the gist of the answer is a bit mixed. These are payables and these are loans and advances. One minute. Okay, this one. This was the question. The auditor needs to satisfy himself for the cutoff. Without a cutoff, sales could be understated or overstated. For invoices issued during the last few days, cutoff dates which have been included in the debtors, those should be checked. Check that goods should have been dispatched and are not lying with the company. Ensure that goods were dispatched prior to year end. Have been invoiced and included in debtors on test check. Ensure that no goods dispatched after year end have been invoiced and included in debtors for period under audit. So for completeness, we had to check. Now see, this is the exact answer basically. Now if you are sitting in the exam hall and you do not understand something, I told you not to leave. Put verify there and you'll get half or 1 mark. A complete 250 means it's a whole 100 or more than that pages of chapter and it might get heavy for you. You can calmly use verify and write the answer and think something that if all things should come in FS, then from the confirmation I can confirm. Alright, it's the same point. Now there's a procedure, right? Every auditor's procedure is different. Yours and mine are different. Jitesh's is different, Sahitas is different, Savri's is different, everyone's procedure is different. Write that in paper and use verify. Okay? Then it's done. Previous paper is also completed. This came for 12 marks previously. It's a very large chapter, this audit and different entity. Both chapters together have a minimum of 20 marks, at least. You will definitely have 20 marks. You must master these 2 chapters. Go through all the questions at the back of module thoroughly, everything that I have taught you. Remember the codes. Galis, vouch, verify. These 3 are very important. Will you remember? One more chapter done. Okay. So let's take a break, then we'll continue. Aim for rank or 70 plus, whichever is earlier. Bye guys, take care.